those and kind of
Yeah,
we
no,
were,
point of order.
yeah, we weren't talking about anything specific, just general.
yeah, I just started it up, but
Okay.
yeah, I also put a like a replay stream. So this way, like if it's a little quiet in the voice chat, you know, we can also just the replay stream. I've figured out how to do that to where it's basically just doing like a mix of old streams. I was listening to some of it's kind of because I haven't really gone back to listen to some of this stuff, but I realized there's stuff that I missed. You know, like when I wasn't signed in or sleeping or whatever. So it's kind of like there's like new content that I haven't heard before.
Hey, Chad.
What's going on? Did you see the thing? You might have posted it where you can see all the planets lined up. Was that you that posted that?
Yeah, yeah. With the
Yeah, I went out. I
Okay.
went out, and as I suspected, it's so cloudy that I got a picture of you can see Jupiter, Saturn, and Venus, but I can't zoom in enough because I wanted to try to get them all in frame, so I wouldn't be able to do that. And then the clouds kept coming in, and the wind was just now blowing so hard. If I had 10 hats on my head, every one of them would have blown off. And I can see where it's raining. Yeah, so I just got what I could get, which is just basically no more than what I showed you last night. But anyway, so I got them on upload them from my phone to my, from my camera to my phone. And I got all those, remember I was talking about all those chemtrails?
Yeah.
I'll have to post them up. I mean, it's ridiculous. I looked back at them. I was like, man, that's crazy. I'll post them up in a few minutes, I guess. But yeah, it was nice. It was nice here today, and then it just the wind. I don't know how fast the wind was blowing. It had to have been blowing at least. It sounded like 20 or 30 miles an hour. And now it stopped. Now you don't hear nothing.
Yeah, those chemtrails, man, sometimes they go crazy with those. It's just like, how many airplanes do they have up there? They're probably just drones. They're probably not even flown by humans, but wow, they just like paint the sky with those things sometimes.
Yeah, well, like I was telling them last night, it seemed funny. I mean, not that I've never seen them before, but it just, when I found out that there was going to be an eclipse, whether if I could see it here or not, it's like when I found that out, that's when I just stood out there. I mean, I'll have to post them up, but all those that I'll post is in the same day within. I'd have to look at the timestamp on the pictures to see how long it was, but it couldn't have been any more than 2 hours. It was like every time I would turn around, there's a new trail, another trail, another trail, another trail. I was like, what are they trying? Do they not want me to see something? And then they got the comet. You're supposed to be able to see a comet. I mean, with all that shit in the sky, I'm not going to be able to see nothing because I think it's supposed to be in the west. I think. I mean, somebody could double check that, see if I'm right.
Something
Like sometime
like
after, huh?
like a never recorded or never seen comment.
How long?
I don't know.
How long
I think I stumbled across it on here somewhere. That sometime, I think for the next 2 months or something, it's going to be like, for me, it's going to be in the west, like sometime after, right as it gets dark, and then like a month or so later, it's going to be, you'll see it before the sun before the sun comes, before it's daylight, then you'll see it again.
Do you remember the name of the comment?
No, I don't.
Oh,
I can't remember. I thought it was something on here that somebody had put up. Is how I came across it.
just wondering if
Something
I
about,
can see it.
like M88 dash some JZV or something. It had, if I remember right, when I looked at,
It's not like a name like Haley's comment or
no,
Oh,
it's
okay.
something completely new that they were going to fly something. I don't know. I barely looked at the story because I was like, it's just ridiculous.
check it out if I can see it. You know.
I'll put up. This is just two of the ones I have. Yeah, this is 2 minutes apart that I took these.
There is a comment called Leonard that we can see right now, but not today because it's snowing outside.
You said lit. I guess that sounds
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Because I never got to saw the one. What was it? 2 years ago, the Neowise one. I didn't get to see that one either.
Which day is it? It's today is 12th, so it's brightest today, but it's snowing, and tomorrow it's too low that we can't even see it anymore from Finland.
Fred, are you seeing these?
Oh, not right now. I got.
Oh,
checking.
okay.
I'll
I
go
got
back.
about. Oh, okay. I got about 8 of them in there now. I'll rest a couple seconds.
Let's see if he invites.
And I got videos of these. when I was doing it, I didn't realize those were videos. And then when I looked at them on my phone, it was just a big exclamation point. So when I clicked on them, I was like, "Oh shit!" One of them was 200 megabytes. I said I wouldn't even be able to put that up on Clidio to even compress it. So I just went ahead and deleted them off my phone. And that would be something I would have to upload to YouTube or something, you know, for anybody to see that. But some of these, like that one, when you get to it, you'll see all the lines, and then a plane was doing like a circle cutting across all the other trails. I mean, it was like 3 planes that did that.
Okay, I'm looking at it now.
Oh shit! I forgot I was in a call. You fucking freaked me out. What the hell?
So yeah, these things have always really got to me because they're at first I was like, yeah, this just not something I can jump on board. But then after that like Purdue paper where they were planning this stuff like decades ago, I mean they're up to something. I just don't know like what it is.
Well, I've noticed it seems like every time they say, well, there's going to be a such and such an eclipse or like right now, a comet, all this starts happening. So, I mean, why would they try to even, I'm not saying that's why they're doing it, but I'm thinking, I don't know. I just thought it was weird when, as soon as I found that out, this was the next day when I found out there was going to be an eclipse that weekend. I think it was coming up Saturday. I don't know what is that the second. I think that was a Wednesday or a Thursday. And the second was Thursday. So I found out about it Wednesday. That's when I first heard about it. And then I went out the next day and they were doing this like all weekend. That ain't all of them. I got some more. And that last one, that's me looking north. All the other ones is me. I'm looking west. So that one's north. God damn it. I actually have a video of this one looking like it's laying down black trails, but that's probably, I mean, it was sky was so contaminated that any light, I mean, you're probably seeing the shadows like the one above that, all that dark cloud. But I got a video of that plane laying that one down.
Okay, I'll be back 1 sec.
This is me. I'm looking east in these two. I mean, you see that they just covered the sky. And this was like in a few minutes. What's the date on this one? 1703. What was the first one that I did? '12. So these are 5 hours apart. But I mean, they were doing it all day. That's Jupiter right there up in that corner. Let me make sure. Yeah, that's Jupiter. You know what? I better not say that. I don't think that's Venus because I'm looking. That's kind of like southeast, and it's really high up. So that probably is Jupiter because Venus is normally down more west, southwest. And I have 3 more. And then I was like, okay, that's enough.
So when the moon sets below the horizon, that's my best proof that there is cheese on the moon.
That there's what?
Cheese on the moon.
Shoes?
Cheese, cheese.
Oh boy. Crit. Now check out
There we
those
go,
two.
guys.
Those two on the bottom. I don't know if you could see it that good, but you can make the outlines of all the shapes. I mean, it looks like a square and compass being lit on. I don't know if you could see it, however way you're looking at it. But I saw that and I was like, well, I got to get a picture of that. But you
It
can
looks like
see
a
all the
satanic
orange
cult
and
stick.
yellow trails behind them trees.
Are they chemtrails, Chad?
Oh yeah, they were going crazy.
Yeah, that's insane, isn't it?
Oh, they should have while they wrote up "Eat at Joe's" while they were up there.
$9.99 burger and beer.
Oh, let me show you. I got the what I did tonight. That was the best I could do. Oh, I took this the other day too. I thought this was kind of interesting.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that's
it looks
really
like
neat. Like a
straight
vertical.
rainbow.
Yeah, like a vertical
Yeah.
rainbow.
That's cool.
Let's see. This is yeah, that was Jupiter when it was still day, somewhat daylight. And this was the best I could do tonight with the big alignment. Well, I mean, you could probably see it. It'll probably last for a few days, but this is where you're supposed to let's see, Jupiter, Saturn, and then that's Venus at the bottom. And then in between Jupiter and Saturn, I think you're supposed to be able, I probably wouldn't be able to ever see it with my camera, but Pluto and Neptune and Uranus is all supposed to be lined up in there too. I mean, that was only right when I was like, okay, it's a clear spot. Let me go get the camera. You know what? I got that wrong. I'm looking something here. Let me grab it and put it in here. Yeah, this. Yeah, I don't have to even worry about that. It done rained here, so Venus is gonna be gone. That's gonna be down where I can't even see it. Yeah, I don't see shit outside, just a bunch of cloud. Well, at least I got the first half.
You panic.
What happened?
Okay, I'm back. Yeah, was it M Stone? Oh, you there, Chad?
Yeah, I was just posting something.
Yeah, he's yeah, I don't, man, that guy is I'm not even sure, you know, what it's like. It doesn't add up to a consistent story, right? So he's like, I come to this server to laugh at Flat Earth, observe madness, and see who I think believes this nonsense. It's a place to get away from COVID, other shit. Flat Earth is just entertaining for me. But yet he never leaves the echo chamber. He knows, like, he knows exactly where to find Flat Earth content, but doesn't. It's entertaining, but he doesn't want to find it. You know, it's like he's trying to fool himself into thinking, you know, there's something there for him, right? Or just because if he laughs at it, you know, like it's like if you I mean, not to be like too much about the dude, but you know, like yeah, he's not doing well, you know, mentally. It's like that guy who used to say that flat earthers are animals at the zoo. And I go, if that's the case, the one over at Brandon's at Zeppy, if that's the case, like, I don't go to a zoo to laugh at animals. I don't go there because they're going to entertain me. You go there to observe an animal in a somewhat reproduction of its natural habitat because some of them are endangered. They could, you know, they could be gone from the world, you know, because of things like globalism and deforestation. So
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, it seems like it is quite. So he want what he's entertained by, he tries to destroy. It's a broken worldview. Any way you slice it up, it's a lot of suffering in those words. You know, a lot of misery, and misery loves company.
Isn't it also in a way an expression of like such a deep cognitive dissonance, like people that think something differently than you, and then the only reaction is to point and laugh and ridicule that some people have? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, for the most part, it's like, yeah, because they think it's also dangerous, right? Like, you know, like I wouldn't go to, like, when I go to the zoo, right? Say lions. I think lions are funny. They're like big cats and they do cat like stuff, but they're huge. But then, um, I would jump in there, right? Because thinking it's just a cat, it's harmless. Or I don't know, maybe that's a bad analogy, but see, that's why if you could get people just to break them away from the cult, you know, and just have a real conversation, like just one on one or something like that. I mean, when he was on with his, you know, show, where it seemed like he was okay after he stopped trying to, you know, challenge Woodford to a fight and stuff. And then other people in the crowd were like, "Dude, what's, you know, you're cringe, man."
Is this
Did that
M
really
Stone?
happen?
You're talking
Yeah,
about M Stone?
yeah.
Yeah, I think during that interaction with Witsit, he did kind of calm down for a minute, and it almost seemed like he was going to maybe be able to have a somewhat, because they did have a little bit of a normal conversation. Like once it got out of like him just calling him, you know, him just throwing constant insults.
Because like this idea where, okay, he was upset because Whitsitt was there trying to convince people the Earth is flat. So then it would be not entertaining, right? So there's a line there where flat Earth um is fun to laugh at until someone starts listening. Then it's not fun. then it's time to go bonkers, to go cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. See, that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense either, because like, what is your full logical conclusion? Because if you like flat earthers and you can convince other people, or at least demonstrate the earth is flat to somebody, that would give you more content that entertains you.
We say I'm offended because you're telling people the Earth is flat.
Yeah, then don't listen. It's like you would go to the zoo, like using the same thing with Zeppy, going to the zoo and laughing at the lions and stuff until they roar, and then getting triggered by it.
That's what I was saying. Is I think for some people, it's like the way that they deal with the cognitive dissonance. That's like how it comes out.
Yeah, trying to make it seem like it's pointless, like it's meaningless. It's just a joke, right? It's just a gag. If that's the case, why care? And why care for this long? Yeah, he's the same dude too. Who said like flat earthers need to be euthanized.
Who said that?
The Stone.
Well, probably a few of them probably say the same shit.
Yeah, they like saying that throwing that word euthanized. So it's entertaining, but you want the government to be able to, put someone to death through some sort of due process. So what would that look like? Like if they were king of the world for the day, what type of, what would you stop there? Would it just be like, if someone says, "Hey, I observe the Earth is flat and stationary," okay, that's euthanized. And then what? You'll think their family, their friends would be like, "Wow, really?"
Yeah, I heard somebody say, I think it was last night when I was over there listening. I just lost my train of thought. Oh boy. Oh man. I was just getting ready to say something and forgot it. That's brilliant.
No, it happens because
Yeah, I mean, oh boy. I have no idea what I was going to say. I was going to say something, and now I have no clue what I was going to say. It was something along the lines of what you were just talking about. The stupid shit that they'd say. Now, if I try to think about it, I'm not going to think of it. So let me just act like I wasn't going to.
It'll come back to you.
Yeah, just act like I wasn't going to say nothing, and then it'll come to me, I guess.
The one thing too is like if they really want flat Earth content, but they don't like a few individuals, you can just go to Amazon. There's hundreds of books about flat Earth.
I never thought to do that. I got a lot of PDFs and stuff like that on my computer. I got so much shit on my computer. I just need to get me a nice computer. Because this thing here, I mean, I can't say anything bad. She was like, "Well, I know you want a computer," and she found it for $50. So, I mean, I can't, say anything bad about that. But it's like it's not enough. It's got 8.1. I don't even know what that is. Windows 8.1. What is that? Probably about a decade and a half old or something. But I mean, it did me good for what I was doing it for. But now, like the guy Walter said, when he, I gave it to him, he said, I'll see what I can do with it. And he was just like, I can't do nothing with it. By the time you spend money to be able to run all the programs, and every time they upgrade a browser, you need more. Your computer needs to have more shit in it to even run it, and for you to do all that to this, you might as well just buy a new computer. So I was just like, all right, I can't do all that. So yeah, she found it for $50, but I got a bunches of shit. I got movies and shit you can't even find on YouTube anymore. I'm glad I downloaded all that stuff. And when I don't know if you've ever used the Pirate Bay, man, I've gotten so much shit off of that, like books and PDFs. I got like hundreds on all kinds of stuff. But I never thought to even look to get the actual book.
Yeah, here's one.
That's what.
Yeah, Flat Earth, Book of Enoch Decrypted, Zen Garcia. That's a guy who won like 3 court cases. People kept trying to sue him.
Yeah, because some of these I would like to have the actual book. You know what I mean? Like I have this. I don't know if you've ever seen the Secret Teachings of All Ages. I have that actual. I have the actual book, but I also got the PDF. So, but it would be nice. I got shit like Morals and Dogma. I got that PDF, but I would probably never be able to get the book. But you know, you just brought up go on Amazon, but I don't think that's something that you can just go buy. You know what I mean? But yeah, to have the actual physical book, that would be neat to have some of the stuff that I have on PDF and then have it actually on a shelf.
What's going on?
What's happening?
Not much, dude. Dishes. Doing the dishes on a Saturday night.
All right.
Oh, yeah. What's going on in here? What are you guys up to?
And we're just kind of touching on different topics, whatever comes to mind. I thought I had something to say a few minutes ago, and right as I was getting ready to say it, I completely forgot what I even was going to say. So
You know, that
I
happens.
figured
That
maybe
happens
it'll come back
sometimes.
to me at some point.
Holistic Earth tag. Nice. I like that. That's a good tag. So what do you think, Chad? We're obviously not on a globe, right?
Nah.
What what's your take on the northern and southern celestial poles? Do you think that we only have one pole and that the southern celestial pole is like some kind of illusion or hoax, or what do you think?
Well, I don't think there's a pole like that. What we're being told. I think it's just some kind of, well, you know what? I shouldn't say anything because I've never been, so I can't even really talk about it if I've never seen it. All I can see is what I can see here, and that's everything in the north. Just going around in a
Right, that's
circle.
fair.
And I just think it's the sky moving is what I think. You know, the stars aren't moving. It's the sky moving and shifting around. That's what I think. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, I've been leaning towards that the stars spread out over us are on some sort of flat, like we're looking up at a flat plane as well, and that flat plane is also rotating. But the dome, or whatever the firmament, whatever we're looking through, it does seem to be hemispherical, you know, and it does. I think that's moving as well in some way. I'm not really sure how, but that's what I'm thinking.
Well, I was thinking if somebody said, "Well, what do you mean? Can you give me some kind of visualization?" I was like, "Well, I thought of, well, if you have an umbrella and you open it up, and let's say you got the constellations on the umbrella, and you hold it up over your head, and you just turn the umbrella in your hand, and then maybe take your hand and just move it back and forth and shift it from side to side while you're turning it." I would say that would probably be a good illustration. If somebody said, "Well, you got to show me something," and I was like, "Okay, that's what I would probably describe it as. Is that it's the sky that's moving, and then you got your Jupiter and Saturn and all that, and they're moving separately, and then the sun and the moon, they're moving separately." So that's just how I look at it. That's how I view it.
Yeah, but it gets pretty complicated if you're describing it as just a dome and not like a sphere, like the sky specifically. Like, have you ever seen those I don't know what it's called, but they pretty much mapped out the entire like sky, like the stars and everything, and it's mapped out in a what?
A planisphere, like a plane that's a sphere, but if it's coming down and enclosing the surface, one would expect at least a hemispheric dome.
Okay, I'm not talking about that. What I'm saying is there's like the sky, the night sky mapped out on a sphere, and it's like all the stars, all right, just mapped out. I don't know what it's called exactly, but yeah, I mean, I don't know how exactly, you could explain that well enough, on a flat Earth, or at least a flat Earth sky. At least let's go with that, because it's not really the Earth we're talking about, it's the sky. But it gets pretty complicated if you're just talking about like a dome. You kind of need a full sphere for that.
Are you talking about like an armillary sphere?
I don't know what that is. What is an armillary sphere?
Planisphere. It's a bunch of concentric circles that are used in like celestial navigation. I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to, be rude or anything. It's just, you're trying to dumb it down. I mean, I don't know a lot of this stuff. I mean, just.
Hey, Lemon, what's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, I'm good. How you doing?
Good, man. Good to hear from you. What's your take on how you would have a southern celestial pole over a flat surface, as well as
what was that?
I'm just asking questions about the northern and southern celestial pole and how you'd have 2 points of what are you talking about? 2 points where the constellations are revolving around them in different ways.
The Spanish dude basically talks about what appears to be deformation by atmosphere and or a thick firmament, leading to a world to the left and a world to the right of his hand over there. You see what appears to be a northern star trail by his thumb and a southern star trail forming by his right index finger. So it appears that the sky is deforming the star trail and making some sort of whirl or warping. And so that could be a possible explanation, with those concentric circles essentially being the stars as they circle overhead in concentric circles, warped and distorted by the glass, personal dome perspective, something to that effect.
Nice. This is the video that I was looking for. I was in another server earlier asking about this, and I got something kind of like this, but this looks good. I like this. But okay, so check it out. So does that mean that the dome is smaller than the area that we are occupying, and that's also moving?
It appears to be a rough demonstration. The dome could be overhead like that glass, and we could be looking through a small section of it. And it could be a warp and distortion by the dome, by the atmosphere, by our personal area of perspective, because if we see in straight lines in equal directions all around us, we're going to eventually get a dome anyway. So it appears to be a general demonstration of that effect.
Right. Yeah. Dude, who is this Spanish flat earther, dude? This guy's tight.
I just saw him on one of the Flat Earther channels. I'm like, this is what I'm talking about right here. I think I saw it on, was it P-Brain or one of them? It's an international movement all across the flat motionless plane.
Yeah, dude, it's pretty fresh. Only 2 years old, like less than 1,000 views. That's what I like.
Oh yeah. Enjoy. I think a couple versions have been mirrored and they have the subtitles in English, but you might be able to do captions in English and get past the language barrier.
Oh, yo Nintendo. Yo Nintendo, dude.
Okay. Brush up on those Spanish skills.
Yeah.
But basically, we would have flat land with some sort of dome of sky, possibly with the stars deforming and warping through, that solid structure. Arma, did you see what I put in the chat? There's a planet sphere there, if that's what you're talking about, and there's an armillary sphere down below.
No, let's talk about the star chart. I found that already. It's a star chart. I believe they mapped it out, and it's like a sphere or whatever.
The technical term would be planisphere, but I think it's one of these two that you're talking about.
Okay, hold on. Look at this planisphere thing. I don't even. Probably. That looks. I mean, I guess that looks about right.
Unless you're talking about like an astrolabe or something, but either way.
Let me look up what this planisphere thing is. This is astronomical planet, star chart, and all. Okay.
But Arma, you were saying that you think there's a way in which it can't be stars above a stationary plane. Like there's a reason that it can't be that in your mind. Is that what you were saying?
No, it was just because I don't know where exactly I've seen it, but or where I've heard exactly, but I know that if you map out the stars, though, they do end up coming back to each other, right? And so essentially you would need like a sphere to map that out. And I know some flat earthers have agreed that you kind of, at least the sky anyway, kind of needs to have some kind of roundness to it, visually anyway. You know what I'm saying? And I'm trying to find out what it is, like what it's called. Lemons is saying planisphere, and I guess that's kind of true. There is a tool where you can kind of see what stars you see at, whatever. I guess what is it at certain times of the year or whatever. But I'm looking for this. I forgot the name of it. But it's like a star. It's like a 3D star chart though. I forgot where it is though.
Planetarium?
Maybe I don't. Let me see. I mean, planetarium would kind of fit in that, but that's still not what I'm talking about though. Let me see.
Celestial sphere?
Let me try celestial. I don't think it's that bad. Oh, maybe it is. Hold on. Maybe it is celestial sphere. The celestial sphere, planetary signs. Okay. Yeah, maybe it is. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I would say that we, more or less have this, the sky mapped out. Like I said, I assume that's that's undeniably mapped on a sphere, but I don't know. And like I guess my only issue with the flat earth sky would be trying to map that out, like trying to get that working on a flat earth would be kind of tricky, and I haven't really seen any good ones. I know someone posted like that what is it, phythesis.
Well, it looks like the sun could be rotating over a flat Earth, and that's assumed to be the belt equator of the globe. It's just different assumptions, but we're more or less saying the same thing. You're just kind of dividing your globe where the sun appears to be directly overhead at the fattest part of your globe, the equator. But on a flat plane, the sun would just be going overhead in a circle, and that would divide the inner circle from the outer circle. It would just be a slightly different premise and a different way of looking at the stars as they circle overhead.
Okay, but okay, that's not. Look, all I'm saying is that, like, I get what you're saying, like, yeah, with circle and all that, but I still feel like getting like a celestial sphere working on a flat plane would just be kind of difficult.
Well, with the dome of the sky, it would just be a dome, a hemispheric dome with the stars revolving within that. And that's going to give you your curves, your star trail curves, and long exposure of the camera, and different things that appear to say that the sky has some sort of curved, structure. But it would be over a flat surface. And it would be divided at the place where the sun is directly overhead. So instead of having a ball, you just have a flat surface with a dome over top, and the sun revolving within that dome, kind of dividing that domey, star field or whatever.
Okay, well, let me real fast try to look a little bit more into the celestial sphere and see if I can formulate something, because I'm trying to see if yeah, like, because I'm just thinking about it right now, because it is a sphere, but if I assume that there's some sort of, like, it works way different on a flat Earth, then I'm like, right now I'm trying to, like, kind of put myself into into that view, just to try to see if it could work. So give me, like, I don't know, like 15 minutes to kind of try to look into that and see if that's just to not humor, but just to sort, I guess, humor, yeah, just to humor the thought. All right, so yeah, give me like 10-15 minutes just to kind of wrap my head around that.
Take your time.
Gio,
Yo.
that thing you just posted, that's for, okay, now, okay, I see the date. Yeah. That's for tonight. Well, that was yesterday.
I just did today's date, so I think it's pulling from like 12 UTC time. I think yeah, if I put the date and place, or if I put the time and the place, then it would actually give like the exact. But that is today's chart, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. This Jupiter, and then the females. That's Venus, Saturn, Neptune. That's where the moon is. And then there was supposed to be something over here that we're supposed to be able to see. Okay, yeah, cool.
Yep, yeah, that's the position of all of the wandering stars. And again, like the outer rim is all the constellations, so that would be like the star constellation, the 12 signs. And then the ones on the inner or the middle wheel kind of are the little symbols. They're called glyphs. But yeah, those are the, like you said, yeah, the Jupiter and Venus and positions of all those in relationship to each other. So if you put like an AE map under that, essentially that would be kind of how they're geometrically arranged, around the circle of the Earth and that idea. But yeah, anyone can use that. Yeah, anyone can type. It's called Astrobot is the actual bot name, but
Okay, so hold on real fast because I was thinking about this and I just looked into it. All right, so hold on. Do you guys then believe in a south like pole? Like, okay, so like you know how we have like the northern star, right? Like it's the I think it's the northern star. No, it's Polaris, right? You know we have Polaris and that's like pretty much the midpoint of the rotation. Like if we have star trails, it's like that rotation that you see, right? So with the South Pole, do you guys agree that there is like southern rotation where you can kind of see a center point of where it's rotating around and whatnot? Is that like a thing you guys like believe in? Like I want to real fast go over that with you guys. I want to see where you guys stand in that. You know. Okay, just don't answer me then.
No, I can answer you. Let's see. I think there was a video posted up in the chat earlier by Lemon or Phi Thesis. Yeah. It's the Dome Earth personal dome. Watch that video and you'll get kind of an idea for
I saw it already, but that's
explanation.
I saw that already. I get the whole lens thing, all right, but that's not. Even with that though, you never get like a center point. You get the warping line, sure, but you never get like a center point, all right. And now the reason why I say this, all right, is that because okay, here's the thing, right? If you look at actual like southern rotation, right, you have the stars rotating around that point, all right, and there are stars that you can identify, like, oh, that's this, or or at least the constellations anyway. You can identify the constellations, and they're obviously rotating around that point, right? But all right, let me real fast. I guess should I print screen or should I just kind of explain it to you? Well, in any case, if you look at that guy in the video at around like 114, right? You see he's hovering that lens over like the little bunch of circles, right? And if you look at that, right, the circle that is made right on the right side of that lens, right, that would be supposedly the southern star trails, right? That doesn't include the rest of the circle. Let me just fucking draw this out, or at least screen share or something, because I don't know if I'm explaining this correctly, but I guess what I'm trying to say is it's leaving out the rest of the circle. You only got the circle, this part of the circle that's actually in the lens, all right? So I can't explain this. Like, can you are you alright? Is it alright if I like screen share and you like watch that or something? I'm better with visuals.
I know what you're trying to. I think I know.
The point I'm trying to get at is if we assume that there is like on a flat Earth there is like this, what do you want to call it, like this star plane above us, right? Let's say it's just a star plane, right? And if that's rotating, right, we would expect to see new constellations and new stars popping into this star trail, all right? Because okay, so because like I said, with the lens, right, at least in this example anyway, with this example he's showing with the lens, right, the circle that we get, right, that southern circle that we do get in that lens is literally just the part of the line that's in that lens just wrapped around itself, whatever. So we would, what I'm saying? So if you were to move that lens around that circle now, you get different stars now, all right? So if you can see the entire circle, all right,
you can't see the entire night sky from your eyes, though.
No, but I'm
saying. Do you understand that?
No, I get that, but what I'm saying is though, like, do you or do you not like believe that there's like just like how we have in the north, we have a center point of rotation. Do you think there's a center point of rotation in the south? Is there a center point?
I don't. I think that it's an optical illusion based on whatever medium we're looking.
Okay,
through.
But visually, is there a center point of rotation?
There appears to be, yes.
Yeah, that's why I said visually. I'm not saying is there or is there not. I'm saying visually. Yeah. Okay, so visually there is a center point, right? So I can actually point to a center point, right? So, all right, let me real fast draw this out on in Paint because I'm really good with visuals. I'm the worst explainer ever. All right.
No, man, don't worry about it.
So let me real fast screen share this. Okay.
Tell me when I'm supposed to watch some folding clothes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, give me a second. Let me real fast set up.
So you were washing dishes and now you're folding clothes?
Yes,
They made sure to
sir.
keep you busy tonight.
My father slammed his hand in a car door. He's 61, and so he can't even his shit is all fucked up right now, so he can't do things with his hands. Yeah. It's a shitty situation. Getting old.
Platypus, that thing that you posted, this is what I see. Like when I walk outside and face, if I turn directly to the right, that's north. And those stars go, it looks like they're going right around in a circle, but like around this time of year, I think, is it Orion, one of the main ones that come into view? That looks like while these stars are going in a circle in front of me. I mean, it takes a long time to do that. I'd have to go out like every hour and see that the constellations are rotating. But when you see like Orion, it's like coming around from the side. I don't know if I'm even explaining it. I mean, I know what I'm talking about, what I'm saying, but it might not be understandable to somebody who's listening to what I'm trying to say. But do you know what I mean when I say that? It's like the stars when I'm facing the north, they're going like this, like it's like a record. But the stars that are coming in, like when Orion and those stars come in, they're coming in like around the side, and they come around the side of me, and then move out like this, while these are like a record. I don't know, I probably didn't explain that worth a shit, but I know what I'm saying, trying to describe it.
If you're trying to say that it looks the same way as in that video that I posted,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I understand that much. I don't really have a lot of stars where I am. I see probably like 6 or 7 in the sky at night. I've lived at places where we've got a full night sky, but I'm not currently right now. Arma, how's the drawing coming?
All right, so I'm gonna skip the drawing for now, but I did print screen though. What is it? Yeah, I did screenshot. Let me call it screenshot because everyone knows that better. Okay. Anyway, I screenshotted the shot of the video that I was talking about. I'm gonna real fast draw over it just to kind of show you what I'm talking about. But basically, all right, if you look at, I don't know if you're looking now, but if you look at what I have here, right, he has the lens over. Why is my tablet not working? Hold on, give me a second. I need to kind of use the drawing tablet, because I am not going to use my mouse. Here we go. So if you look at the lens here, right? Oh my fucking goodness, come on. All right, here we go. So let me get like a bright color like green. So okay, so we have this would be the north pretty much, right? This center point right here, right? And obviously in the lens would be the personal dome, the quote unquote personal dome. So this is the personal dome. This would be, the north pretty much, right? And then let me use maybe like magenta to make it, so. And then this over here would be, more or less, the south. You know what I'm saying? Right?
Yep.
In the pink, right? So let's say right here, this would be kind of like this, the south, like circle, like the rotation that you would see, like the star trails. You would see like this. This would be like the circle, like visually that would be the the rotation that you would see in the sky if you were to record it with a camera, star trail settings and all that, like which would just be like the, what do you call it? It would just be the whatever, I don't know, the exposure thing. But anyway, you would get you would get these circles, right? Now my issue is, all right, when we do see this circle, right? When we're recording with, a camera or whatever, right? At least I'd imagine. I haven't actually done it myself, but I'd imagine that if you have a constellation, let's just do like an X for a constellation, right? That X would move around that point, right? But if you really think about it, it shouldn't do that, because what's really happening is you may have X here, all right? And X will travel into that personal dome, right? Which means you will eventually get X, and then X will eventually leave the personal dome, all right? It'll eventually travel down the circle. So what I'm trying to say is, what we would expect is, if we do have southern, southern star trails, right? We would expect, like stars kind of popping in and out of this sort of like circular. It would be like really like weird. You would see the X, what do you call it? X constellation.
No, you wouldn't. That dome is representative of everything that you can see. You can't see anything outside of that glass. It comes into your view as soon as that X, right where you've got your cursor, right where you had it. That's when you'd first see it. Once it comes into view along that line.
So hold on. So let's say, for example, I have X over here. You're saying that's going to pop up like somewhere over here in the lens?
You're not going to see it.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. If it's the sky plane, the star plane that's above, if that's the thing that's rotating, right? What would happen is this would slowly rotate, right? Let's just, for the sake of, because I don't have any, it doesn't go any higher. I have to go lower. So let's say the X was let's say the plane is rotating, right? This X, right? This X of a constellation is now rotating on this, plane, right? It's rotating, bam, 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 and it keeps doing that until it eventually gets into, the personal dome, right? What happens now? It gets into personal dome, right? And then we would expect to see it in the southern star trails, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, now you see it.
Yeah.
Now you don't. You eventually stop seeing it.
Correct.
Yeah, but but that's the thing, though. That's where the error comes in, because if you can see all of, okay, so let me real fast, because I'm kind of an artist. So
if you can see all of what?
So if you can see all of the circle, so let's say, for example, this is the horizon, right? And let's say
we see all of the circular star plane or whatever it is you're referring to.
Okay, well,
there's constellations that you can see in the northern hemisphere that you cannot see in the southern hemisphere. You understand?
Yeah, I get that. Yes, but
okay.
I'm saying. Okay,
and some are seasonal. You can only see them at certain times of the year.
Well, yeah, that's because, yes, well, on the globe model, well, actually, I guess on both models it would kind of work, but basically the idea is that the constellations that you don't see are in the daytime, essentially, where the sun is out, and so obviously you can't see them. But I'm not quite sure how that works with the flat model, but it works pretty well on the globe. Anyway, so, but let's. Wait, why are you laughing for? I literally said,
no, that was funny. You said, well, of course it. I'm just messing. Go ahead.
Okay, so anyway, so let's say this is essentially let's say we're in like Australia or something, right? And this is like the southern star trails, all right? And we have that little center point right there. You're saying we don't see that? Who was it that was talking to before?
Me.
Yeah, you, Platypus, right? You're saying that we never see this. We never see like the center point like this.
In the south?
Yeah, in the south.
No, you do.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. So okay, so let's go back to the X thing, right?
Yeah, go back to the X thing.
Okay.
No. Sorry, go back to the picture. Yeah. So that the center is going to be right there. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so that's why I asked you earlier. If I have X here, do I see X here or here? Do I see it anywhere here?
No, you won't.
So okay, so that's why I'm saying now. So when I have X now rotate on the the star plane, right? Mm-hmm. As it rotates, it's going to eventually it eventually goes into the personal dome, right? And it's going to pop up, and then obviously eventually it's going to not pop up. It's going to get out of it. It's going to disappear because it's going to exit the personal dome. Mm-hmm. So my argument is, right, this is what we see, like, say, for example, in Australia, right? We have X. Then X suddenly disappears. Where does X go? X is obviously, in the southern, in the star, the star trail or whatever, but it just disappears though. Like at least in this example anyway. I'm not, like I'm just saying in this specific
I
example.
see what you're saying, and I think the issue is the size of this gentleman's magnifying cup or whatever, along with the fact that I don't necessarily think that that's what the dome looks like. It might not be dome shaped. I like to toy with the idea that it could be like teardrop shaped, like the yin yang symbol. Or something. I don't know, dude. It's a fucking mystery. I definitely am not gonna be able to see like, oh yeah, that's definitely why we see what we see.
Yeah, well, that's all I was talking about. I was just trying to like debunk this specific,
no, you're good, bro.
Argument with the lens. I obviously there could be some extra stuff going on, but I just wanted to take down this specific argument because if you look at it, and if this was the only example, like if this was just his full on 100% like this is how it works, then obviously that would be wrong. But if you assume other things, yeah, maybe it could work out though. But this specifically doesn't work though. Just from the way I explained it, you know what I'm saying? Because we would expect things just start disappearing. Stars would just come in and out. I guess I could stop screen sharing now because you pretty much got it. How do I stop screen sharing? How do I do this? There we go. But yeah, that's my issue with that though. But I guess you could do it some other way. I just haven't seen it done in another way. I've seen someone do like a 3D model of how this southern, like they pretty much did what this guy did, but in 3D, right? Like in a 3D program, whatever. And they got like the southern star trails to kind of work, but I don't know if they got like, where you can see the center point. You know what I'm saying? I don't think they got that far though. And so I think that's where it kind of breaks down, and you guys might have to come up with like a better solution for that. Personally, for me, like I think that's where it falls apart. So yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. The globe falls apart for me at many different locations. Flat, fake moon landings, water sticking to a spinning ball. All that kind of crap.
I see.
The sky rotates, and you just see what you see.
Well, yeah, but
that's my answer. Somebody in a different location is going to see something different than what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I mean that is what we see.
It's interesting.
You said that is wrong. Is that what you said?
No. I said that is what we see. I mean, you're not wrong, but it's not an explanation, is what I'm saying. It's just
it
kinda,
is.
It's more of a just it is what it is. But that doesn't really explain things, though.
It does.
It's the same thing with you guys saying, well, things just fall because they fall. I mean, it's not exactly an explanation.
Well, that's the answer.
Like, no, well, I mean, okay, you're not wrong, but it doesn't give me anything to work with. You know what I'm saying? You're just
pick shit up, drop it, it falls.
Yeah, okay, but that's not.
There's superstitious hocus pocus.
It's not
drop it, it falls.
Okay, but I mean, like that's the same thing as like I don't know. Let me give you an example where it's like, okay, that's kind of silly. Like I don't know, like water is wet because it is. Okay, yeah, but I mean, let's actually get into detail. What makes something wet? You know what I'm saying? Or what makes something like sticky? It's sticky because it's sticky. Okay, yeah, but why? What makes things sticky? It sticks to you, and you find out, you zoom in, you find out, maybe there's it has like a certain structure that likes to like cling on to things. You know what I'm saying? Like that's getting to detail. All right, you could just say something sticky because it is.
Edwin Hubble? Do you know Edwin Hubble's quote?
What is
about like how they say that we're like they know that the stars are, or like the Earth is moving and the stars are moving away. Like he talks about how like there's no way to determine if we're moving or if the stars are moving.
You guys have quoted that like 1,000 times already. Yeah.
Right. So it's like in order to avoid the horror of a fixed position is his line, right? So like so he just decides that we can't really scientifically determine it. But in order to, to avoid the horror of a fixed position, we're just going to say that we're, that the stars are moving and we're moving. It's interesting.
Well, I mean, that's also
Is that good enough for you? Is my question. Is that good enough for you?
What do you mean? Is that good enough for me? Like what were you answering? Like,
Well, like they decided that in order to determine whether like the sky is moving or we're moving, like the stars are moving away from us, and whether or not we're spinning, it's like they used like the Hubble telescope and spectroscopy. So in order to avoid the horror of a fixed position, they chose this outcome because they can't determine whether it's one or the other, but they chose the one that says that everything is moving instead of us being in a fixed position, like geocentrism.
Okay. Well, okay. Well, the thing is, I mean, visually, yeah. I mean, you can never really tell because I mean, relative motion would say
Right, but
both are
outside of like
true,
the
but
moon landing or something, like outside of the moon landing, like they just decided we're just gonna say that we're moving because we don't like the alternative. So is that good enough for you? Is my question.
okay. Well, it is because okay. I'll tell you right now why it is because if we all right, for example, if because we have essentially known laws, essentially like how things work. If we assume that everything else is moving, right, then everything else will have to be moving like faster than light for crying out loud, because everything else is like really, really far away, and for them to actually move around in that circular path around us, in a 24-hour, day, yeah, it would have to be moving faster than light. I mean, that's ridiculous. So, I mean, using the stuff that we already know, that's just ridiculous.
So is dark matter rational?
I don't really know. I mean, dark matter is just kind of they're still working on that. It's
Right,
obviously
but
bullshit
isn't
at the
that the
moment.
reason?
Yeah.
Isn't that the modern explanation as to why the stars move in a uniform way across the sky? That's their explanation for that, right?
No, that's I believe that's the explanation for why things are the redshift essentially, and why things are expanding faster and faster. Supposedly,
No,
I think.
that's the Hubble telescope. I like that you're researching on the fly, but I'm saying that the whole thing is that if we're talking about like dark matter is the reason that they say that
Oh,
the stars move in
hold
a
on.
uniform way across the sky.
Hold on, let me actually look that real fast because I know there's dark matter and dark energy. I think dark energy might be the thing that's expanding things. Hold on, dark matter. Let me see what that
Right,
is.
and dark matter and dark energy make up 97% of the universe, and we don't even have any proof for it.
Well, what dark matter and dark energy essentially is, it's just a fucking filler. That's what it actually is. We don't know what the hell's going on. And that's it. That's if you really want to answer for that, it's that we don't know. That we're just kind of
Well,
going.
my question, and I guess really the issue is that I find it odd that like you're willing, you're going to critique and look for these like holes in the concept of a flat Earth and all the rest of it, but you're going to let
Oh,
slide this 97% missing gap in the theory of relativity,
oh yeah.
and you're going to accept Hubble's decision out of pure philosophical musings because he wants to avoid the horror of what to him was the horror of a fixed position. So he emotionally chose that everything is moving as opposed to geostationary because he couldn't handle it.
I don't.
So
Okay.
and it amazes me that that's acceptable for you.
Because everything else says that everything around us is really far away. I mean, I don't like. If I assume that everything is really
No,
far away, then
isn't it Hipparchus who said that?
what?
Hipparchus is the one who decided that everything was infinitely far away.
Or at least visually anyway, it appears it's effectively infinitely far away. It's not
Right.
infinitely far
There's
away, but it's
no
effectively.
right. So and that's our issue is why would we presume otherwise?
I mean, you can kind of measure that. I mean, you can kind of like.
Well, there's no parallax.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, there's no parallax. So one would assume that like there's.
Right, and that's what gets me is that you think that dark matter is an acceptable answer.
Well, okay, well, yeah. So I remember now. Dark matter, I believe, is what we have for what keeps the galaxies together, and dark energy is what causes the expansion. All right, that's what it is, and essentially,
Right, but
yeah.
there's no proof for either one of those, so they're
Well,
both
no.
like
both
kind
of them are
No.
whatever.
just they're
Well, first,
placeholders, right? Both
yeah,
of them,
they're placeholder. They're kind of just there because we don't know what the fuck's actually going on. But I think
except they're
Right,
placeholders
so
that are expected to be found in a particular
I
frequency,
like
which
to
they're
go.
continuously not found in.
I like
every
the
time they look for 'em.
distinguishment
Axions.
between the two, Grim. I like that. How you can distinguish between whether or not it's dark matter or dark energy.
Well,
Right.
yeah.
Well, one is doing. Well, he explained one of them's doing in their theory one thing, and the other is, dealing with the light,
Yeah,
the
one is
shifting of light that we're seeing. But what
yeah.
they're not paying attention to, and they're starting to now more closely, is that plasma is actually redshift light in that way, and that there may not be any need for any dark energy for that redshifting of the light. And so that there might not even be an expansion going on with the space in
Yeah.
between. And this is something that is really bugging a lot of physicists right now,
Oh,
because
maybe. Yeah. I mean,
a lot of guys have their like, their whole careers on this one thing where they've been teaching it. This is gonna be, they've got their heart set
yeah.
on dark energy and dark matter, and they just won't let it go.
I mean, that's how it is. I mean, like when I'm like coding, for example, and I'm like, oh, I run into like an issue where it's like, oh, this isn't working. Sometimes I'll work around like what was the obvious answer, but to me it wasn't obvious at first. Like I'll work around it, and then I'll be like, what the? Why isn't this working? And I look at it
Because
again,
you
I'm
want
like,
to
wait a
save all
minute.
your work. Yeah, you want to save everything you've done.
Well, yeah, well, yeah, it's part of that too, actually. Yeah, but yeah. So I mean, like, yeah, it's a possibility that we just kind of just we overthought it, and we'll find out that, oh, never mind, it was just this, whatever. But as of right now, though, yeah, I mean, we don't really know. I mean, that's the whole thing. We're just kind of placeholding it right now because we don't know.
Yo, real quick, shout out to Riding on Eggshells. Thank you last night, or whatever time it was for you, for the explanation. I appreciated that.
Oh, good clarification.
Yeah, it was a nice discussion.
I thought writing on eggshells was cheating on me just now. Thank you for last night.
But yeah,
No,
though.
we're in Gem Pandas. It was an uncharacteristically cordial and I think sort of useful discussion. So yeah, thanks for that, Platypus.
Nice.
And I didn't mean uncharacteristically for you, Platypus. I mean an uncharacteristically.
No, I've been around gems for a while. I got off Discord for like a year, and now I'm back. So a lot of people don't know who I am, but yes, I know about gems. One thing that's interesting, I don't think Curved remembers me, which is great.
Oh, he does.
Oh, he does? Oh, damn it. Oh, well.
Oh, yeah, he's one of those assholes that just fucking remembers. He writes you down. He writes it down.
No. I used to have really negative interactions with him. I'm
Me
talking
too.
like yelling and screaming, and he doesn't seem to either remember or we've just both, I don't know, cooled down a little bit. I think it's important to have open discussion and respectful communication between all sides.
Yeah, amen to that. Yeah, the
Well,
best
it's a nice
discussion.
thing.
So,
Never mind.
Eggshells, what I came up with, and I had help, obviously, is that there's some sort of like lensing distortion in the material that we're viewing the constellations through. If that makes sense.
Like a personal thing.
I don't know if it's personal or something. It's not. I don't know. I don't have a good answer for it, but I did see how there could be the appearance of two celestial poles due to some sort of lensing. There's a video posted about it. Let's see, when did I post it?
Is that a guy like he's hovering it looks like a kind of glass paperweight or something, like a dome-shaped paperweight. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I'm kind of I believe that what the Bible says, that there's waters above and waters below.
Uh-huh.
So I'm thinking there's some sort of distortion there.
Do you like when you look at the stars and the sort of stableness of the what do you call them, constellations? Do you think you see evidence of distortion? Because if you look at the video, if it's the one I'm thinking of, I'm on my phone, so let me just open the chat. Maybe you posted it. But
7 minutes after the hour.
Sure, just a second, then I'll find it. So yeah. I would expect to see it sort of like yeah, you can see the yeah, exactly as you can see at the edge of that dome thing that that it sort of moves in a sort of quickly and then slows down to a normal pace. And the other thing I would encourage you to do is to get that magnifying glass or something. Can you replicate that effect? It is exactly what I was thinking of. Can you replicate that effect if rather than lines you have points of light? Because that's what we see with stars, right? We only get the star trails if you use a camera effect. And I don't think you do. I think the only way to turn get those circles is if you start with lines. But if you sort of do it with dots, you just get the dots moving into a weird place, but still staying roughly in a line.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, I think I already. Well, I mean, I technically did actually. Yeah, I already like debunked like that specific lens video thing already, like in a stream. But you know, maybe there's another cause for it though. But yeah, there's a lot of issues with the lens thing, in general. It's just like I pretty much explained that if you have, for example, like a constellation, right, on like outside of the lens, right, and let's say for example this is like a flat plane of a star thing, right? Like you have like a flat star plane above you. If you have like a constellation outside of that personal dome lens thing, right, and then you had the plane like rotate, and then if that constellation was to go into that personal dome, right, you would sort of see this constellation pop up out of nowhere, and then it would kind of follow that star trail thing, but then it would soon disappear because it would soon exit like the lens or the personal dome. So there's also that issue. I don't know if I explained that correctly, but it's a lot better than what I said last time. That was horrible last time.
You mean as the lights sort of go into the lens, they'll suddenly appear and then they'll suddenly disappear or flick to another part of the sky?
Because essentially you have like the lens only on a part of that circle, so everything outside of the lens would be outside. You wouldn't see that. And so
Doesn't
you have to
doesn't
worry
that
about.
lens represent what you can see?
Well, but that's what I was saying though. Like in Australia, though, I'd imagine you could see the center point of rotation, which means you would see if you have a constellation that's lying like around, like near the center point, you would see the constellation sort of just rotate around that center point. But with the lens example though, you have the constellation going into the personal dome and then exiting the personal dome. And if so, visually, you would if you were to have the center rotation thing, you would just see stars kind of popping in and out. It would be really really weird. You would just.
And you'd also see lensing effects on the stars with them being elongated and stretched and things like that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Electric, like the warping, like as they get stretched and distorted, you'd notice it even more with the constellations. Suddenly Orion's belt would be really skinny and then really fat.
And the sun and the moon would probably go through that too, right?
Say again?
That the sun and the moon would probably, show some sign of that happening as well.
Yeah, I would think so. Like, I really struggle to think of what something would look like because the personal dome thing seems like it's not well defined, so I can't say what it'd look like. I'm not saying that you're doing this platypus, but if I invoke magic, then I can invoke because it seems like it's sort of. I wouldn't say you're saying it's magic, but I would say it's special pleading in that it's sort of a thing that is summoned to explain this one phenomena and isn't needed or used to explain any other phenomena. And still, if the stars aren't where they are and they appear to be in a different place depending on the observer, how could they be useful for navigation? Like if north was
good point.
For different, we'd agree that the pole star would be useless. So how could we have the same thing for the south?
myself.
Yeah, sorry, I had my hands were wet. I would agree. I would agree with you. Yeah, I am doing some sort of special pleading or invocation of a supernatural thing to explain that, and nothing else that seems to be dependent on that. That being said, I don't see how, if there was a distortion effect, I mean, the distortion effect is the norm. I don't see how that wouldn't allow us to navigate with them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, you're a very charitable and reasonable interlocutor. I think, well, the reason it to me, I think it would cause problems for navigation is like what we need for navigation is something that is objective and regardless of observer. At least to me, it seems that way. Like, so north needs to be north. And if north depends on which way I'm pointing my ship, then north is not useful. Like, that's sort of why compasses were such a useful thing, because we could get something that reliably, wherever it was, pointed in the one direction. So if I was trying to, you know, the moment I've crossed south and I no longer have Polaris in the sky because it's sort of set behind the horizon in the north, and I no longer have that star to guide myself by, I need something else that's in a fixed singular point. Otherwise, how am I going to find east and west? And then if I can't find east and west, and south is quite literally in every direction, how do I find my way across the ocean?
I guess my answer for that would be we see what we see, and navigation using the celestials works, regardless of whether or not it's being, I guess, whether or not it's being distorted by some lensing effect or something like that.
Yeah, like, I guess and it does depend on how the lensing works. It's if I look at the thing that Geo's posted at 5 minutes past the hour, and I think everywhere from New Zealand, which is sort of at about the 10 o'clock on that, Sydney, which is about the 11 o'clock, Perth, which is at 12 o'clock, and then around in Africa at the 3 o'clock, and in South America at the 6 o'clock, all of those people get that effect, and they're able to navigate using that across fairly impressive stretches of ocean. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's the issue with the lensing effect. I would need to sort of know what it was and how it was defined, sort of essentially what its limitations were, to be able to reasonably determine whether it was or wasn't able to do something like that.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know or understand enough about this phenomenon to really be able to apply it to the stars. It is just, you know, something that I came across when asking other people about the north and south celestial poles.
Mm. And when you heard their explanation, what were your thoughts on it? Were you like, oh yeah, that makes sense. That seems right.
No, I was actually pretty critical. I wasn't getting some very good answers at first, and I had to calm the room down by letting people know, like, no, I don't think we live on a spinning ball. I'm just asking some tough questions here.
Were you in 24/7 or somewhere?
No.
Good on you.
What about water sticking to a ball? Are you just you're a firm believer in gravity and whatnot?
It seems like it offers a fairly reasonable explanation to me. Like that, yeah. I mean, it's sort of, in one sense, is mind bending to think that there's water upside down somewhere. But yeah, it does. I guess while it does seem in some ways strange, it seems the most coherent, robust, and like cohesive, like sort of fits into a part of a model that explains and describes other things. So it works to me as an explanation.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, I guess I'll answer as well because I mean, no one's talking right now. For me, it's I mean, I think the math just checks out. I don't know. I Mario Galaxy, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, that's all I gotta say. Like, I mean, it doesn't not work, you know what I'm saying? Like, it got the things and they go to the center point, you know, and yeah, it just.
Well, I mean, I think you guys would both admit if we'd never gone to space, we've never been to the moon, and they were telling us that it's a globe, and we'd never seen pictures, like the blue marble, it'd be a little bit more difficult to wrap your head around all this, right? Because there's no proof.
Not for me.
Nah, I mean, because video
Like, I
games would
think
still
that,
exist, and Mario Galaxy,
yeah,
or
like
or
one of the flat Earth proofs is that Universal Studios opening sequence was a globe. Yes, I'll get on it. I've got to get drinks. I've got to get coffee for me and my girlfriend. Universal Studios opening like animation was the Universal logo going around a globe, and it was doing that before space flight. And my parents had an antique globe in the house when I was growing up as a kid.
Right.
So
Yeah, I don't like it when flat earthers will call that a proof or something like that. That's kind of it's I don't know. It's on the wayside. It's not critical. They've been touting the globe since 1496. They imprisoned
yeah,
Galileo for saying it wasn't, and then he flip flopped. I mean, there was some serious coercion to get the general consensus to be a globe by very powerful people, and this coercion was used was executed with use of force, lethal force. It's a little sketchy. It's a little sketchy.
Why was Galileo imprisoned? Did he say that the Earth is flat?
No, I think he said that the sun revolves around the Earth. I don't think he necessarily said it was flat. I could be wrong. Correct me if I am. I don't know everything.
I think he said that the Earth revolves around the sun, and that's why Catholic Church sort of imprisoned him.
Yep, you're wrong.
yeah. That's
I'm
what I
wrong,
was always
or
brought
an
up on.
opposite one?
He disagreed with the Catholic Church about the geocentric.
Yeah, that's what I remember. That he said that the sun is in the center.
The
Yeah, I
first
got
one
that
I
wrong.
found
I
in
see what you're saying.
the first
I got
one
it
I got in
backwards.
history was he was challenging the church's geocentric thing. Galileo was ordered to turn himself into the Holy Office to begin a trial for holding the belief that the Earth revolves around the sun, which was deemed heretical by the Catholic Church. Good old. I won't make the normal joke I'll make about Catholics, Geo.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said about the Catholic Church. Pretty weird organization. I've met wonderful Catholics before. I mean, I think the whole boy loving stuff and the Vatican and the Pope, all that stuff is pretty weird.
Yeah, I think it's pretty sus.
Have you ever entertained the idea that we faked the moon landings and all that?
Yeah, I was big into the moon con for a bit.
What was the strongest piece of evidence that you found in favor of it being real?
and the flag flapping like it was in wind. I think there was also something about last traders under the lander module, and also the question of why, if we could do it, why would we go back?
Yeah. You cut out a little bit, but I think I got the gist of it.
Yeah, sorry, I'll mute myself. I'm walking down to get a coffee at the shops.
Okay. I gotta pop out for a bit, but I'm gonna be back.
And I was going to say all right, but he never mind.
Okay, I'm back and I have coffee.
So where did you leave off, Harry? You flipped over, have you?
Slipped over?
Yeah. Have you flipped over? Have you seen the truth? Have you seen the light?
I've not seen a flat Earth light. No.
Have you been looking?
Well, I've got myself a sextant. That's a start, isn't it?
Well, that's okay if you want to buy yourself a yacht to go with that sextant.
Well, look, I'm buying myself what fits in my budget. You know, nice little nautical sextant fits, but a boat does not.
So what do you plan on doing with the sextant if you're not going to be navigating with it?
I want to be able to use it to find my position on Earth.
So are you going to get ready? Are you getting ready for the zombie apocalypse? Are you?
Exactly. You know me. I love a bit of apocalypse. Love a bit of having skills that could apply to a post-collapse world, and being able to find out where I am when there's no peace is pretty good.
I'm not really into reality TV, but I love watching those prepper shows. For some bizarre reason. So you stopped doing your. I know you're doing your streams occasionally now, but you pretty much stopped doing those. So, or you run out of time, or
I haven't done so many. Just because I messaged people and nobody wanted to chat. Like people I agree with want to chat, but I mean, it's nice, but I don't think people really want to watch two people agree and have a chat.
Yeah, well, yeah, this is true. This is true. Oh, maybe we should do another one.
Yeah, sure.
And you can disagree with me. You can disagree with me, or I can disagree with you. One of the two.
Sure, can do. Definitely, if you're up for it.
Yeah, I'm up for most things. Really. It's a gorgeous day today.
I'm still hiding inside, but I'm dressed in fitness gear, and I feel like getting dressed in fitness gear is the same as actually doing things to make myself fit.
It's that subconscious type of trying to trick your brain. Yep, I'm fit, I'm healthy, even though you're sitting inside drinking coffee, no sun.
Yeah. Yep. What? Talking to people through a box.
Yeah. So you got a big Christmas plan? You got a big family to have Christmas with, or what do you do generally?
We'll go over to my aunt's place, and then we usually have like a family long table Christmas there with like 15 or so people, and then I'm heading off to go down to the Victorian High Country with the missus for another trip.
Oh, okay, that'll be a blast.
Yeah, that'll be good fun, I think.
So, camping, or you're doing it 5-star?
Probably bits of camping, but because we always need to recharge our cameras, we usually do like a night or maximum 2 nights camping, and then we'll go to a country pub. We both love country pubs, though. They're so nice and full of character.
Yeah, and a lot of country pubs too have the rooms available with them as well. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, and like bed sheets, like it's just their bed sheets, you know. What I love about it. Doesn't like every like professional motel or hotel has white bed sheets and they're all the same for every bed. You go in there and it's like a stripy one for the dinner and then a floral pattern for the bed.
Yeah, still set in the 1960s type of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, they're nice and they'll tell you a bit about the town and it's like you get a bit more of a taste for where you're at.
Yeah.
Eggshells, where do you sit on the pandemic issue?
I mean, I think, well, I've got to be mindful of talking in Geo's room about this because he's streamed and he doesn't want to get demonetized. But I do think that there is a outbreak of a sort. Like I can believe that conspiracies happen, but I think they're usually pretty small scale. Or they get found out. I think it's kind of hard to keep a big secret for very long. And when it comes to like medicine stuff, not regarding specifically the zombie outbreak as we call it in here, but medicine in general. My brother's a scientist and works in developing drugs for things, albeit biochemistry, so coming up with drugs out of living organisms rather than cooking them up in a lab. But to me, he would need to be in on some sort of plan to kill the world if there were other people in medicine. So I think it's probably pretty close to what they tell us. I wouldn't be surprised if there's fairly important bits there lying about the where things came from, how things started, but whether the minister or any suit that they want you to take to protect you from it works. They could be exaggerating the effectiveness of it, but I don't think it'd be some depopulation program.
I'm a bit suspicious, Righty, when you hear people like Bill Gates and George Soros combined forces, and they now own the companies that produce the COVID tests. Because now how you can go down to the chemist now, you can buy your own personal COVID testing thing like a pregnancy test. You've got people like Bill Gates now that own these companies, and to me that's a little bit. It doesn't. It's not evidence of one thing or another, but Bill Gates and George Soros, with all the conspiracies connected to them, and you kind of have them going out and buying the COVID testing patents and the companies that produce them. That makes me a little bit suspicious as well. It's just another thing to add to everything else, I suppose.
I mean, I could see from your perspective why it would be. Like if you already mistrust somebody and then they hitch their wagon to something else, that would, I could certainly see how that would make you be like, well, that's obviously sus too then.
Yeah.
Yeah, but to me, it's sort of, I think it's just more disappointing that more people don't get onto that, and go, here's how we could use our wealth to help people. Because I mean, I do think that's certainly one thing the elites or the rich should be worried about, and that is there is nothing more reliable in the cycles of history than when too much wealth accumulates in the hands of too few people get out their pitchforks and put those people's heads on spikes and take their, redistribute it, and then things continue from there. So it could just be a selfish self-preservation, or it could be altruism. Could be a bit of both. Could be something else entirely. But because for a lot of these things, like that's why I didn't have much of a problem with MoonCon. That's why I didn't have much of a problem with my that's why I started to have problems with 9/11. I can easily believe in small-scale conspiracies. So for the MoonCon, where you might need, maybe 50 people, and probably a few more than that, but around, let's say 50 people, sure, maybe you could pull that off. But for something bigger that involves multiple, companies and have HR departments and disgruntled employees, people getting sick or changing their minds about things, I just that.
So did I understand correctly that you have an alternative view on 9/11?
I used to very strongly. not so
And
much anymore.
so, what do you
I could
think is the truth?
I could go closer to the mainstream narrative now, except like the only differences being I think that they could have quite deliberately let people believe in a conspiracy. Like it's quite close to South Park did an episode on it, and like one of the characters at the end is like, "Well, where are all the tapes, and why are they not proving this to us?" And Kyle or one of the other people turns around and is like, because maybe they want you to believe that they did it themselves. Maybe they don't want to show you the footage of this day on which they colossally fucked up. And, so because I can understand, it's to me offered a really robust explanation. Why would they go around, snatch up all the footage and then say, yes, it was definitely these 18 Saudis, and then not give us the footage to prove that? Well, one obvious explanation is because they did it to themselves and that footage would have proven that it was an inside job. But two could be because they didn't want to show you how much they fucked up. It's like trying to ask your boss for the emails that prove that they're a shit boss.
So you think that the planes would have physically been capable of taking the towers down?
I don't know really. Like I'm not a structural engineer. Don't know much of the history of the buildings. I certainly think it was like certainly building 7. Still to me is weird, but to me a bigger, weirder explanation would be somebody snuck into a building, or indeed some people. I think I don't. Every time I go to say what I think Geo says, he tells me I get it wrong. But I think Geo believes that they put the explosives in the building when they built it, which would get around this problem because I don't know how you can prep a building for demolition and then put everybody's stuff back on their desks
And that's a huge conspiracy to get away with, isn't it? Putting the explosives in the building as it's being built and not have anyone at any one particular time out of all the workers that were involved in building the building actually see something suspicious go on. Like I'm like you, Gio. I pretty much go with the same narrative. Because I think we've spoken before where unanswered questions aren't answered themselves. Like just because we have questions about it doesn't mean that we know the answer. I think for me, the most curious one is the Pentagon because you just have that hole in the Pentagon, and to me, it does probably look more like a missile than it does a plane, especially when you don't see debris from wings or engines or like in any of the photos, and on that one particular day. All the CCTVs happen to be down servicing on that one particular day. That part of 9/11, that makes me think, well, maybe there's a hell of a lot more to it than actually meets the eye. But once again, they're unanswered questions, and just because they're unanswered doesn't mean that we actually have the answers to it.
Yeah. I think it's very sus because I didn't know that about they didn't the cameras were down. The story I've heard was that they went around and grabbed all the footage from everywhere and would never release it. But yeah, same thing. I started realizing that I had questions that didn't have good answers. What happened to the plane in Shanksville? Like same as a plane at the Pentagon. Like where are your turbos? Like your turbofan engines, your wing tips. Where's your fuselage? Where's your black box? Where's they're sort of trying to make it look like.
Well, keep in mind they didn't find either of the black boxes, but they did find one of the hijackers' passports. That
that kind of shit. Like, what?
This is.
Some people are pulverized to dust, and you find unblemished.
Jet fuel melts, fuel beams, jet fuel melts, black boxes, but not a passport.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I sort of, I'm Bandy and I are on a similar page. Like, I think there are definitely questions, but questions on answers, where it could be because and also the thing I started to try and pull myself up on was because I was watching a documentary and like reading up on it loads, and I remember watching this one which was essentially anti 9/11, and they're talking to a psychologist, and they go, why are people conspiracy theorists? And talking through the sort of thought patterns and things. And one of the things they said that I took a bit as a bit of an insult, or took umbrage at, as you say, Bandy, was
they were like, well, they'll take a bit of evidence that could go either way, like it's not really strong evidence for one side or the other, and take it as evidence for their side. And like missing footage is not evidence. I mean, like, you could take it as evidence of a cover-up. But it is not evidence that they therefore weren't planes or something. It is a lack of evidence, and that evidence might be of a cover-up. But that you could still be covering up something that actually happened. You know, like imagine it's your job to protect a car park, and you snooze off one day, you know, watching Days of Our Lives or something, and on that, 10 people come in and steal 10 supercars from your place, and they come down and they go, "Fuck, what are you doing?" And so you destroy the tapes. That could be evidence that you stole the cars yourself, but it could just be evidence that you were like, "Oh my God, I'm a bad security guard. I want to destroy the evidence of how shit I am. These guys wandering right past my office making me look like a muppet." So I started like reassessing a lot of the quote unquote proof I had and going, would that I'm taking as proof of a conspiracy or a cover up actually also work as proof of a something close to the official narrative?
One of the big things I take umbrage to when people are talking about 9/11, those people that speak about 9/11 and no one died, like it's all a big cover up and no one died. That's something I actually take umbrage with. You know, as much as I've got my thoughts and my theories that, you know, something was a little bit fishy and it doesn't pass the smell test. Yeah, when people turn around and say that no one died, you know, I just think that it's so disrespectful and not on the money, actually.
Yeah,
because that's a fairly popular theory going around that, you know, no one died and all that sort of stuff. But I just don't like that sort of talk personally myself.
Yeah. Just a second. I'm just helping Mrs. There you go. Alt X. Welcome. Yeah. I mean, I think that's. Yeah, it's what Alex Jones just got in trouble for, wasn't it? When he was saying the Parkland or whatever never happened.
What did Alex Jones say?
I don't know much about this, but I thought he got in trouble because he was saying the Parkland school shooting never happened, and the parents and the kids.
Oh, you're talking about Sandy Hook.
Sandy Hook. That's it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one. Sandy Hook. Yeah.
You know, as Sandy Hook unraveled, there was a lot of holes. There's some very strange stuff happening there. Yeah, I don't really have too much to say about that. I personally don't believe that anyone died at Sandy Hook. I do believe that school shootings happen, and they're tragic. But I do think that alphabet agencies, you know, whatever you want to call them, they will take advantage of these situations to try and impose their power.
Interesting thing I did.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, interesting thing I did hear when I was into all that 9/11 stuff was this guy. It was a sort of friend of a friend story, so it doesn't come with a huge amount of credibility. Was saying he didn't agree with the 9/11 thing being an inside job. He goes, "Oh, I know inside jobs do happen," and he was claiming he worked for a defense department, and he was talking. It's a related story. He claimed talking to somebody else that worked for like MI5, I think it is, and he said they would issue a stand down order on the eve of the Hammersmith Bridge bombing because they wanted to, like you're saying, the alphabet agencies, they wanted to increase their budget, and they'd been so effective at stopping IRA bombings in London that their budgets were getting slashed. So they were like, when they were coming up with the risk analysis beforehand, they were like, you know, what happens if we fail this mission and don't stop the terrorists? And they're like, loss of life is unlikely. Given the amount of explosives they've got, we don't think they're going to bring down the bridge. It's just going to be a symbolic bombing, which is my understanding. The IRA did quite a few of those where they'd set up a bomb that did nothing just to sort of keep the fear campaign going. And he said they were like, the story he relayed was they were like in the van, ready to go. They know where the guys know they're heading to Hammersmith Bridge and want to go and stop it. And then somebody says, no, we're not going, we're not doing it. And like 9 months of their work goes down the drain. They miss out on all their promotions. They miss out on catching the bad guys. They miss out on doing their job, and the bomb goes off. I could believe that kind of stuff happens, because that to me would be like a conspiracy of, could just be one person, but 2 or 3 people at the head of MI5. Larger than that, I don't know. I struggle to believe it.
Circling back to 9/11, I used to fly a lot for work, and I sat next to a gentleman on a flight. It was probably like a 5-hour flight. I think it was cross country. We started chatting. We chatted pretty much the whole time, but he ended up being a wall-to-wall specialist for Boeing. And if you guys don't know what that is, they're in charge of designing and acquiring, having manufactured all the parts for everything you see inside of an airplane behind the cockpit door, including the cockpit door, though. And he told me that on the morning of 9/11, a memo went out for the restructuring of cockpit doors to now have these security locks and, like, I think a special slide door that you can see through. And this was all prepared and ready and on desks on that morning. And so that was really all he had to say about that, because eventually you're on an airplane, post 9/11 world. What else are you going to talk about? I always found that very, very suspicious. And this guy did not seem like the conspiratorial type. This was, it was interesting. Interesting to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, it's still entirely possible. I would, if it came out tomorrow, I would be surprised at this stage if they made it happen on purpose, but like let it happen on purpose, like they knew they were about to be attacked, and so they just sort of, 3 or 4 people just went, hey, let's do X and Y, and like, of these upcoming attacks we know that are coming towards us in the next 4 months, let's just take our foot off the gas at trying to solve them. I could easily believe that. But
yeah, I
the other thing
don't reckon I can believe that
people
they
let
it happen. Yeah, no, I think they let it happen. No, I don't think I can go with that.
Yeah, I don't think it's.
And that's a pretty. That's a lot of people involved, Harry, to let it happen. And what's it been? It's been 20 odd years since 9/11, and not one person has had a deathbed confession or anything like that. Well, I'm not saying it's not possible, but to me, it's just a little bit far-fetched, personally.
Yeah, no, I'm still with you. I don't think it's the case, but like, if I was to start going that way, that's as far as I could go. I don't think we'd get to the point where like even executives at airline companies have sort of trickled down foreknowledge. That to me is going too far.
Yeah. To be quite honest with you, in our lifetimes, I don't think we'll ever know the answer to these things. There's going to be a lot of unanswered stuff and people and a lot of speculation, because that's all it is really. It's just a lot of speculation getting thrown around.
Eggshells, were you alive for 9/11?
Yeah.
Yeah, I certainly think the motive was there, and you can see 20 years later the ramifications. Endless war in the Middle East. Well, seemingly endless. Terrorism, all this stuff. The displacement of Middle Eastern people, basically, and then having them as refugees flood into Europe. I don't know where you are with that, but definitely seemed to all go according to plan.
The planet did go
I do think definitely all according to is Osama bin Laden's. Like Osama bin Laden's on tape describing the 20 years we've had perfectly. Where he's sort of I mean I've got to admit I was watching a sort of Arabic subtitle of it, so I could be wrong. But my understanding is when he's talking about starting this war with the US, he's like, we're too weak. Muslim countries are too weak. We don't cooperate enough. We don't work together, and we see one another as the enemy more than we see the United States as the enemy. And so his plan is attack the US. They will start an aggressive overseas occupation, and that will coalesce the Muslim world into creating basically a caliphate, and that will cause uprisings, and if the whole thing happens, right? We attack Afghanistan, it's not good enough. So
hey, you're kind of cutting in and out, and you got a little quieter. I'm sorry, I can't understand what you're saying.
I'll switch back to this method.
Oh wow,
it's like
nice.
It's just very similar to what Osama bin Laden said he wanted, which is he wanted to provoke the US into a counterattack that encouraged Muslims across the world to cooperate and stop fighting one another and start fighting the US and form a caliphate. And it's just worked so perfectly. We attacked Afghanistan, and for some fucking reason, we went and attacked Iraq as well. And then we caused so much instability and chaos in the region that they ended up having the Arab Spring revolts, which I think in no small part led to funneling support towards ISIS. If anybody got exactly what they outwardly said they wanted, I think it was Osama bin Laden. He tricked a very stupid United States into doing exactly what he wanted them to do. And he didn't even need to hide it. He outwardly said, this is why we attack them, because we won't beat them, but we'll frustrate them into getting all of the Muslims on side with one another.
I think 9/11 has been used as a perfect tool to perpetuate endless war over in those regions. It's definitely used as the motivation to have gone over there and to continue being there.
Mm.
I see it as in a lot of ways as a win-win for both the Arab nations and for the United States government, because we got trillions of dollars pumped into war economy. We got to do things like the Patriot Act and the National Defense Authorization Act, restricted, people's movements, being stricter at airports and whatnot. I mean, essentially became a police state very quickly, out of the fear of terrorism. So I see it as a win-win, which is kind of what I meant by it's all going according to plan.
Well, I think it's a win for Sunni Wahhabi extremists, but I don't think it's at all a win for Arab nations. They were going pretty well before that. They were starting to cooperate, and it was they were getting a sort of increasing prices in fuel. They were getting paid more for their fuel because they were cooperating better. We fucked that with the Ayatollah, with Iran and all of that. I think if you select the extremists, is it going to plan? I think if you just go the countries or the moderate individuals within Arab nations, I think it's kicked them in the teeth, blown them up and ruined their economies.
Yeah, I misspoke when I said Arab nations. You're absolutely right. The destabilization of Egypt, Syria, Libya, Yemen, Lebanon, all these countries, that seems to serve another purpose, which in my opinion is destabilizing the Middle East to the point where Israel can grab more land.
Yeah, it's possible. All I would ask is it possible for those things to be true and it's just people capitalizing on world events when they happen rather than conspiring to make them happen. Because if you know they're happening anyway, like, you know, if you know they're happening anyway, you reduce your risk and you reduce your cost while still getting the same gain. The only reason you'd fake an event, to my mind, is if the events aren't happening anyway. Right, if there's no school shootings. Say again?
Definitely the latter. I think it's definitely the latter. They're just capitalising on these events to carry out what they wanted to carry out in the first place.
Yeah.
It's like the perfect storm, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
Well, it's not unreasonable to say that either of those things are happening. But I do think it's unreasonable in the case of 9/11 to say that 2 aircraft liners took down 3 buildings. The black box is destroyed. Passports are found. I mean, something happened. Those buildings came down. I think people died. I just think that they put the perfect spin on it. I would almost say that the history books, depending on actually who's in charge in the future, but I think that they could say that 9/11 was the official no going back for the decline of the Western world. You know, U.S., Canada, Europe, Australia. We officially started to tilt in the other direction. What do you think about all the demographics replacement that's gone on over the last 20 years?
Oh, I think we get worried about trends that are happening now, but I think a broad view of history would describe like that's just what happens. Like, I just was listening last night to the Bronze Age collapse. It sounds like the island peoples did exactly the same thing. These giant Carthaginian, Parthian, Egyptian empires, absolutely massive, and then across the space of like 30 years, and superior as fuck too, like way superior everywhere else because they'd made bronze. Bronze out of, they had copper and tin were making bronze. So they had superior weapons to everybody else, and then across the space of 30 years, they just ceased to exist as civilizations. Island peoples need space, organize up against facing oppression and win. I think, yeah. What is it? One constant is change or something like that?
One of them is, yeah.
I might switch to different things. I'm about to go for a run with you, and my wireless headphones is shit.
All right, cheers.
Cheers. Talk later, guys.
All right, mate. Catch you later, Harry.
See you, mate.
Bandsaw, where are you with the zombie apocalypse?
The zombie apocalypse. Wow.
Yeah.
Look, who would have thought that 18 months ago you could say that the whole world was going to be turned upside down and inside out, and all spin a similar narrative where the whole world basically is volunteered to have foreign objects injected into their bodies because they're petrified of dying of something that's invisible. I think there is more to it than meets the eye, to be quite honest with you. It doesn't pass the smell test as far as I'm concerned. I think in all seriousness, it's very scary times. And I'm lucky. I've had the best part of my life been and gone. But I worry for people like my children and my grandchildren, quite honest with you, and what their world is going to be looking like come, whether it's 12 months, 5 years, 10 years. The world is changing so quickly, right underneath our noses, and we're actually agreeing to it. There seems to be very little resistance in the general population to what is actually occurring right underneath our noses. The way they've got everyone bluffed to be nothing but sheeples and go along with the government narrative is it's disturbing. Actually, it's disturbing to see it happen so easily. What about yourself?
We're on the same page. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I from the very first time, I think it was January 22nd, 23rd, I was seeing videos of people falling down in China and all this crap, and talking about Novell. And never once in my life have I touched a doorknob or hugged somebody and been like, oh, who have they been around? Is this dangerous? Or anything like that. Yeah. It has never, I was never teetering on this issue. It's always been a hard, not real, in the category of fiction. I mean, one thing I love to ask people is how much longer? How much longer is this going to go on?
I think now it's started. I don't think it's ever going to stop. And because they're very sneaky, because when we talk about indoctrination and all these sorts of things, once upon a time to get your message out, you'd have to get a milk crate and stand in the middle of the village and you'd spruik your message, right? And the message would spread very, very slowly. Then came the invention of radio and the printing press, and messages were spread, a little bit easier. Then we attach pictures to those messages in form of the TV. And now I think they waited for the perfect time when everyone has, a smart device. They call them smart devices. I call them dumb devices. Where on your mobile phone, everyone's playing their games and this and that, but they're being bombarded with all this negative propaganda that they've been able to turn the world on its head upside down overnight, because the messages just got out there just so quickly. And now they have this tool called the internet, and everyone has a dumb device in their hand. They're just ramping everything up. There's a variant of this and variant of that, and they're turning neighbour against neighbour, family member against family member. And that also too is quite disturbing to see that happening so easily, and people trusting the authorities to be giving the information that's going to keep them safe when it's the actual authorities themselves. And I'm not saying I don't say all politicians are evil, but obviously it's the puppet masters, the people who are pulling the strings. I think majority of people on the whole are good, but they're led astray very, very easily, and they just seem to be towing the company line, so to speak.
I agree forever. I think this is the new norm. But I do like to hear when people that are, I guess I call them like pro-zombie apocalypse. People who are very pro-zombie apocalypse, they got all kinds of numbers, man. 2 to 3 years, 2 to 7 months. I mean, I don't know where they get them from, but it's fun to.
No.
Well, fun to a point.
Yeah, yeah. No, you and I are definitely on the same page. I think it's where we won't see the end of it, and it's something we're going to have to learn to live with. Unfortunately.
Yeah, or you find a community that they do exist, but you find a community that's just not playing along.
Yeah.
I know they're out there. They're just in the middle of nowhere, and they're very closed off. Like you have to kind of be born into that area. You can't just move in.
No, unfortunately, you can't.
If you've got the money, sure, you can move in, but I mean, you're moving into to an area where the community, they've all known each other for a long time, and you're just a newcomer at an odd time. So it might be, who knows? It could work, it could not. But
it's also an unknown too, isn't it? You don't really know what you're going to be moving into. So,
that's true, but you know what you're moving out of, which is just the madness. And I think that's the important thing, because I don't want to be a part of this this madness. I don't want to. I'm already not participating. Oh, you're lagging real bad, bud.
Why? You're roboting hard, buddy. You're roboting hard, right?
Why is it so dead in here?
We've been going on. Yeah, no, I think everybody here is comfortable with a little silence, What's going on, man?
Nothing much. I was checking the debate on YouTube, but got bored.
Okay.
What's that about?
It's a modern day debate. There's Witsit and
Witsit.
Yeah, Witsit KY, and then the other side is two Glovers. I don't know, a woman who didn't know anything about anything, and Mark and Jen are the other side.
So basically, the globe is getting destroyed by the sounds of things.
No, they were just in their opening, so I just popped off. Gonna listen to it later.
Are any of you guys into like Bigfoot, Sasquatch, Yowie? No. It's all junk. It's not real.
Did you really throw in Yowie in the middle of that?
Yeah, dude. Why not?
It's not that it's not real. I just not into that sort of.
Wait, hold on. What do you mean?
Sasquatches or werewolves and vampires and stuff. It's really not my thing.
Hold on. Can you real fast tell me what Yowie is real fast?
Oh, a Yowie is just what they call Bigfoot in Australia.
Okay. All right, that makes sense. Yeah, I knew that. Yeah. Australia.
Yeah, I've got enough on my plate. I don't need to be thinking about bloody Bigfoot knocking on my door.
Okay, just ignore it. Just pretend I didn't say anything.
Yeah, pretty much. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna love you and leave you. So I've got a little bit of work. I've got to mow the lawn, so I'll check back in later. Catch you later.
Good one, downtown.
Yeah, I'm actually where I'm going, so I'm heading out to take care of everyone.
Later. Guess I'm good at driving people off.
Yo, Mailman, is that guy Mark who's doing that debate? Is he from Gems, or is he on Gems?
I've never seen him. I don't know if he is that the guy who did one. I think was it Kent Holbein debate, some kind of the theist or creationist debate, if I'm not mistaken. And I think one flat Earth debate against someone. Don't remember who, but he was. I think he's sort of an airplane guy or something. Like he knows about navigation with airplanes. Unless I have him mixed up.
Okay. Yeah, I only heard his voice for a second on this debate, and it just reminded me of somebody I've heard on Gems in the past, but it might not be the same guy.
Yeah, I don't think that there's a lot of bloggers from Gem in modern day debate.
Okay, gotcha.
So there is a lot of flat earthers. Oh, what a useless debate that was.
Did Witchit have another one?
Oh, what do you mean another one? A debate?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's live on Modern Day Debate. They're now going through the questions or the comment.
Was it pretty much the standard shit?
Yeah, refracting shadows, gas pressure without a container. Horizon is not physical, so yeah, normal.
Yeah, I grew pretty weary of all that stuff, so it's all the same.
Oh, also there was a sextant with a curved adjacent. So there was one thing new.
I think the problem is trying to argue globe against globe. Like if you say, yeah, like say that,
That's
the sextant wouldn't work on a globe, and then the answer is, well, the baseline is just tangent to the sphere. End of discussion.
Yeah, I was talking with George the other day, and he said, yeah, you have to have a horizontal line in your triangle when you are doing or using the sextant. And I said, okay, we can test it. Like if we go to say 45 degrees, we can have an angle to the Polaris as 45 degrees. And he said, yeah, so we know the distance to the GP. And I said, yeah, it's 3,105 miles. And he said, yeah. I said, well, that means that the distance to Polaris is 3,105 miles from the North Pole. Like it's the height. He said, yeah, that's the height. And then I said, well, okay, then we can move. We can go to 22.5 degrees and see if the math checks out. And he said, no, you can only do it at 45 degrees. I was like, well, not according to the law of science and math. He said, no, that's just magic. It doesn't exist. There is no law like that. It's like, okay, well, we learned it in not preschool, but like elementary school.
Okay, the problem, I mean, if you're gonna, because QE says, black swan and all that, but and he says, oh, it's all science. But the scientific explanation for that is refraction. Like he accepts what the current explanation of light is, but at the same time rejects it as an explanation for the black swan. I don't get it.
Yeah, and he's using refraction, and like if he's saying the black swan, and then I say, well, light doesn't travel in straight lines because there's refraction, and then he says, yeah, which kind of refraction? And I'm like, well, the bending light kind of refraction. And he said, no, you have to go with terrestrial refraction, and you're going to need an R for that. Then I could just say to him, well, you're going with flat Earth refraction, so you have to have a no R for that, so prove that that's the case. It kind of should work both ways, but he doesn't accept it. Because sometimes we don't see far enough if the Earth was flat. I mean, we never see far enough, but if the Earth is flat and the sextant is just triangulation and making a triangle to a celestial object, then you have to be able to know the height of the said object because it's just geometry. right angle triangles. At the end of the day, with QE, it's just a gotcha game, nothing more.
Say that again.
Yeah, that with QE, it's always just a gotcha game, nothing more. He will stop at the gotcha and not go further because he knows he's going to lose the point.
It's almost like he tries to disprove God using the Bible. He uses globe physics, globe, you know, I don't know. That's pretty much it. He uses those as arguments against the globe itself, and retarded. And then people wonder why these things go back and forth and back and forth. It's because there's an answer from the globe side for every argument he has. It's frustrating and it doesn't get anywhere, and it needs to stop.
Why so dead?
going on, guys?
Just sitting here listening to the silence.
Yes, the lovely sound of sound. You can almost hear the ether churning if you listen closely enough.
Yep.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Can you hear that ether wind blowing through?
Yeah, I heard that. That's hello, darkness, my old friend. I should know this. I don't want to say the wrong answer, but I know I'm supposed to know that. Is that Simon and Garfunkel?
Yeah, that's the
Well,
one.
Disturbed did a remake on that I thought was pretty good.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah, it's like there's a good remake on it.
Yeah, but it always takes me back to MASH, you know, when you hear the original. The theme
MASH.
song to MASH. Yeah.
Yeah, that's something I couldn't get into as MASH, eh? Like in Happy Days, I just look at those shows and think, who ever watched them, you know, and laughed at them?
Yeah, I didn't follow Matt. I mean, I was too young, but it just, you know, as a child hearing the theme song, it's just and the GI Joe trucks and all the hell, you know, it's impressionable upon a child, and I don't know, the song just takes me back to, you know, my childhood, a part of my childhood, I guess.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. I'm like 40, so. Faulty Towers is still a show that I can watch, though, and I'll actually laugh when I watch that show, eh? Faulty Towers. It still makes me laugh.
I'm working on the Gray Man show right now.
What's that?
It's I guess it's a Netflix series that's coming out. The action. You can look it
Gray
up.
Man, eh?
Called
He's
the
like
Gray
in
Man.
between black and white, is he? He's not black, he's not white, he's green.
He's 52 Shades of Gray Man.
Yeah. What do you reckon about like two like arch enemies? One of them's like Everywhere Man, and the other one's Anytime Man. So one's everywhere, and the other one's anytime. But wouldn't they both be the same? Rick and Morty's got to be one of the best shows I've seen lately, I'd say.
Diesel, what are your thoughts on the North Pole?
In regards to what?
I guess either like what it is physically and or what it means for the electric field. of the Earth? I guess both, or either.
I believe it's actually the south, and they've hidden it from us the whole time. Hello, everyone.
Hey, what's
That
word?
nobody.
Well, I mean, I don't know, like in what context you want me to speak on it. I know that kind of off bounds to the public, right? Like you can only get like within so far of a proximity before you're, within military zone. Can't fly directly overhead of it, and I don't even think you can get close to flying overhead of it.
Yeah, I think it'd be interesting, to actually pass through it, to follow that compass right through it, if you could. I reckon that'd be an interesting journey.
But yeah, I mean, I've thought about it, and I do think that there is a potential portal at the North Pole. I don't know if it's anything like what Admiral Byrd's memoirs talk about.
Did you hear the theory that like Polaris or something is the other pole?
What was that?
Did you hear that the theory like of Polaris being the opposite end, basically like the opposite pole, so to speak? Like, I don't think there are poles in an essence. Like, I don't know technicalities of it, but Ken Willis is something like there aren't exactly poles, but seemingly, like.
Yeah, I mean, even when it comes to like magnetic poles and stuff, this is all kind of a misguided, understanding.
Yeah. We definitely don't know enough about these things, eh?
Is it just a coincidence that the word pole and portal are similar? Portal.
No, I think there's definitely connection there.
I don't think there are such things as like coincidences in the way we think of them.
Essentially, the pole is what connects the portals, so to speak. It's I guess what could be referred to as the axis of this vortex, so to speak, this magnetic field, or it's just one part of either the emission or receptacle end.
Yeah, I mean, like, is your viewpoint in general that the Earth is like a dielectric inertial plane, and then that the whole plane is surrounded by a toroidal field? Is that like your general idea?
More or less.
Yeah, I lean towards that too, eh?
Because yeah, if that's the case, then the center of the whole thing would be certainly it's sort of some kind of a key nodal point, the center of it.
I mean, like the magnetic field at the center, like really has no magnetism to speak of. It's all residing at the edge, which is where the plane of inertia is, which is where true magnetism resides. Generally at the center point, this is like the inverse of magnetism. This is like the dielectric portal, so to speak.
Have you seen that Ken Wheeler video where he shows the that plane of inertia like moving when the magnets actually come towards one another, and the plane of inertia is actually moving from both magnets towards one another, in a sense, towards a like a area in between both magnets, and when they actually connect, it becomes at that point where they connect. It's not in between. It's not in the middle of each of those magnets anymore. Both of those magnets become one, and the plane of inertia becomes at the center of both of them?
I have seen them take two magnets on on a ferrocell and show how the two fields like mutually kind of cancel each other to a degree, and then the plane of inertia kind of straightens out, so to speak, goes from like this curved linear fashion, creating this toroidal field, and like as both of those fields come together, it like kind of creates this I don't know how to put it, but almost like a straight line, if for love.
Yeah.
Globebusters had a great presentation from someone else who did the video, but showing rotating cylinders in a swimming pool, rotating cylinders and how the effects around them, like magnets, draw to the null point in the middle. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's like a pressure mediation, that happens between things.
Yeah, they had a swimming pool demonstration, which was really cool. And where the water was circling and they were drawing together actually created like a black shadow on the bottom of the pool as well. So where this was spinning was actually blocking out the light. It was interesting.
I don't know if I've ever seen this video, but I'm gonna post it in the main chat.
If I just said Mythbusters, I mean Globebusters, not fucking Mythbusters.
No, you said Glowbusters.
Oh,
Yeah,
good.
I was pretty sure you did too, Yeah, I thought he said Globebusters, and I was thinking I am dyslexic in a lot of ways.
Well, it's pretty much the same thing. Globebusters, Mythbusters.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. I think Mythbusters were paid more money to not bust the myth.
Yeah, yeah. I think Globebusters is a bit more thorough.
No, I'm saying that the globe is a myth. So, hence, Mythbuster.
Oh, definitely, in those
with
terms,
you,
yep.
Yeah, this video is cool, Dysel. It's showing the ferrocell patterns.
Yeah, I meant to tell you guys disregard. Like I don't know if it was just on my phone, but it seemed like he didn't have lighting set up when he was filming or something. Like it just didn't come through very well. This other video I posted seems cool though, because he's got some different shape magnets there. It seems like he's trying to show the fields.
Yeah, this first one's showing like a quadrupole as well, which is pretty cool with the ferrocell. See, that's what I think.
Cammy thinks the Earth is.
That's what I think the Southern Star situation is. I think that it's a quadrupole system.
Could be.
The other video is kind of neat because he's got some weird like C-shaped magnets and kind of puts them together and shows the field array on that. But yeah, there are some types of magnets out there that I don't think a lot of people are aware of. Like there's one that I don't even think they sell or make anymore called like a radial magnet. And like the way the poles are configured is kind of unique, create like a unique magnetic field that can actually use to invent this device that he called a potential anti-gravity device. And it's pretty neat. I'll see if I can find that video too.
That's something Nikola Tesla said, was magnetism basically debunks gravity because the only thing you need to do to counter, I think he said, or counter the magnetism is magnetism itself or something. Like, I can't remember how exactly he put it, but yeah, just the way magnetism works
Well,
debunks gravity.
yeah, if essentially like it follows the right hand rule, and if you turn it, like oscillate it, like this is how you can create this anti-gravity field. And I'm gonna find the video where he talks about it and post it. Give me a sec.
So then, do you think like either at the North Pole or different parts on the Earth that we're not given access to, and or a device, do you think exists to where they could make an anti-gravity effect, where they could use that for filming some of the ISS stuff or whatever, meaning that there's somewhere on Earth that you actually would sort of float in that sense? Like, do you think is that what you're referring to with like these sort of an anti-magnetic effect?
No, this would be like a technology that could be created and used in, I'm sure, a lot of ways, but I don't think there's necessarily a portion of the natural Earth's magnetic field that's like allowing the ISS station to stay afloat. No, I don't think that.
No, I meant more somewhere on Earth where they do float, and then they could film within some kind of ISS device, still faking it, but still floating somewhere.
Imagine
I
that.
mean, it's
'cause then
possible.
they could actually trick the astronauts then as well. Like, who knows? The astronauts might even be tricked themselves in such a place as that, thinking that they are in space or something.
Yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is a magnetic field isn't even keeled with its flux across the board. Like each location amongst that field is going to have a set value different from the next. So, and like I said, it ramps up towards the edge, towards that plane of inertia, and everything towards that center portion kind of like ramps down. So, like depending on where you're resident within that field, could have a great effect. But most things are attracted to that plane of inertia. So, and this is where, like, if you were to take like a magnetized steel ball onto like a 8-inch neodymium super magnet, like you're gonna see that ball never stay on the center of that magnet. Like, unless you apply a great deal of force to keep it there, it's gonna fly off to the edge and just process around the edge.
And there are supposed to be places around the world, where things have a different weight to them, depending on where they are.
All life flourishes at the plane of inertia. Like, so our existence is of that. Outside of that, I don't know.
Yep, definitely. I'll go with that.
Yeah, and like I said, the plane of inertia is the dielectric 45 degrees from the magnetic flux and 90 degrees from the gyromagnetic precession, where force is inverted to increasing potential or a counter space, what we call the ether, and the terminal of the dielectric. So magnetism is just the ether under polarization, which ultimately, is true field holography and that which gives rise to mass and magnitude to all things. And this dielectric and magnetic fields are the dimensionalities and conjugate pairs of the total expression of all fields. And the versors or material, metrical intermediaries of the conjugate fields, which are time and space, or respectively measure, lag, torsion, and volume.
yeah, I can grasp pieces of that kind of stuff. I'm still very much learning all of this kind of stuff myself.
It's a learning curve, that's for sure.
Really wish old Ken Wheeler would sort of give up his Helio talk, and sort of get on this side of the debate.
No, he's got a fan base, mate. He's got to look after that.
Yeah, I mean, unless he's can monetize himself like in another way, I don't see that happening. I think he's like primarily dependent upon YouTube. So,
Yeah, he at least doesn't ride any bandwagons. He's not like all these other ones that are just like hacking on flat earthers and such. He doesn't do any of that.
Has he ever commented on it? I mean, he was
I've
on
never
that.
heard.
as far as
He did 2 whole podcasts with Santos Bonacci, but I haven't listened to him, so I don't know whether it came up or not. I just wondered like what his response is on the Earth being like a stationary planar surface.
well, yeah, he'll just say call me when you get to the edge. Like I've brought up several things to him, and he doesn't really want to discuss it. But like I said, like within some of his writings, like I've uncovered some stuff that could only be said by somebody that was a flat earther, and I could read those quotes if you'd like, but
Yeah.
That's interesting.
okay. So here, let me stop what I'm doing there. Let me read this here. Okay, dig it up here. All right, here we are. He says, no one can measure that which measures. Further, the entire world, both noble and profane, has been built upon and lives upon that which not a single being can measure. The entire world is built and rooted in fear, love, hope, faith, desire, hatred, and much more. The foolish many who deny the existence of what cannot be measured are to be shunned. So I don't know how you take that, but for me it says volumes in the sense of open denial of no R value.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if it can't be measured, then we can measure the ball. Apparently, they can measure that. They've got it all measured up, haven't they? But if he's saying that, then it's sort of contradictory to that. That Eric Dollard had some pretty sort of far out ideas as well about himself. Like he's definitely a sort of genius type guy, and he said some stuff
I
that's
found the
pretty
video.
far out.
In my opinion, this is one of I've been waiting for this video because I want to say 7 years ago he had a video on this device he invented, and he only did one video about it. And this is the video I was talking about that is like essentially like an anti-gravity device. So I'm gonna post the video here because I emailed him about it, and a couple years ago, and it's when you got like 6,000 or 7,000 videos like to source through. I'm sure it's kind of hard to like locate something. So he seemed kind of apprehensive to do that for me, but eventually about a month ago he came out with a video in regards to what I was asking him about. So I'm gonna post it here for you. Take a look at this. The title's a little misleading, but there's some gems inside this video. Pay close attention about 8 minutes, close to 9 minutes, and he starts talking about Lenz's law and eddy currents and how they don't really explain anything. Not denying it, but you know, he gets in depth there, and it's pretty interesting. Yeah, he says Lenz's law is literally just Faraday's electromotive force. Which fundamentally means that gravity is both magnetic and dielectric. Specifically and only relational to electric motive force, though. Yeah, 9 minutes and 50 seconds in, he quotes Heavy said, talking about what, you know, I'm telling you gravity is, and there's math involved and stuff if you wanted to source it all, but
do you feel, Daiso, that you have gravity solved like in your own mind, or do you feel like you have it partially solved, or what is your overall kind of take on that?
Yeah, I think it's completely wrapped up. I don't think there's any denial, any, you know, it's all replicated, verifiably so. So, I mean, being logical about it, you know, I would far more subscribe to this than what they give you in science today. You know, since they're still seeking these particles associated with gravity. Come on. They think there's particles being emitted from a magnet creating magnetic attraction. And these people are sick. They're literally telling you there's little magical unicorns coming out of a magnet that are responsible for this attractive force. That's horrible. Horrible to teach children. People go to university.
They built a giant unicorn detector, so it's got to be real.
Yeah, exactly. But you have to be qualified in order to use it and observe the effects, right?
Yeah. Just trust.
Trust us. You guys ever seen that video of Richard Feynman in that tall hardback chair when being interviewed? The guy asked him what magnetism is, and he sits back and chuckles and takes a sip of his whiskey and says, "You wouldn't understand it. It's over your head."
Yeah. And Neil deGrasse Tyson, like he'll say, you know, they can describe it, they can, you know, measure it or whatnot, but as for what it is, you know, certainly can't do that.
Nope. They can only vaguely define the parameters and quantify it, but they can never express, you know, the nature of it, touch on what it is ever. And I think it's all intentional, to be honest.
Definitely, yeah. So I think the more we know about nature, the more we realize that shit's just not random, you know. There's stuff obviously going on here. There's substance of proof and everything that just shows like symmetry, patterns, you know, unity within everything, you know, and it all comes from it's all by design, not by chance, you know. Chance doesn't make this, you know. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it all boils down to this incommensurability, essentially, this proportionality, divine proportionality within everything.
Exactly, yep. But if you get us as kids, you know, if you run us through those little school systems and you deteriorate that kind of, you know, don't ever let that kind of mindset or thinking seep into people or linger around people's minds, you know, keep them busy and interacting with a bunch of bullshit, you know, like mix lies with the truth always, and you'll always keep them trapped then.
Oh yeah, and then they'll try to like just pigeonhole it into this, you know, basket of oh, it's just a golden number, golden ratio, or golden angle. It's nothing more special than that. But it's like that's only a small sliver in the full spectrum of what's taking place there. So yeah, it's people just kind of go, oh, that's, you know, ironic, and kind of keep moving on, but never really looking into that little hitch there. You know, they just rub their hands across the smoothest surface and go, oh, it's smooth, and you know, don't mind that little nick there in the surface. You know, you gotta find those things and dig into them.
Yeah, exactly. I used to think of such things as coincidences as basically just that, you know. But nowadays, I don't understand it in its entirety.
Well, I mean, that's what science is in the ever search of, right? This unifying factor that they can essentially base everything from, this prima causa, I guess you could call it.
What does that word mean?
Original, like first start type thing.
Oh, okay, I've never heard that word before.
Yeah, it's just Greek.
That's another thing I realised, because I just grew up far from the academic type, type person, But at some point in life, I just realised how much difference learning a new word can even just make,
Well, yeah, it opens up doorways of connections and stuff, which leads to other doorways, and depending on how far down the doorways you want to go through the hall of the Akashic records, I guess, then it's your choice.
Definitely, yeah. I think, yeah, I've also learned to not sort of, take my time with things, maybe curiosity can sort of kill the cat, so to speak, maybe sort of go a bit slower, don't go rushing like a bull at a gate with some things.
Yeah, you gotta take time to sniff the roses once in a while. It's information that's undeniable presents itself contrary to what you've been given. You've got to really ponder upon that.
Exactly, yeah. I was more like a kid in a candy shop, just thinking, wow, with a lot of information, and just sort of not realizing to sort of hold back and actually really absorb it and try and understand it properly, rather than just sort of going with the flow, so to speak, and not realizing that I might hit a waterfall or something at some point because I wasn't prepared for it.
Yeah, I mean, this is all we've all kind of been ushered through in this way, and this is how we've kind of gained this academic hubrism that we're all kind of under the notion of this spell of never looking for answers to the answers you think you already have, and testing upon that to make sure it's valid and assert your foundation from there. It's just kind of given a given thing that people take for granted and think they have something when they never had anything.
Exactly.
Always gotta have logic, right? And start stepping away from that, and, you could get lost.
Yeah, that's what I tell people like these days. If something's true, then it's always going to be true. You don't need to worry about it not being true. But it is best to first take the stance of realizing that you know nothing, or to know that you know nothing, and then go from there. Make that your starting point, the foundation, and then everything after that, make it solid.
Yeah. This is where we get the word understanding, to get underneath that foundation, to make sure that the what's holding it up is, has integrity, structural integrity, it's supportive. Otherwise, it could be quickly undermined, and you're in a deep hole.
Yeah. I'm comfortable with things that I know. There's many things that I just won't know in my lifetime. It's just impossible, really, and just I'm comfortable with that. I don't need to be worried about knowing certain things. If I can't know them, I'm fine with that. But I'll always try and know what I can when I can.
But yeah, I mean, that foundation is first and foremost, and you can never, ascend to a higher ground without, having something that's going to be supportive enough to handle that, or else it all just come crashing down like a house of cards. Or even worse, you could have the foundation erode, and like I said, you're in a deep hole. And I feel this is where science is at today.
Yeah, it's definitely been, as you said before, it's been created to be that way. Can't be by chance, there's many great minds around, and it can't be by chance that kind of way of thinking and that genius type mindset just deteriorated to what it is today, glorifying people like fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson and people like that, as geniuses.
Yeah, they're so revered, aren't they?
Yep.
Unless he says that you can't see the curve from 63 miles up in the sky, then he's wrong.
Yeah, you throw him under the bus. Yeah. It's funny that, isn't it? Like a lot of the Globers will they'll back up these people all the way, but as soon as they say
Well, it's
something
like it's like a dysfunctional family that's perceptually nice and well-to-do, and then you walk through the doors and they're cannibalistic and tearing each other apart, and the mutiny is set in. Not one of them can agree.
no. Look at the astronauts say, like, can you see any stars when you're out in space? And some will say this and some will say that, and it's like, well, can it really be that hard? I like the way Buzz answers his questions nowadays. It's like he's riddled with some guilt or something inside. He wants to say what he knows to be true in a sense, but he knows he also can't. But you can just see that he's riddled with it.
He knows his days are numbered and he's closer to meeting his judgment, so he's trying to, take the inevitable down to a lesser degree of punishment, I think.
Yeah.
He's going to have to eat all those words that he said and all the people he's placed that spell upon, Just imagine
Exactly. It's all right to be ignorant, but it's not all right to be to blatantly lie when you know that you are lying. If you're lying because you're ignorant, that's fine.
Well, this is why a coward is far worse than, a murderer, in my opinion. You can ignorantly kill somebody, but when you do something in a knowing way and still choose wrong, there's another level of punishment for that.
It takes time for people to wake up. Not everybody is lying knowingly. The ones at the top are basically marionetting and puppeting the rest. People just go along with it.
It's safe. It's comfortable. It's what it is people have been conditioned to be fearful. So anything that is unknowing is quickly pushed away because it's too, spooky and mysterious and, could only be magic. So they hold on to the story instead of the reality. Because the story is predictable. Reality isn't.
Well, we need stories to help us make sense of reality, to give us a framework to go forward and then interpret reality. It's a bit of a thing with people. Framework first, then observations, really.
Trying to catch up with the conversation. What is the story?
Generally talk about heliocentrists have a story that they've told each other that's wrong.
Oh. Really?
At least about the shape of the Earth, anyway.
Okay.
But I was just saying that for people to make sense out of reality, they need to hear a story, a framework that then empowers them to go forward and make observations and make sense out of reality. Otherwise, if that narrative isn't there, you just have a bunch of pieces of reality that are not integrated into any sort of coherent whole.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Lemon. No matter how wrong the story even is, it's just something that you can use as a framework to base it off. Like,
Do you think they could be right though?
They could be. I mean, we used to be Globers. I mean, they could be right, but I don't think that they could be right now.
I don't understand that. How could they be right but not right?
Well, I could always be wrong since I'm a fallible human being. So I hold that 1% out of 100 there just in case to keep myself humble. But if you wanted to ask me and put a gun to my head, I'd say probably not.
Well, fortunately, that's not how we decide things.
Mm, how do you think we decided that?
Actually, technically, you do. I mean, you're kind of given your information under duress through the educational system, and either you adhere and quote unquote succeed and move on, or you become defiant and try to show contradictions and quickly get expelled from the community or considered somebody who's not valid. So this is where you get peer review being this subjective circle jerk of everyone just kind of accepting what's in line with the narrative that they want to put forth. And this isn't what's called doing science. This is just literally holding hands, singing Kumbaya.
Yeah, that's right. That's not science. And that's not what's being done.
What is science to you?
A method for determining what is a fact, what's true.
Do you think that the method is free from man's, do you think that science is always pursued in a proper, pure way, or do you think that science can become corrupt?
No, it's not always right. No, of course not.
What should be the ultimate goal of science? Like what do you feel the goal of science should be, or should it? Yeah, what is it? Well, what it is and what it should be are different, so I don't want to confuse that. So I'm going to rephrase it by saying, what should the end goal of science be?
To determine what the facts are.
And what would you call that? This determining of facts?
should it be independently verifiable, or should it just be they said it's true?
No, I don't want to go down that road. I just want to get to how to define this. Like,
a fact.
If you could put that in one word.
A fact is just something that is the case.
Yeah, but I mean, facts happen regardless of.
I don't know how to explain it any better. I don't think I know.
Well, let me help you. Would you say that science should be about getting to a description or an explanation on the phenomena being tested?
It does both. It does both.
Well, it does both, but ultimately, again, what's the end game here on science and what its purpose is for?
Oh, damn.
Its purpose is for giving an explanation. All right. And when you look at science, when you look at science today, they somehow seem to miss that sign at the road where it, we're desiring an explanation upon the phenomena we're perceiving or hypothesizing. And somehow they thought that a description was good enough. And the buck stopped there.
Well, science describes what the facts are, and we have theories that would account for those things. So you have, for instance, I don't know what I can't think of.
Well, I think you're getting confused with mathematics, because what you're seemingly saying is that science is able to describe, but this is the job of mathematics. Mathematics gives us the parameters and the quantification, which ultimately gives us a description, but not an explanation. Now it's the job of physics and metaphysics unifying to give us this explanation, i.e. science. but somehow you feel that mathematics was enough.
No, no. We use mathematics to describe reality, right? But not all of
Yes.
mathematics applies.
No, I'm not saying that. I mean, you have to use the proper tool within the confines in order to derive the proper analysis. But again, this is the mechanics of mathematicians, you know, endless desire to quantify everything and subdivide things in discrete particles to try to understand. But this will never define or explain the reality of the nature upon the phenomena which it is you're testing. You know, this is the how and the why that's not being addressed.
I don't really understand.
So in the sense of like the key terminology you guys use to kind of uphold your understanding, which would be like gravity or magnetism or electricity or fields or waves, like no branch of science has ever accurately explained any one of those words. They've only given us mere descriptions at which they can apply it within their method of theory, but never applicable within an explanation of reality. And this is where science has fallen short.
So science makes observations, right? Constructs hypotheses, tests those. We create laws which are based on observations, and theories which are our attempts to explain the results of experiments. I don't know how
they don't
I don't know
explain.
how
That's
else to
that's
put
what I'm
it.
saying.
Yeah, I
Well, you
don't know
kind of
how else
threw
to
in
put
the explain, but in lieu of explain, it's describe. So they never give you an explanation. They give you a description. And this is where the buck is stopped for them. And this isn't doing science. Science is supposed to be an explanation behind the phenomena, not just talking about the constructs of it and describing, you know, the mechanics of it. This isn't the only job of science. But somehow you guys like seem to think you can clock out now and go home like it's all a wrap. It's not the case.
Well, I've told you that scientific theories are explanatory. They explain things.
No, they don't.
Attempt
Show me
to. Yeah,
one
they attempt
scientific
to.
theory that is explained anything to anyone's satisfaction that science has been able to hold fast to and say that this is it. This is our, you know, base net.
I don't think even people like Quantum Eraser would disagree with me. This is what he says. So I don't see flat earthers would disagree with me.
Actually, I think
they should say that science, right, seeks to determine causes and explanations for those causes.
So I think originally, before I came onto the scene, I think you're right. QE would have definitely agreed with you and settled for that. But after talking to him and being around for quite some time, I think he's starting to see things differently. And I think if you were to talk to him lately, right, and ask him about these things, you would get a complete different answer than what you're under the notion of.
It's not possible to talk to him. He's just a very angry person.
He tends to kind of get, you know, a bad taste in his mouth with set individuals, right, and like really hold on to that and never kind of give a person a chance to kind of redeem themselves, which is unfortunate, but you know, to each his own, right?
Well, I don't know what to say beyond what I've already said.
Just publish your paper and let us read it.
Well, yeah, I mean, one of the ways I think about science would be just the direct, like in terms of all the theories and everything. To me, that's kind of like things that are ancillary to what science is. To me, like the term science is a method by which we can apply to reality to decipher causes, and to decipher and to isolate certain relationships between physical matter.
Yeah,
when it comes to physics, of course, like I mean, especially physics.
And those theories explain the phenomenon that we observe. I don't see why it's difficult.
Well, I hear you, but what about
Attempt to.
that attempt to, right? Exactly, because what I think of when I think of science, like if you're able to isolate something successfully using the scientific method, then there don't need to be any theories or assumptions or any of that. Meaning you have isolated it, so it's definitive. There's no need to ad hoc any additional theories that have assumptions that aren't proven into anything. So that's where I think there's been a conflation within our world today.
I think it's because they know they can't actually properly and truly explain these things, because they understand that these things are of something that's just, in its essence, really hard or impossible to actually explain, really. Like, they can always only describe it, I think. When they get to the explanation point, I'm pretty sure they're still describing.
Well, we explain lightning is an electrical discharge from clouds to the ground, right? The phenomenon is lightning, and we have theories about electricity that explain and account for the phenomenon we call lightning.
Are you still not describing the process of it, though? Not exactly explaining the essence of it and why it is and how it is, in a sense? Like, you're explaining the whys and hows within a little frame of it, but in its entirety, you know, is it still an explanation?
I don't know what's left unexplained. Right?
Well, that can be measured and isolated, though, right, Brenda? Like that's the thing. Because I would agree that lightning absolutely is an electrical discharge, and that can be measured. And of course, the effects of that lightning has, and you know, all the effects. So, but also it can be measured directly. So that wouldn't really require any additional theories. You're right. There are some theories around like electrons and protons and neutrons. Like there are theories about matter and how that links into electricity, but in and of the electrical discharge from the lightning itself, that you can apply the scientific method to that, and you can isolate that indeed there is electrical discharge during lightning. Therefore, that might not be the only thing lightning is. However, it definitely directly is correlated with that. And that's so you could successfully isolate that without any theories, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and you can do the same with the Earth.
Well, that's where I have never been able to see any scientific method applied to the Earth to indicate any movement or curvature. Have you?
Yeah, of course, movement, sure, rotation.
What would be your favorite scientific
rotation of the assumption?
Foucault's pendulum. Foucault's pendulum.
Okay, so what's the independent dependent variable, and then what did it isolate?
Well, the Foucault's pendulum, the reason that it precesses is because the Earth is turning.
Okay, so that's just your hypothesis mode. You're starting. Okay, we can start there. So that's the hypothesis.
Oh, if the Earth wasn't turning, it would just go back and forth forever. Right?
Forever?
Really?
Well, not forever. I mean, until it ran out, but.
Well, if there's something causing precession, then something's causing precession. But you were saying that you use the scientific method to isolate that the Earth is spinning. So that's the part that you'd have to. For me, in my mind, for me to see that verified, you'd have to verify that indeed you've isolated the Earth movement. Because if you're saying it's because of Earth movement, I could say it's because something else. Even I could say purple pixies or whatever, and that would still because unless you've isolated it. So do you see what I'm saying? So have you isolated that, or is it just kind of an assumption or a hypothesis that it could be that?
It's really a demonstration, right? It's not really so much of an experiment as it's just a demonstration. You can determine your latitude on the Earth by the degrees to which it precesses.
Oh my God! So you can prove the Earth by how much it precesses. It precesses.
Yeah.
Then you can.
Yeah.
You can do the opposite. So that's just very redundant, isn't it?
So you can find out I believe it's your latitude on the Earth by the number of degrees that it precesses. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but the latitude assumes a ball, and precession assumes rotation. So it's just confirmation of
we're just
itself.
talking about we're just talking about rotation. We've already proved the ball.
Latitude, hello. Spherical, hello. So it's not just about fucking turning around, is it? It's also about the shape. As soon as you bring latitude into it, you're assuming a sphere.
No, we don't.
Unless you're assuming latitudes on a flat plane, Brenda.
No, we don't have to assume the sphere. Science builds on previous knowledge. So if you already know that the Earth is a globe, but the contention is whether or not it rotates. Right.
Okay, so
What was it that told you
just
the Earth's
asking,
a
how
globe,
did you
Brenda?
eliminate? Sorry, go on.
No, you're right, man. I was just asking what it was then that just determined that the Earth's even a globe. Because to me, it just sounds like you're still making an assumption on an effect. You're witnessing an effect and making the assumption based upon a belief that the Earth is a globe.
Well, no, that's prior. So science builds on previous science, right? So it's cumulative.
That's pseudoscience. Excuse me.
Huh? That's how.
Sorry, I just coughed.
What was it that told you the Earth's a globe?
That's how science works. It builds on previous knowledge. So
What was
do
the previous
experiments.
knowledge that told you the Earth's a globe? What was that previous knowledge?
Al-Biruni, various other, the Eratosthenes, and various others. People have been doing that for thousands of years.
How did
they smart people, champ. Smart.
Did they not make no presuppositions in order to get their results, or did they actually scientifically do so?
No, they didn't have to presuppose. Eratosthenes did not presuppose.
So he didn't presuppose that the sun
He
rays.
knew that light coming from the sun is parallel, and therefore it's a distant sun.
Okay. How did he know that?
By looking at the moon.
Well, hold on. Let's start with how did he? How is your understanding that he came to the absolute fact that quote unquote light rays are parallel?
By looking at the moon.
Okay, keep going.
Because the shadows on the moon is pretty far away, and the shadows on the moon are the same as the shadows on the Earth. Therefore, those light rays are parallel to a high degree.
Okay, what do you mean the shadow? That didn't quite make sense, I don't think. Like the shadow on the moon, a shadow on the Earth? What are you referring to? You talk about during eclipses?
No. Just in the phases of the moon, the way it points towards the sun, right? In the same way that the shadows on the Earth at the same time point to the sun.
Well, how do you explain a full moon during the day, or a crescent moon at night? Then
I do see what you're saying, though. But yeah, go ahead if you want to answer that.
Yeah, that's a different question.
No, those shadows don't match. That would be a debunk.
No, it wouldn't.
All right, draw it out. See what you get.
So full moon during the day.
Full moon during the day. Yep.
Yeah,
and,
with the sun behind you.
Crescent moon at night.
The sun is behind you. That's what you expect to see the full moon.
If
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's fairly interchangeable in a way, these two geometries, with the moon and the Earth, like the way that they set it up. I mean, in terms of some of the general like shadows and things, and seeing the moon in the daytime, that would still work on a globe.
That phase, that full moon during the daytime.
Yeah, there are some subtleties that don't line up with the heliocentric. Exactly. Yeah, there's like my understanding. There's about 15 to 20% of them of the geometries that actually don't match on a heliocentric, but it does fit. I
really doubt that there's a single one.
Fair amount. Well, the Selenelian is a big one, of course. That's a very poignant one.
Yeah, but you know that we have a response to that.
Yeah, and I've for myself thoroughly broken that down. My understanding of what has been said about it and how that works out. Because yeah, you're going to claim some kind of massive bending and refraction, but the problem with that is that the sun and the moon are always in their position, in their degree, in the time clock of the heavens. So they're always right in their like notches in their degrees within the zodiac, within the fixed star system. And so they're always just like the hands of a clock, they're always right in that position. So when this opposition is happening of the sun and the moon, you get the eclipse during the selenelian, you have them at complete opposite. So they're at their like maximum part of that cycle. And the fact that you can see both, they're both the sun and the moon are in their degree notches, if you want to call it that. Like imagine a 360-degree circle, which is what the zodiac is. They're in their notch. They're in their degree. There's 12 sections, and each one's 30 degrees. So they're in a particular, whether it's 5 degrees or 8, or it's one of those degrees. So they're in those positions when we see that effect. On the globe Earth model, what you have to do is explain some kind of a massive type of bending or refraction. And if they were to be bending and refracting around a globe, they would have to change their position in the sky to bend up, as it were, in order to see it. That would actually change its degree. It would move to a completely different degree in the sky. But indeed, that's not what happens. They remain in their degrees, which is opposition.
And so that's just wrong.
It's 180 degrees opposition. So they remain in their degrees, whether it's 179 or 181. Right when the eclipse is happening, it transitions over that spot. And that's why the selenelian is so unique, because it hits that exactitude right at the moment when the sun's, when they're both on the horizon.
Yeah, it's a very short-lived phenomenon.
I don't know what you mean by short-lived. I mean, it's a full eclipse, but so did you understand what I mean? That you can't, they can't be bending around. They can't be bending around, because then they would change their position with the fixed stars. And like I said, they're in their notches, they're in their degrees. So it's impossible for them to do that.
That's refraction. So it is bent around. That's just refraction.
But it's not changing its position in the sky. Do you see what in the degree? Do you understand what that means?
It's when you say refraction, you have to understand this is a perceptional thing. It's not a physical thing. It's only subjective due to the observer.
Well, that's what a selenelium is. It's an observation.
Yeah, but you're not understanding. He's telling you it's not a physical location that's being moved. It appears as such due to this effect.
Doesn't matter.
But
it doesn't matter. You still see the moon refracted above the horizon when it's actually below, and the sun is also at the same time refracted above the horizon when it's actually below, and that's what a selenelian is.
you never see the actual location of the sun due to the fact that the human eye doesn't perceive light. Yeah,
The human eye doesn't perceive light?
No, it perceives the byproduct of light, i.e. illumination. We don't see the source, i.e. light. We see the byproduct of it. And this is why when we're trying to make these observations of celestial bodies, it's very hard to be definitive, precise on cue.
I do agree, but they are, in terms of their positioning against the fixed stars, that's one thing that we can track, and they are profoundly consistent in that way. Like if the sun is in 4 degrees of Aries, it's not like, oh, sometimes it's in 6 and sometimes it's in 2. Like it's always in 4. So it's pretty interesting. Like whatever the clock is seems very consistent.
Well, yeah, if you're going to have a contrast comparison, sure.
Except when it gets refracted. So I don't see any debunking of the globe explanation, which is that the selenelian is caused by refraction.
Well, if you could just show this bending sunlight, then we're all good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here, look what these ones. Oh, sorry, Jay.
Bendy light. I was just going to say bendy light.
Yeah, that's called refraction. It's a known thing.
Okay, so what is the thing that is bending?
The light is.
Which is?
No, it's not the light. It's the medium that's essentially adhering to the light.
Huh?
Well, I mean, essentially, Brenda, with a Selenelian on a stationary planar Earth, the possibility that the sun and the moon could both be above the horizon simultaneously is completely normal and would be absolutely the case if they're moving. Let's just take an AE map type system, and they're all moving circles, between the tropics, around the equator, etc. If they're all doing that, to have that effect completely makes sense because they're literally just above you, and they happen to be aligned in that position when the time is right for for them both to be visible right above the horizon. You often it's like the sun's rising, the moon's setting, etc. So like to get that, but on a globe model, because you have 3 billiard balls that you have to line up to create the eclipse, because that's the position. Like I said, 180 degrees. So in the globe model, they have to be 180 degrees. Like that's what they are in the actual zodiac, or like the ephemeris is a book that's used that tells every degree of these celestial objects, and the consistency, like I said, is unbelievable. So on a globe, you have to have those 3 balls lined up. And because the sun and the moon are 180 degrees, that means that the Earth is right in the middle. It's dead smack in the middle between them. However, we can see the sun and the moon both visible above the horizon. So the amount of bending and warping would be incredible that you're talking about. I don't know what the mileage amount would be, but probably hundreds of miles. I think I've looked into that before. I'd have to rack my brain because I think we did some calculations on it. The amount of overall bending that you're invoking is a huge amount. And like I said, it would change its position in the sky, but we don't see them changing their position. They stay in their clockwork positions.
I'm not saying that the moon changes its actual position. I'm saying that it gets refracted above the horizon.
So how does it go from being 180 degrees up to whatever you would need, 220 or 240, whatever you would need? How is it bending and doing that? That's what
it isn't changing its position. It isn't.
It's changing its position visually to you because you can see it right there in the sky.
That's what refraction is.
So you're saying that you have 3 billiard balls that are lined up, the Earth in the middle, and you're telling me that the moon, even though it stays in its 180 degrees, you're saying physically it's staying in line. However, for some unknown, ungodly reason, all of a sudden the light just completely bends and warps around a globe in order to display that moon, which is all the way 180 degrees over there, to pull it up, it's multiple degrees up into your so that it's straight.
It's only a few degrees, and so that's what refraction does.
Are you able to demonstrate any of this on any kind of scale? Like, wouldn't you have to actually do that?
Refraction can be demonstrated easily.
The kind that you're talking about, the kind of refraction you're talking about.
The kind of refraction I'm talking about. Put a pencil in a glass of water. That's refraction.
No, not the effect.
Refraction itself.
Talking about the cause. Can you show the light bending? Can you show?
The cause is refraction. Refraction is the cause.
No. That's the effect of the light bending, which is what you said before. Okay, so light is refraction?
No.
Okay, so what is causing the refraction?
The atmosphere.
The atmosphere. Okay, what is the atmosphere doing to the light?
Refracting it, bending it.
Okay, can you show the light? Not the effect, the light itself.
Huh?
Huh?
What do you mean show the light itself? What does that mean?
Show the light.
I don't understand.
If you're going to say that the path of light is bending, you need to show that.
Yeah, we can show that because the moon is above the horizon.
No, that's an effect. That's an effect.
Yeah.
Show me the cause.
The cause is refraction.
All right.
That's an assertion, Brenda. Like, you're not demonstrating that cause to actually prove it even plausible or possible.
I did.
Oh, sorry. When?
It's refraction. That's the cause.
Yeah, it's an assertion, but is it not, Brenda?
It's like saying, well, I proved Santa because the presents are under the tree. Well, how did you prove that? Well, the presents under the tree prove it.
Yeah, so Brenda, are you saying that the moon and the stars are all bending and warping in this way at this time? Is that what you're claiming?
There is refraction taking place close to the horizon all the time, yeah.
No, I'm talking about during the Selenelian.
At all times, not just the Selenelian. At all times. You have to, when you take celestial observations close to the horizon, you have to make corrections to account for refraction. The only time it's actually perfect is at your zenith, straight above you.
Well, what I was trying to ask before is when you're talking about this moon is doing this refraction thing you keep claiming, is it also doing that to the stars? So I don't think you're understanding the point I was saying before, is that when you have a clock, like imagine the hands of a clock, like the 12 o'clock, it's 6 o'clock. Okay, let's say when it's 6 o'clock, right? You've got the hour hand on the 6 and the minute hand on the 12, right? So they're 180 degrees. So just imagine the minute hand's up on the 12, the hour hand's down on the 6. Now, that, of course, is like what's happening during the eclipse. You have to move that minute hand up, let's say into the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minute, whatever you have to get it to. You have to move it up. So it's not in the 12 o'clock position anymore. It's in the 1 o'clock, or it's in the, you know what I'm saying? Like it's moving to the right. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So when we have a 360-degree circle of the sky, we have the celestial objects that are all in their degree positions. What you're asking for this to happen, for the selenalian to be visible, is you're saying that, I know you're not saying physically, you're saying just apparently there has to be some way in which that moon moves up several degrees, just like the minutes hands of the clock would have to go up to the 1, up to 1 or whatever, for you to be able to see it. So
the moon doesn't move.
Is where it's actually just geometrically impossible for that to occur, because like I said, it doesn't move up in the zodiac. It doesn't move up to the 5, it doesn't move up several degrees in the zodiac and then move it back. It stays in its position of the zodiac, and the rest of the star field stays in its position. So there is no bending or warping going on. We're actually seeing those two objects 180 degrees, and then as they continue their cycles, they stay in their degree positions. There's no movement through that.
So the moon isn't moving. It's just being refracted.
But there's no visual effect of that either.
The visual effect is that you can see it after it's already over the horizon.
But I don't think you understand. It would have to move forward in its position and then move back. Like, like if you bend like a flashlight with a mirror, let me just say this. If you take a flashlight, you take a mirror and you kind of bend it like around a corner or something, it's sort of like the ratio of it, as you move it. So I understand what you're saying, that it's just the light doing this. But what I'm telling you is that light we see is in a position in the zodiac, and that doesn't move forward or backward when this eclipse happens. And I don't think maybe you just never will get it. It's okay. I'm not trying to put you down for it. No, I'm just saying I've said it enough times to where like it actually just geometrically can't make sense for it to bend and warp visually in that way. Because it's not, we don't see the sky and the star systems bend and warp. It remains in its position.
Well, they do bend close to the horizon.
What's the thing that's bending?
There is refraction taking place close to the horizon that gives them an apparent position that is incorrect. It's not their true position.
Yeah, I'm asking what is the thing that is bending?
Because of the angle which it enters the atmosphere from the observer's point of view is such that it causes there to be a small amount of refraction, and this is known, and you can correct for that.
The angle that what enters the atmosphere?
The light from the stars.
Okay, and what is light?
Light.
What is light?
That's right.
It's electromagnetic radiation.
Radiation of what?
Of the electromagnetic spectrum.
Well, that's funny, because this is going back to me telling you that no branch of science has ever explained electricity, magnetism, let alone the combination of the both of them. Like, they give us descriptions of these things, but no branch of science is accurately, to anyone's satisfaction, touched on an explanation.
To anyone's satisfaction? Are you talking for everybody?
I'm talking for all of science. I'm talking academia.
You said they never described it to anyone's satisfaction. So that means you're talking for everybody. And I bet you there are people that are satisfied with it.
Oh, sure. If you're satisfied with vague descriptions.
Well, there you go. So your claim was false. Just wanted to point that out.
I just told you that if you were here earlier, but you came a little late to the party, that science is about ultimately getting to an explanation, not settling for descriptions.
I have explained to you how the selenalian works, and I've explained to you how what light is. Light is an emission of a electromagnetic wave.
Wave of
Right?
what?
The electromagnetic.
Look up the definition for yourself. For God's
Well,
sake.
Brenda, if you were going to claim that this
Don't come
refraction,
in here. Listen, hold on a second. Steel City, if you're gonna come in here playing this game, you're gonna get yourself
You guys
muted.
are playing the games. You want to define
We're having
every
nice
term.
conversation. We're having nice conversation, and I'm gonna tell you one last time. If you're gonna change the dynamic of our conversation through your attitude, you're gonna get dealt with. Okay?
Well, the problem is that you're saying that this thing is bending, and I'm asking what thing, and you're saying a wave. A wave of what?
Electromagnetic radiation.
Which is, what is the thing that is radiating?
The electromagnetic field.
Field of what?
That's just a
Exactly.
it is a brute.
Hold on,
fact.
because science will tell you that electricity is the flow of electrons, and magnetism is virtual photons. So which one is it when you want to combine the two and you want to say electromagnetic as if it's all of a sudden some new thing that you've created? So I challenge you: is it an electron or is it a virtual photon?
Electrons and electricity and magnetism are combined into electromagnetic theory, right?
Okay. Well, I thought electricity and magnetism were separate. So now you're saying they're combined to make a theory?
Yeah, the electricity and magnetism are two aspects of the phenomenon of electromagnetism, which was described by Maxwell in his equations.
Are you sure about that? I don't think Maxwell ever referred to magnetism being anything to do with.
That's what his equations do. Is they describe electromagnetism, which is light. Radio is light.
You're saying light is electromagnetism. So it's electrons mixed with virtual photons. So which one is it?
It's both.
Oh, okay. So it's two things. It's not one thing.
That's right.
Okay. Right. So it's an electron combined with the virtual photon to make something new.
If you look at a diagram of an magnetic wave, you'll see that there's the electron component, which is a wave going in one plane, and the magnetic moment is perpendicular to that as it travels through space.
So now you're saying an electric wave. So is it an electron that's moving in a wave pattern? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, in quantum mechanics, particles are waves, and waves are particles.
Oh, okay. So we're going to go down that road, and you realize that there's nothing you can show me, right? That with a wave of itself, a wave being of itself, a wave is always what something's doing. It's not ever what something is, right?
Well,
a wave is an attribute.
As it turns out, photons, which are what carry which is what composed of light. It's the smallest unit of light. Photons carry their own medium. They don't need a medium to travel.
You realize a medium has a mass, right? But yet you're saying this.
They are their own medium. This is what Michelson-Morley showed, is that there is no medium that light travels through.
Sorry, my Bluetooth died.
Real quick.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, you can go ahead too. I know that Steel City, he did kind of come in hot before, but Steel City, did you want to add? Was there something you wanted to add in as well?
I'm not going to say a word tonight. Too many
I didn't mean to shut you down, man. But we want to go back and forth, man. There's no need to get nasty.
Yeah, it's all good, man. It's all good, Steel City. It did seem like you came in like more kind of ready to get into like. I feel like there's like a difference between like a bar fight versus like like a round table. You know, like a bar fight is when it goes into that mode of like, you know, it's like fucking bottles are being thrown and chairs and tables.
But
You know,
at the same time, when you're
versus,
making
yeah. No, go ahead.
when you're making a statement that, you know, no one's ever satisfied with this, or no one's, you know, you can't speak for everybody. You're only speaking for yourself.
Well, yeah, and I
Well,
mean, yeah, you can
So
say your
you
piece
can't
too.
say
Yeah.
the thing is,
you
and
can't
the
say
reason I
science
said this,
has never described something to anyone's satisfaction, because you don't speak for everyone, and
so the
that's a
problem is,
false.
you came in a little late, right? And prior to you coming in, we agreed that science ultimately should be about getting to an explanation upon the phenomena at hand. With that being said, when you start diverting towards an abstract concept in lieu of an explanation, now you're not really meeting the quota that we outlined, are you? And this is why I said it's not being up to par with satisfying the quota of what we outlined to be science. So I just.
Yo, if anyone's interested, I'm streaming Poirier and Oliveira. Main event.
I have one question, Islo. Who are you to outline what science is?
Well, see, me and Brenda had a discussion before I guess you guys came in, and we were talking about what ultimately what science is, right? And ultimately, science is getting to an explanation about a phenomena. It's not just defining the parameters for it and describing the phenomena. It's telling you the hows and the whys. And today's science never really touches on the hows and the whys. They just define the parameters and quantification for things, but the bulk quantification of things no sooner can define it than it can explain it.
Right.
But that is correct. Science doesn't say why.
So that's all. I just want to touch on that because these are the things that we really need to kind of be seeking, right, in being fully encompassed with our understanding, not just subjected to this descriptive phenomenary action, but yet the reason as to why.
Science is not absolute. Science describes as best as is currently understood.
Right.
Yeah, and that's what we're saying.
I think you're asking more of science than it can give you. It can't tell you, give you ultimate.
Well, true, like Neoplatonic Aristotelian science was of that, right? And things kind of took a turn towards after like the 16th century, and real education kind of turned into, I guess, like this quantized indoctrination. And I want to get back to the heart of understanding.
Once science broke away from the church, it got better as far as understanding that it didn't have absolutes
or ultimate
answer. When did that happen?
There are absolutes, though. That's the problem.
When did science break from the church?
Yeah, I think the church actually broke away from science. I think religion in its purest essence was actually science. It was.
I think it one of the breaks was Galileo and Copernicus.
I just want to get back to what
Copernicus
you said before.
said God did it.
Yeah, so did Isaac
Well,
Newton.
if we get down to the answer to why, I think it will inevitably lead back to such things that they can't really allow for. They can't allow for such a thing to be led back to. So the why answer, because it's always why not. That's the answer to me, is why not. But to know that answer, you need to know all these other things that actually lead up to knowing that answer. And to know all those other things, to me, would actually cause people to realize a lot more than what they care to allow people to know.
Yeah.
Brenda said that light is a radiating field, right?
Well, it's disturbances in the electromagnetic field.
But then you said that light doesn't need a medium.
Yeah.
Well, he says the photon itself is its own medium, but then again, like they say, it's this particle, but you're kind of contradicting yourself in the assertion.
A sound has to have a medium, right? In the absence of a medium, there is no sound.
Well, yeah, sound doesn't move, right? Sound only propagates, and similar to light, like light doesn't move. Light is a rate of induction, so they're similar in those senses.
No, they're not.
I wouldn't say sound doesn't move. It does move. It moves through the medium.
Well, sound doesn't move in the sense of traveling from A to B, right? Like when you speak, for example, the oxygen and nitrogen within your lungs um, sets up a field disturbance through the vibration of your vocal cords, and it sets off this domino effect where these interaction of the medium is kind of vibrating, and it's this ripple effect of this vibration that propagates through the medium. But there's nothing starting out from A and moving to B other than this rate of propagation medium against itself.
Yeah, it is
Yeah,
interesting. It's like
energy
it's like sound.
vibration.
Yeah, like the sound waves, and then like the space between those waves. Like there's some kind of transfer that happens between the waves that seems to like uh, facilitate the induction.
Yeah, everything's a transfer. Like all phenomena is essentially just an energy transfer, and how it manifests through this transfer is how we perceive it, and kind of like touch on it briefly, right, before it comes in and out of counter space. And this is why they say, matter is never created nor destroyed. They're literally telling you it comes from and goes to this 0 point non-Cartesian realm, which we refer to as the.
That's interesting. You called it non-Cartesian. I was just thinking about that for a minute. Yeah, because I mean, of course, like the Newtonian Cartesian paradigm, basically just Descartes and Isaac Newton in terms of what they've based this entire modern materialistic paradigm on. But it's just interesting that you said non-Cartesian in particular, anti-Cartesian.
Yeah, it's non-Cartesianal inertia.
Actually, one of my good friends who's like a scholar within sort of a lot of this like deep forms of like just philosophy and modern thought and everything. And he actually recently told me that there's a new book that's been written that's kind of been making making waves in a sense that basically proposes that Descartes was actually schizophrenic. And so the entire modern materialistic paradigm is like rooted in an actual person that actually has schizophrenia. Yeah.
Yeah, this is why modern academia is like really just the whole world's kind of gone narcissistic to a large degree. It's just pure atomistic quantified materialism.
Well, that really just sounds like, just a hit piece.
Sounds like projection.
Well, part of when in terms of schizophrenia, like part of that is the disassociation between reality and non-reality. So like that, in a sense, the materialistic paradigm is that, like, meaning that it's a disassociation in terms of trying to make all of reality just be physical. So it's like fractured in that sense, because often in schizophrenia there's a dissociation between realities, and some kind of a.
You think that that's what Descartes was doing, trying to make everything physical, material?
That's not like the only thing, but there was a particular role that his philosophy played in the whole modern. That's why it's called the Newtonian Cartesian, materialistic paradigm.
Yeah. So you don't know anything about him, then, do you?
I mean, I in my grad school I've studied him in depth in different courses throughout my.
What was he famous for? What was he famous for?
Rene Descartes.
Yeah. What was he famous for?
I think therefore I am.
Which is part of his Cartesian dualism, right?
You do you. You do, therefore you.
His dualism.
Right.
Do you know what that is? So
This is what I speak of as being the longest standing battle ever fought and still being fought today, is this perceptional war of monism versus dualism, and it's shown its ugly face once again.
Well, the point is that Descartes was the furthest thing from a materialist. He was a dualist.
I'd say most atheists are.
No, most atheists are physicalists.
Okay, so could you tell me what consciousness is? How do you account for that in a purely physical universe?
Yeah, it's the result of what the goings on within the brain.
Well, here I'm just gonna read this real quick. I just went back to my friend's email. I don't think he'd mind if I read this because he's just like it's just like a little like 2-sentence thing of him describing what I was just referring to, and it plays into what you're saying as well, like the different sides of the brain. So this is what he said. This is about this guy named McGilchrist, who is the guy who is in terms of this idea that Descartes was actually schizophrenic. So here's what he wrote. He said, yes, he speculates Descartes was perhaps schizophrenic. Schizophrenia is a left hemisphere dominant condition. The left hemisphere takes world apart into pieces, out of context, and represents. The right sees the world as a whole, as a process, recognizes meaning. So in a sense, like in terms of that schizophrenic split I was talking about, if it created this left hemisphere dominant condition, which is all about taking the world apart into pieces and trying to, describe everything as physical, atoms, like the whole modern materialistic paradigm, which is quote, even the way science is used in that to just take the world apart into its physical constituents. Whereas the right side of the brain is, of course, the creative, the spiritual, the intuitive, the emotional. I mean, there's all those sides, but it also sees the, more of a holistic nature, an interconnectedness, meaning, and purpose. So it's like those two sides, and how that and how we seem to have been so left hemisphere dominated throughout this whole, recent, really the last 100 to 200 years have been this.
Yeah, people reject the left brain, right brain crap. Have for a long time.
There is two different forms of thinking going on, eh? When people want to like raise their awareness and consciousness and stuff like that, they start to realize that there is some kind of dualism going on between such things. The way we think and the way consciousness itself in its purest essence truly is.
Dualism doesn't imply any kind of schizophrenia or anything like that. It's just talking about the mind. It just says it's a metaphysical position that says the mind is not material and the body is material.
Do you think the
Well,
body?
what ultimately it boils down to a fractioning of this dual entity of this God personification, in that all of our existence is literally that of God reflecting upon himself. Like when you dive down the road of dualism, this is literally what is enshrouded with all of Babylonian, Phoenician, Sumerian occult.
Well, you would have been rather
It's
quickly
taking
burned.
away from the
You would have been burned at the stake in Descartes' time for saying such things. So I don't
yeah.
think that Descartes represents those kinds of ideas at all, right? Because nobody had those ideas.
Do you think he was trying to make sense of the understanding though, and to try and make sense of it in itself, there is going to be a moment where it's like a form of schizophrenia in a sense when you're trying to make sense of your consciousness that you've always known and always had, compared to, like you said, that what Descartes say, I think therefore I am. So he obviously was aware enough to understand certain aspects of reality and consciousness itself.
What he's saying there is that the mind literally renders reality, not reality, not the mind adhering to reality, but yet like the mind creates reality is essentially what he's telling.
Right, rather than the mind being embedded within a system of reality. Yeah, exactly. It's that's the core of a lot of that, which brings them to like what the whole modern sort of medical and scientific paradigm, which is that our brains are our brains are creating the reality because of just these random just neurons and evolution that they claim, so that our brain is able to do this. So yeah, they've split that from like a much more ancient concept that our psyches and our bodies and our lives are embedded within a system that is interconnected.
Well, Descartes was pretty particular about who he was reacting to, right? Because he said so in his books, which I've read. He says exactly what he's doing and why he's doing it.
Which came first, like matter or consciousness? Do you reckon? Do you reckon some form of consciousness in some way was here to begin with?
Consciousness is produced by sufficiently complex brains.
So you think consciousness is the same as the mind? Like the mind can't raise its awareness and raise its
That's actually not true. There's been university studies on creatures or insects that don't necessarily have a central nervous system, and they're able to gain memory and to pass this memory on. And so this was the worm. They took a batch of worms, and they trained these worms to every time light was shown to them, to receive a small electrical shock. And after they were trained, essentially what they did was they took those worms and they blended them into a puree, and they fed them to a batch of untrained worms, where after they devoured those trained worms, the untrained worms received those same impulses upon light being shown to them.
Yep.
What? This goes to show that there's more to water memory than meets the eye, and the brain is complex, but there's, I think it's been overcredited. Not to tarnish it, but I think there's more to memory than meets the eye, in the sense of all being harbored within the brain. There's also other things where people receive donor ligaments or blood fusions and such things, and they somehow change their desirability towards certain things, like their favorite color or food, or things will change, and it always correlates to the donor that they receive this tissue from. Quite interesting.
Those are planaria. It's well known. It shows it. The experiment that you outlined actually shows that memory is physical.
Yeah. There's also other issues where people have had like 90% of the brain removed, and still had full memory. So
yeah, because memories they're stored globally, not locally.
Yeah, I agree.
In feeling, like emotions, another thing, yeah.
Yeah, this doesn't refute physicalism.
Well, I would say this more goes back to water memory and consciousness being consistent of the water molecule being this dipole antenna, and without this dipole antenna, you don't have consciousness.
What is water memory? I have no idea what that is.
Well, there's a Nobel Prize award-winning scientist. If you go to Google and type in water memory, he'll come up. His name is something LeBlanc, something. I think he's French. But essentially, what he did was he took a blood sample from an infected HIV patient, and he diluted the blood into a test tube of water, down to, I forget what the parts per million were, but it was equivalent to like 1 drop within the Pacific Ocean. So it was very minuscule. Then he recorded that frequency and took that data, wirelessly transmitted that data through email to another lab in Italy, where they took that frequency and they played it to a pure test tube of water, and got that water to hold on to that frequency and record it. So yeah, so this goes back into the sense that potentially medicine could be changed through taking whatever medicine it is you want, recording that frequency, and then distributing it through the body without the side effects. So hopefully science, could catch up at some point.
Yeah, I'm with that,
Yeah.
Have you seen that one where they put brain matter on a silicon plate and then put electricity into the silicon plate, and the brain matter actually starts growing towards one another?
So you know that water memory claim has been debunked. It's been proven to be false.
The one specifically that I referred to.
In double-blind experiments. It's because the
Are-
experimenters knew which test tubes came from which animals, right? From which parts of the experiment, right? And so, and when they didn't know, when the method was changed, so that the experimenters didn't know, then the effect went away.
Uh-oh. I think you might be thinking of a different experiment, because this was what wasn't pertaining to animals. This was HIV patient's blood, and it was the frequency from that, and it was literally just sent through email, where they take a vial of water that didn't have any recorded frequency within it, and were able to reconstitute that virus within that test tube through that
Well,
frequency.
you said to Google it, and I Googled it, and I looked at the water memory entry from Wikipedia, and if you scroll down, it goes through the double-blind experiment that was conducted, that showed when the experimenters didn't know which test tube was which, the effect went away.
I don't know. I would have to see that citation.
Yeah, it's water memory. It's on Wikipedia, right?
Consciousness affects the results.
Well, experimenters were subconsciously affecting the results of the experiment, because it wasn't deliberate. It was they were doing it, not doing it deliberately. It was unconscious on their part.
And this is pertaining to Laurette Luc Montagier's experiment in 2014.
I just did what you said. I Googled water memory, and I got that.
No, I didn't say Google.
That's what
Here,
I
I'm
said.
gonna post this. Yeah, I'm gonna post this video here for you.
No, I'm not talking
in
about
the
videos.
main
I'm
chat.
talking about actual studies.
Maybe shop
Yeah.
around, not find one Google result or something like that.
Yeah. You can check out this Nobel Prize award-winning scientist here and his works he's done that I presented for you.
What's this Nobel Prize for?
I don't know, probably debunking Ed Freeze or something.
Uh-huh. Reminds me of Christians when they go into a debate and let everyone know they have a PhD in some irrelevant topic.
It's pretty funny.
So this was about Buena Vista's laboratory, his lab, his team, under supervision by Maddox, which was a double-blind adjustment to their methodology, so that the lab assistants didn't know which test tube contained which sample, right? And Buena Vista was very upset, but the fact remains that when they didn't know which test tube was which, and then the effect went away, and it's linked to
What effect?
it's linked to in reference 15 at the bottom of the page.
And what effect are you referring to that went away? Like, I don't understand.
This water memory effect that you're claiming.
And what are you taking from what I've said? Because it sounds like you might be
I'm taking that this has been debunked. It was something that this guy Buena Vista honestly thought he was doing. It was
Well, I'm sure maybe Buena Vista got it wrong, but this is separate from what I've shared. This isn't the same experiment. This is probably not even under the same premise of what I even outlined.
So the point is that these people weren't doing it deliberately. It was subconscious. They just because they kind of.
Oh, you're talking about that intention, like how your frequency and the intention can change the structure of the water and all that stuff.
You said water memory. That's what I
That's
looked.
not. That's not. Yeah, that's not water memory, bud.
But that's all I had to go on was water memory, and I looked it up, and you said Buena Vista, and
No,
that's
I
the
never said. I never once said Buena Vista. Not once. So
To
anyhow,
me,
again, 41 minutes past the hour. I have a link there for you that you can reference as to what I was referring to.
that other stuff to me is like water absorbing like basically the vibrations and frequencies of things, like when they would speak a word or something and freeze it or whatnot, and they're like, look, love gives you this and hate gives you that. I just think, like, I imagine if you said hate in a in a way where the frequency and vibration would be like in tune with if you were saying love, I don't see how the results would be different. I think it would freeze the same way.
Yeah. If you say love to a glass of water, right, or in a tank of water, other people can hear you because yes, the frequency gets transmitted. That's called sound underwater.
Wait, is it the word or the intention? Is it the
The vibration,
the sound in your voice, the inflection?
just the sound, right?
That's
That's what
what I think.
Just the
Yeah.
sound. I don't agree with that. I don't think it's just the sound.
Well, what else would it be?
Well, I think it has to do with your intent and the way you say something. So it's kind of like how a dog you can say, "Oh, you're a stupid little pet. Ooh, you're a horrible little pet. You're so bad and stinky." Right?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah. Yeah,
Bad and stinky.
and if it has to do with your energy, you got a positive energy, then you can say whatever you want to that plant.
That's just inflections, right? Right.
I don't know I guess it's inflection. I don't really know what that's called, but
So people can guess at how you feel by how you talk to them, right? If you say you could say really nasty words at them in a kind way, right? That would betray one kind of emotion. If you say nice words to somebody, but you say it in a very menacing manner, very angry manner, they would get the message that you're angry with them, right? That's called acting.
called acting.
Yeah, that's what actors do. They learn to use their voice to change how the audience. Because there's different ways of communicating feelings. You can communicate feelings, can't you? But there's no particle going from you to the other person. There's no
Particle. What? I must have missed something. I don't know where this particle thing came from.
Well, the only thing that you convey to other people when you talk to them is the information in either the sound waves or whatever that goes from that you to them.
Yeah, how they interpret the result of that information is.
Yeah, that makes sense, right? This makes sense.
I think that's why it's probably a good thing to try and not put our like thoughts and feelings into the information as much as we can at first. Rather absorb the information for what it is and try and actually get it its purest essence before putting our emotions and thoughts into it.
Man, is it this quiet in here? How many people we got?
Stirred it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 people. All right.
I must say you do better in here, Brenda, than I've heard you in Nathan's chat. You know, like I can understand Nathan's chat. It's a bit hectic, eh? Nathan Oakley.
With Oakley, talking directly with him, it's very unfair that he can call you names and verbally abuse you, but you're not allowed to do it back.
Well, why would you even try to talk to that guy? He's like so
Yeah,
unreasonable.
I tried once, and it was about parallel sunlight rays or something, and he wound up cussing me like a dog and muting me and wouldn't let me talk. So I just clammed up, and I've not been back.
Yeah, I think you could go about doing things, yeah, in a different kind of way and all. It seems to be a bit more of a circus these days, especially, rather than a discussion to progress the understanding, so to speak. But I definitely think
I
so,
don't
you know.
afford people like that any of my time, to be honest.
Bro, I just said flurf in text chat and got some bot warning. What the fuck?
Yeah.
I definitely give kudos to the guys over there though. Like I definitely they definitely yeah, paved the way for me to learn a lot of stuff like from their show. I will never forget that. But yeah, I agree with what's being said.
I mean, honestly, all that stuff was out there. It's just sort of like autism level specific points. Like me, I would maybe hold like a whole argument like from start to finish, but they'll just literally stop at the first point and just keep repeating it.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I get that. But as I said before, I've never been the academic person. Like I rely upon other people basically for everything that I know comes from other people. You know, like but until I come across the information, it's like I don't get it, you know. Like before Nathan Oakley's show, I was a flat earther basically on a intuitive level, and there's obviously a deception going on here. It's just obvious from Jeranism's. I basically watched Jeranism. He was my main thing. It was Matt Boylan that got me into it with his comedy show when he pointed out that there's the Earth, but you don't know that because you've never seen it from that perspective, and that just really hit home for me because I totally got that. It's like the difference between knowing something and believing something. It's like what he was saying was basically, I've never eaten that pudding, so to speak. Like so it is a belief. But I thought, I'm going to prove it wrong because obviously we're on a spinning ball and stuff. But over time, nothing satisfied my standard of what I deem proof to be. And the amount of evidences, there's just so much like deception in the evidences themselves. It's just obvious to me. So I was definitely on the side until I got to Nathan Oakley's show. But once I got there, I started learning the information that it actually had real substance to it and actually progressing from there as well. And then got to 24/7. And yeah, a lot of great people there.
hey, let me ask you, since you're more of a trusting type as far as arguments, education, or whatever, what do you feel like you need to be highly educated to get the point, or at least see the deception?
No, because I'm certainly not highly educated, and I get the point. Yeah.
Well, maybe just like articulate that just a little bit if you could. Maybe I could ask a better question, but if you can answer that'd be cool.
Well, give me a point then. Like, give me some kind of point that you would.
Well, I guess what has always kind of bothered me is so I get into flat Earth, right? And it wasn't because I wanted the Earth to be flat or anything. Like, it actually was it was a lot of work because the research I did before flat Earth was it wasn't it wasn't scientific. It was just like, this is happening. I don't know. It's kind of like a building is burning down and you just keep going back in to get more people. Like it was just actually happening. And then the news reported that, yeah, there wasn't a building burning down and nobody was hurt and none of this happened and it was all scrubbed. So like I actually got to watch the whole machine kind of like fall apart to save a narrative. And then I got to Flat Earth, which coincided with all my other research. And it wasn't a scientific argument for me. It was like, oh, these are all the same people. I see where the deception is as far as like what they claim they're doing and how they've fooled everybody. And then I see NASA and I'm like, yeah, this is obviously not checking out either. And you know, I just went down the line. I'm like, yeah, this all checks out. It all checks out. It's all the same people, similar agenda, gives them more power and control, gives them a black budget. You know, it's a jobs program. There's all, you know, everything that they had done for like all the other deceptions they were doing for this one. Oh, okay. I mean, this all makes sense. It all checks out. And it was never science for me. I didn't need it.
No,
But then
because
I get into all these debates and then it's like everyone's arguing science. And I'm like, well, then you already lost because it's just consensus. You're not going to change someone's consensus. Like the only people who are going to be open to your ideas are the people who are already looking for it. That's it.
yeah, I get you on that, totally, man. Yeah, because I was definitely what you were just saying. That was me too. You know, it wasn't science. Up until the point where I started realizing that that's what these other people were going on about was science type stuff, and I was thinking, oh, okay, well, and I veered towards it.
Yeah, I just find it really curious that, you know, if I'm in the scientific field, I am not going to be on these servers. And lo and behold, I've found a lot of people in the scientific fields on these servers arguing, debating, showing the worst side of their personalities, making like almost a fucking hobby or a life out of it. And just blows my mind. Blows my mind because like I didn't need the science to get where I'm at, but then they'd feel the necessity to defend something that they have basically just entrusted someone else to tell them, admittedly. And that's exactly the kind of person that I wouldn't reach out to. So I don't even know why we're like debating with them. Doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, it was intuition for me, man. Like intuition will always win out for me when I can sense it or feel it. Like whenever I can sense the intuition or feel it, I'll never deny it. Like because it's led me to the best
Oh
moments
yeah.
of my
Yeah,
life. Yeah,
the gut feeling is, I mean, besides everything else, I mean, the gut feeling is really strong with this too. So,
totally. Yeah,
I mean, if that accounts for fucking anything, I mean, the placebo is more effective than most fucking medications that try to be certified, you know? So
yep,
if
yep.
if that means anything, my gut feeling probably means a little bit more, you know. But still, even still, people they try to argue this whole like scientific approach, and I'm like, yeah, you're not gonna. I mean, you're literally telling these people that their gods are devils and deceivers, and also just deceived, and that's not going to like these. A lot of them are. I'm not saying all of them, but a lot of them are atheists. A lot of them are. Well, you know, they've lived a life that has come from this global worldview. And they're going to have to just do everything they can to defend that because, like, you can't teach an old dog new tricks in that kind of way. Like, they've already kind of decided how they're going to live their life. and this would require like a whole re-understanding about their value system, like what's real, who do you trust. Like the first ping, okay, I've had people say, okay, well, why would they lie? And then there's a different type of person, and then they say, well, who do you trust? Where do you get your information? So there's two different types of answer, like questions there. And
Yeah.
the why would they lie? That's just cognitus. That's somebody who saw
Exactly.
something that they don't know how to make sense of, so it's just easier to side with what they already know. And then the other question is it's fear. Who do you trust?
Well,
Where
but both
do
of
you
them
get
are
your
actually.
information? Fear.
Yep. Both of them are insinuating the need to not discern and investigate and research and decide,
Yeah.
like, prove for yourself. Hey, they're actually both stating that information and truth and such should always come from someone else
Yeah.
in a sense. And that's just not the case, is it? Like,
Yeah. Well, I mean, both responses, honestly, it's as if you've made someone realize that they're standing at the edge of a cliff and the rock is, falling beneath their feet, and they have to hold on to something right away. And they just have this like urge to be like, well, what? And want to grab onto something. So either they grab onto you or they grab onto an authority. And the ones who say, well, where do you get your information? Man, those guys, those guys are heavily authoritized people. I don't get that question very often, but when I do, I'm like, damn, I can't help this person, because no matter what you do, they're always going to be a submissive.
yeah,
They're
totally.
never
Yeah.
going to take the lead for themselves. They're always looking for someone else to just kind of like represent them, to feel comfortable. And that's unfortunate, but I don't know, man. Maybe there's a way for those people to get their power back. Maybe it's a learned position, but it's
Well, if
it's
not in this
difficult.
lifetime, I'm sure in a lifetime, not all. I'm sure not all experiences are going to be the same for everyone. I don't think everyone has to learn and know the same thing in every experience at the same time. I just don't think that's the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah. We all have our own journey, and it happens.
Yeah.
They're not all the same at all. So.
I'm sure what's known at one point will certainly be unknown at another point, and then remembered and then forgotten. I think this is how it goes.
Yeah. Flat Earth just comes around, goes around, comes around again, goes around, depending on like the strength of the propaganda at the time and who's got control over what. But it's like a lie that they've kind of stuck with regardless of what's happening,
Yeah.
as like sort of like a persistent lie.
Yeah, to me, it's not really a big conspiracy type thing to me, or hard to understand for me. It's just basic human or animal nature. To me, it's like there's a bunch of people that are in a fortunate circumstantial position. They're born into a wealthy situation. They understand what they need to do to retain that situation based on what their parents and such were doing. They need to maintain the lie that's been going on, convince the people that their authority is warranted and they do deserve it and they are entitled to it, when the actual truth is they're not. Like, everyone is equally the same. That is the truth. But for some reason, that's not the truth in our society. We do have this, oh, this one's better than that one, and rah rah rah, as though that's true. But yeah, I think they're just trying to maintain
But
that.
how much science is everything that you just said?
Yeah, none of that science. That's just
Yeah.
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Like I explain this shit to people all the time. Like, bro, there's people in control. The biggest lie they could tell us is the one that they did, and then they had all these different institutions, figure out each little portion of the lie. And then every time there was an argument against, they went back to the books, they commissioned a few more people, and they refined that answer or came up with a new explanation. And they're literally just trying to make people happy with whatever the lie is along the way. Like, oh, you think that this is an argument? Okay, well, I'll be right back. Let me go get an explanation for you. You know, and now we're 500 years down the line. How many times have they changed the size of the sun? How many times have they come up with a new explanation? You know, like it's
And taught to defend the lie. Like if truth comes along, they'll actually attack the truth. They'll never actually give it any credence. Like and defend the lie without even thinking.
Yeah, I think honestly, I think these flat Earth servers are more dangerous to Globers than to flat Earth people, because the Globers they're actually like hurting themselves by going through. It's like
It causes a break within themselves. There must be a break inside themselves that they have to deny in some way. They've got to deny it in order to keep going with what they're doing. But you can't do that. Like you can't lie to yourself. We can do it, but it creates issues, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean they're literally creating a divide within themselves, and then they're watering that plant just to watch the tree just totally split in two.
Yeah.
It's definitely super unhealthy what they're doing, because like they're okay, they're in a position of the lie, and then they defend it, and then they come up with all these reasons, and then they build groups around it with other people. And it's a horrible situation, because everything that they say that we're doing, they're literally doing, and
Yeah.
they hate us, and it's all projection.
Well, that's another thing, Like I don't adhere towards reptilian, like shape-shifting reptilians and stuff like that. I don't go seeking them out. Because I want to get on their case and tell them all about why they're stupid and all that and they're harming humanity. I just don't care. If that's their thing, then whatever.
Yeah, it's wild, because like the whole reason that they're here, and all of the arguments they have against us, and like just the whole emotion comes from a position of exactly what they're doing. Because if they were open to understanding that this position was the right one, then all of that guilt, it's kind of like we're playing a game of cards, and we've just put all our money on the table, and the flat earthers are just kind of chilling. And I mean, we already know we have the top hand, so like any money they keep putting on the table is just going to be ours anyway. But they're hurting themselves doing it.
Yeah. But they think as long as they keep putting more and more money on there, and as long as more and more come along to put more and more money on there, that's good enough at the moment.
Yeah, it's good enough. Well, yeah, definitely. Hey, I got a bunch of money on the table, so I definitely am winning this one. That's not how that works, buddy.
No, I've got no problem.
That's literally how it's going down. It's like, hey, if I just put some more money on this table, I'm definitely winning this one. I'm like, you may want to hold back a little bit this round, dude.
Yeah, I'm all. If you think something's true, then you stand by what you think's true. I'm all for that, But if you think something's true just because 9 billion or so other people are saying it's true, and so you're not going to think something that you did think was true, and you're going to change that now because you want to fit in with the herd. If something's true to me, it's going to be true to me until I find.
Mm-hmm.
I won't renege just because everyone else around me is saying that I'm wrong, until I know that I'm wrong by my own standard of knowing that I'm wrong.
I can be in flat Earth, and okay, maybe one day I go up to like, let's say one day I get the evidence that satisfies me. You know what? It's a globe. Whatever the evidence is. Hey, you know what? It's a globe. I was wrong. You know, that
Yeah,
sucks.
totally.
I
Yeah, yeah.
would just, I would continue to stand up for the things that I believe in, but flat Earth wouldn't be one of those things. Just be like, no
No.
big deal. But the
Here and now,
Clover
you're trying
guys,
to fathom what that evidence would be, aren't you? You're trying to really think, what would that evidence be, after all this time?
well, that's why I didn't even say the evidence, because I didn't want to straw man. But I didn't want to straw man myself. But like the Globers, man, if they, what is the consequence if they lose, though? It's a much taller
Right.
consequence. It is a fool's errand what they're doing.
Yeah. I'm happy being a fool. I know I've been a fool, and I'll be a fool again, you know, so it's no biggie to me if I realise that I'm a fool again. But yeah, some people, they can't handle it.
It takes much more humility to be in my position. And if they're wrong, which, I mean, I'm going to leave my opinion out of it. That is a big, like, that is a spiritual loss, because they haven't even gone through all the emotions yet, and they're taxing themselves even more than that. Just adding all this trauma on top of it, and wasting time, and ignoring their family, and like obsessing, you know, what a fool.
That's what I'll give my family, you know. They're not on board with this, but I understand why they're not on board with this, because they're just not, that's just not where
Yeah.
they.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like, if you've given it a chance and it didn't resonate with you, then you do what any normal person does. You go about your day. You go back to what you're doing. That's not what these people do.
They're too society orientated. They're just so absorbed in the society, and they've never made me feel different. They've never mentioned anything about it since I did years ago, and I've just left it at that with them. I'm all cool with that. It's when they when people keep coming at me with shit, when they try and say, you know, each their own, agree to disagree, but they can't actually agree to disagree because they keep trying to come at me. That's when I have a bit of an issue. I'll come back at them, but otherwise I'll leave it.
You do you. They can't. They want to blame Flat Earth for everything, at the same time saying Flat Earth doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter. But
I'll mention
everything.
it. I'll mention Flat Earth, you know, but I won't carry on about it. You know, I'll mention it. It's up to them to take it on board if they want to.
But to you, you're comfortable in your own skin. Like, you're just sharing the reality of whatever the discussion was, and maybe you make a comment. But to them, it is a slap in the face to their reality. It's not an equal amount of respect.
Yeah. Well,
it's
that's what I've learned.
basically like they're taking. A lot of people would take it like, oh, well, you think I'm stupid.
Yeah,
While
that's why
you're
I've sort of mentioned it in a way that
sheep.
doesn't make. Yeah, you got to mention it in a way that sort of is more like planting a seed or inciting something for them to maybe take upon themselves to research and look into if they want to, but don't mention it in a way like, oh, you're an idiot if you don't, and then snob them afterwards or something like that. I don't. I was very arrogant, you know. I was very. I'd be blunt and all, but I'd start getting arrogant and condescending and patronizing and all of that, and I don't want to be that anymore. I understand that's not the best way to be when you're trying to do this kind of stuff. That was childish what I was doing back then, and so I try not to get caught up in that
How
part.
long ago was this?
Well, basically before Flat Earth, any of the other conspiracies and that I was on board with, I'd mention, and people like would I don't know, sneer at it or say it's ridiculous and such. But and I'd basically carry on about it, but I'd keep going with it with them because I wanted them to know what I would say that I know, and I wasn't happy until I knew that they knew as well, you know. But now I understand it's like you just can't do that, because they will only ever know anything when they choose to want to do so.
Right,
You know,
right, right.
till then, yeah.
Yeah, it's just the problem is with this truth stuff is that it's actually just like every other thing in life. You can't make anybody think or do or believe anything, especially not conspiracies. You know, I mean, this isn't any different than trying to get someone to do their homework. You know, either they want to do it or they don't. It's
I'll give you an example of how nuts I was though. Like, I won't get into what I'm about to mention, but just that you'd have to be nuts to have spiritual experiences, like, you know, meditational experiences and learning all this stuff, right? And then thinking that you can actually tell people all about it, and then think,
yeah.
well, why don't you understand what I'm saying? You know, as though they.
Yeah, I mean, people talk about their psychedelic experiences and all kinds of different experiences, and it just you can't just expect people to be right on board with you as if they were there.
No.
So
This is like, yeah, psychedelic experiences are one thing, eh? Like, I know about, yeah, the psychedelic experiences. That's basically our imagination, our mind, our own creation of things and all, you know. But I think there's another experience that is unifying with people, where it's a spiritual experience that when people have, and then they look around and listen to what other people are saying about what they've done and had and their experiences, they can. There's a clear difference between psychedelic, just having a psychedelic experience, and you know, going off on in your psychedelic, you know, oh, I've seen a big glowing being, and you know, he talked about this, and I was riding an elephant, and rah rah rah. No, there is a real clear. Well, there's a real clear distinction, between something talking to you in a spiritual experience and everything else. Basically, there's one particular thing that can talk in a way that it's not you. Like, well, you know, in an essence, it kind of is, but it's not. Like, you know, like, it's very different, and it's able.
yeah, I miss my elephant experience.
Yeah, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
No, I didn't
Herbert.
have one, but
Well,
You
there
said
is an
Herbert,
elephant in the
right?
room. Sorry.
Herbert here's a who?
Herbert here's a who, yeah, I guess, you know, follow up on that who, and yeah, who knows what could come. Like the saying I am, let's go with that one for example, you know, the I am that's been around for a long time, right? I mean, that's not exactly just a psychedelic experience. You know, people get high, they're like, holy shit, man, I am, you know, because we all know we are, yeah? But knowing you are in a certain particular moment or experience, maybe with something else that is able to give credence to the actual um, what those words truly mean, like knowing that you are, you know, because we know we are, right? But we also know that we're going to not be in about, I don't know, I'm 40, so I've got about 30 years left, I guess, and then I'm not going to be. Is that right? But no, that's not actually right. There's something here that's always here, and it's always been here, and we just don't understand that because we can't fathom it. We can't comprehend such a thing as that. We never could. How could you do such a thing? But in a spiritual experience with something, this particular thing, it it just proves itself. You know, it's just obvious. Like, how's this thing even possible? You know, I'm the one experiencing time here. I'm the one that began, and I'm going to end. You know, what is this? You know, where did this come from? It's not even here. You know, but it's here. I can hear it, like it's talking, and it knows everything about what you're thinking, knows what you want, what you're seeking, and it never tells you what anything is. It just formulates dialogue and conversation to cause you to lead yourself to the knowledge of things. But it doesn't actually tell you things unless you already know such things. You know, if you already know something, it might, you know, say such things. But if you don't know something, to me, this thing never ever told me anything is or isn't. It simply coerced me and sparked the dialogue for myself to go through a series of questioning and constantly.
Hey, do you get I don't know, like do you get some like a person, like a voice speaking to you? I don't. I heard some people do. I don't get that at all. Like
In those
when I'm
experiences, I did, yeah.
okay, okay.
Do you mean in everyday life? Like, do you not hear your own
Well,
mind carrying
people
on?
they ask me all the time. They'll go, how do you know there's a God? I'm like, okay. Like first of all, I think the whole creation is God, including me. Like I'm part of the God thing, and like God communicates to me through the creation. So like I see things, I experience things, I build an intuition with that relationship. So like at first what was harder to understand, now I'm a little bit older, I kind of know what he's looking for and a little bit of what to expect, and so it's just gotten a little bit less confusing. But yeah, I have a relationship with God, but it's I guess someone could just say I have a relationship with the creation.
Yeah,
But
that
same
definitely, man.
difference.
Like speaking through what you were just saying, like, because yeah, the dialogue part when I was actually hearing words, I understood like that's one way of speaking. That's a very personal way and all, but it was actually the living the experience.
Yeah, mine was very nonverbal, like for sure. Like
Yeah,
I
like
would get
feeling, a
what I would
feeling
call
would
like a
bring you
sign.
information.
I would get a sign. Like I'm getting signs all the
Yep,
time.
at the
Like I
perfect
can
times,
tell when
right?
I'm being called for something. I can tell when someone needs like me to be at a certain place at a certain time, and that I have a task, that I was given a task, kind of a thing.
And they were always at perfect times, eh?
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
they
yeah.
were always,
It's always like no doubt, definitely. You know, kind of like how like a movie has a perfect script
yep,
where
yep.
like those scripts don't really happen in real life, you know? Like the way I know is the same kind of way where it's so perfect it couldn't have happened by chance.
Exactly, yeah. I mean,
And you
the
know you're
first
being
time you might
called
have
for
thought that,
the task or whatever.
and you might have thought that the first time or so, eh? Maybe even the second, yeah. But when that starts, when you're in that, when
Yep,
you're in
it's all the
tune
time.
with it, eh? It's all the time. That's
Yep,
right. Yeah.
it's literally
Coincidence.
like a script that never stops playing. But at
Exactly.
first, it's just a couple of the more noticeable things. But then, as I'm getting more comfortable with it, I'm noticing that it's all the time,
Yep.
and that
Totally, man.
it's a job. It's like a full time job now.
It is a full-time job, man. Don't fuck it up, I guess, so to speak. Because yeah, that's what I did. I kind of fucked it up because I was young. I didn't
No, no,
really
no, no, no,
understand.
no. You can't fuck it up, man, because you can't act on
Well,
things you don't know. That was also part of your journey, right?
I
So don't
understand that now. Yeah, it's been years since
just
then, and I
give
do.
yourself
I'm,
some space for forgiveness, because the
yeah,
reason
yeah.
that you're not doing that anymore is because God gave you a chance. So just
I totally get that, man. Yeah, at the time, I didn't know what happened, and I just basically uh, denied things, I guess. Even though I knew it
yeah,
had nothing to do with this thing. This thing is what it is, and it never did anything um, to cause any of the issues that I had. It was all me. I know that, but I just didn't know how to interpret the experience with what
yeah,
happened, so I just denied it. But over the years, coincidentally enough, I actually fell into state of depression. Not particularly because of that thing. It was a love thing, fell in love, that didn't work out, rah rah. But doing that, I experienced depression, right? And I'd never been depressed. Like I'd been angry in my life, I'd been down and all, but over it the next day, yeah. I think I was too self-centered to actually be depressed. But
yeah,
in being
yeah,
in being depressed, I learned to actually develop a um, well, to be compassionate and such towards other people's thoughts and feelings and such, because I really understood shit. Like other people really are going through stuff themselves, you know. And here I was just thinking about myself, and that's something that throughout my spiritual experiences, the meditation and all that, I totally got the unity part. Like, you know, God's all about us. God don't care about itself. It knows it doesn't need to. Like God is, right? Why would you care about your existence when you know you are, right? But God cares about the things that don't know that, and that's what we should be doing. We should be learning to know what God knows, and then after doing so, trying to help other people do the same thing and having the same compassion and forgiveness for them as well. And as you said yourself, you got to have that forgiveness for yourself. That's very important.
Yeah. Well, just recognize that you're given a chance to grow out of that and give you know make room for forgiveness, dude, and actually just try to do better next time around. You know, if you're given
Oh,
the same
totally.
challenge or something.
Well, that's kind of the thing. I think I was going a bit too far with looking, like looking you will find, or seeking. And I'm learning all these things. I'm thinking, how far does this go? You know, like, because I'm basically at the point where it's like eternity is a thing. I'm not eternal, obviously. I'm born. I'm going to die. The body I am,
Well,
you know. So
God is eternal, right?
exactly, yeah. God is eternal.
And
Yeah,
we are
that's right.
part of that.
Exactly, yeah.
So
And I totally,
then the
yeah.
whole like
Because
idea of death is, and
I had an experience, right? And
yeah.
it was saying something like, I can't remember how it formulated the words, but by the end of it, it said, "What's the time?" And I'm just thinking, what the fuck? It just blew my mind because I'm thinking, what's the
What's
time?
the time?
Time? And so
Yeah,
yeah, I'm at
it's a
that
joke.
point, right? But I
It's a
kept sort
joke.
of I kept doing it right, and I kept taking the LSD to do it as well. That's another thing I think I was doing wrong. I should have learned to actually have those experiences because I touched base with this God thing, right? I shouldn't have needed to do that to reach it. I knew how to get
But
there.
you were
I knew it was
afraid.
true. There was and it was and it's love, right? It's boils down to the love thing as well, you know, like how that all works out. Everyone has their own little thing with how love works, how to to know it to begin with. And I think you got to know God to actually know what love truly is. In a sense, I think, you know, otherwise you can only ever really have a belief about what it could be and all. But to know God is to know love is something that is naturally true, because truth is like unifying. It's all about unity. Eternity is freedom, but freedom isn't free unless unified, because what is freedom alone, or what is freedom without? Yeah. So freedom is only
Yeah,
free with
freedom
unity.
is incomplete without God.
Yep. And unity is love.
Yeah,
Like you can't have
because
unity without love.
I mean, because the whole okay, so the whole idea that people are running around with, like this concept of atheism or YOLO, you know what that means, right?
No.
YOLO means you only live once. So you just kind of like do whatever you want because it's your life and it doesn't matter. Just do whatever you want. Hurt people, steal cars, do drugs, like just anything. Doesn't matter. You only live once.
Okay.
So,
Yep.
first of all, that's wrong. Second of all, atheism is a lie. And third, like your life is your life has purpose, but if you don't ask or try to find out what that purpose is, you're not gonna, well, unless there's intervention or something, which sometimes there is, but
But wouldn't the intervention only ever happen also if you wanted it, you chose for it to? Like, because does
not
anything ever happen?
necessarily. Some people are lucky and it happens to them, and
Okay.
you know, they learn. But for the
I
most
got a
part, you
question,
can't rely on that.
Rix. What's the lie in atheism?
What?
You said atheism is a lie, so what's the lie?
Yeah, so atheism is essentially, so okay, look, we are inside of, just pretend that you're a baby. You're inside of a belly and there's an umbilical cord. And you're basically telling yourself or trying to find reasons why the mother is a lie. And when you do that, you take the umbilical cord off. but you're still inside the mother. So everything that has to do with your purpose in that moment, it's lost because you're not connected to it.
Yeah. Okay.
Not
So
even caring to be connected to it.
what? Yeah.
Not
I'm
even
still waiting for the lie in atheism. I don't get it.
the liars
Well,
upon
tell me
themselves.
what I said. Tell me what you think I said.
I think you gave an analogy for people disconnecting themselves from God.
Yeah, they're lying to themselves, man, by assuming that they don't need to do so or don't want to do such a thing. Even like, also, they're just lying to themselves in such a way.
Okay, but
Yeah, if
what
you
does to do with atheism? Can you please give me the lie in atheism?
because it's not true.
What's not true about it?
I kind of feel like we're speaking two different languages.
Yeah, I don't think you
Atheism.
know what atheism means.
What does it mean to you?
It means don't believe. It doesn't say you make any knowledge claims. There's a difference
Really?
between
Okay.
believing in any God and making the statement that you know that no God exists. That's completely separate.
Are you saying don't believe in God particularly, or believe in anything?
Yeah, don't believe in any gods. Yeah, but that doesn't mean you're saying that no God exists. You simply do not believe in it, that any exists.
But
That's
Okay.
different.
at the root level, though, you're still saying there's no God because you don't.
No, that's not what you're saying at all.
No, yes, it is.
No, it's a statement about belief, not about knowledge.
But it's already not included.
It's a statement
Therefore, it's
about
not
belief,
there.
not about knowledge.
Yeah, you already said
Don't
that.
mix.
I don't believe any rocks exist, but I think that they could exist. It could be a rock, I guess, yeah. So I guess I do believe that a rock could exist. That's what it sounds like to me, atheism is, based on what you're saying. You're saying they don't believe in any gods.
But you
that,
don't at the same time.
yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't
Yeah, but
make any sense.
you're
So
missing the point. There are thousands of gods from the past that I don't believe in, but at the same time, I'm not saying that any of them don't exist.
you know what? I think I had this discussion with you years ago. I think I did because I heard this exact argument once before. And
Yes,
okay, so
this
tell
is
me what
the famous Ed's solipsism.
tell me what your definition of agnosticism.
Agnostic means you don't know, and atheist means you don't believe. That's the difference. And don't know means you're not you don't know any. You're not making a truth claim. You're answering when someone asks you, "Is this true?" You're answering, "I don't know." But atheism has to do with beliefs. So the question is, do you believe, and not do you know? And those things get mixed up constantly by religious people.
To know something, do you tend to believe something beforehand, or do you just instantly or get to the knowing point?
When you ask me if God exists, I'll say I don't know because I don't. But if you ask me if I believe, no, I don't believe. But I'm not saying none of them exist or do exist. I don't know.
But you're saying you don't know, right? So you should say no, definitely not. Otherwise, if you're saying you don't know, doesn't that leave the possibility for it to exist? And therefore, shouldn't
See,
you say,
this is what I told him. I think this is what I told him before is that agnosticism is I don't have enough information to know. Atheism is denying God at all, like any God.
That's
Yeah.
anti-theism.
It's what?
Anti-theism.
Anti-theism?
I've never heard of that.
No. Anti-atheism. Anti-theism. Sorry, I mixed it up.
Anti-theism. Okay.
Yeah, that means it's religion.
Okay. Let me let me look into this nuance, which I'm not sure is important enough for me to look into, but I'll do it anyway.
How did you determine that there is no God so far for you? Ed.
Can't ask that to people that say that God isn't real. You say, how do you know that? I don't know. That's what I believe.
Right. Belief based on what?
So you get there's a difference.
There is, yeah.
No, hold on it. How did you determine that so far there is not enough evidence for you to believe in God? I don't think he's going to answer me.
No, I'm sensing you going quiet, man, because you can tell the contradiction that's happening here, can't you? When you go to answer
Wait,
that question.
did you ask me something, Jerry?
Yeah, how did you determine that so far there is not enough evidence for you to believe in God? What is your criterion?
Just any evidence whatsoever.
Okay, if I give you a tree and I say this is evidence for God, what are you going to say?
Oh, you didn't show that. You just showed a tree and you added something of your own, your opinion. Didn't show me any evidence. You showed me evidence of a tree.
I showed
That's
you
all.
evidence of God. Now, how did you determine that that is not evidence of God?
Because you just showed me a tree and added your opinion to it.
Correct. How did you determine it's not evidence, though?
Why do you think
Because
criterion?
Harry, I said it 3 times. You're showing me a tree, which is evidence of a tree. Anything you add to that is simply just your opinion, since you're not showing.
Okay, so
Okay, listen.
I
If
looked it up.
everything comes from
Go
God,
ahead.
if everything comes from God, and I show you anything, and then I say this is evidence of God, how did you determine
Right.
the whole thing is
Good
not
for
evidence of God?
evidence that everything comes from your God. See how that works?
That's how God is defined. Do you disagree?
Yeah, by you. That's your opinion. Rick's
Would you not look at his evidence and say, what is it? Like how does it, get down to the substance of his evidence and get into it? Or you just look at the evidence and say, no, that's not God, because you believe that his evidence isn't God.
Are you the whole point? He's only showing me a tree and telling me everything came from God, therefore this tree is evidence for my God.
He's doing
That's
that.
all.
You are
presupposing. Let
You're-
me. You guys are getting heavy. Let me just tell you what I found. Okay, so I've figured it out conclusively what these two things are. All right. So and there's a reason why my head kind of tilted in confusion when you mentioned anti-theist, and I found out what it is. I didn't know what it was at first, but now I understand. Okay, so there is a problem with your definition, but I won't get into that right away. I'm going to start off with anti-theist. An anti-theist is someone who is in protest of people who believe in God. It's not, it is a quality of an atheist. They can also be an anti-theist, but not all of them. So anti-theist means that you not only take that position of there is no God, but you have like a distaste. You do not like these people that perhaps believe in God, or maybe you don't like the obviously you can't dislike the God because you don't believe in them, but the whole aura about church and religion, you don't like that. So you're an anti-theist. An atheist is a
liberal
belief
communist.
position But belief is also making a decision. Like you have made a conclusion which gave you the belief. The conclusion is there's no God. If you think that there's not enough information and it's just, not something you can figure out, then you can be agnostic, which is not doesn't mean you don't care. It means you don't have enough information. But these definitions are not exactly how you think they are in the way that you're presenting it.
Well, I think you're getting something wrong here, because
Go
it's
ahead.
not necessarily the case that you came to a conclusion about your belief. Because, as I said before, I gave the example of religions from the past. I don't believe in any of them, and neither do you.
Is it possible that there's a God?
Same time, hold on. At the same time, we're not making any truth claim, because we're not saying that none of those gods exist.
Is it possible there's a God?
You're missing the. Do you acknowledge what I said?
You know what? You lag. Like your voice lag is exactly like curved. So I don't know if you're using his computer or spending the night or something, but your voice is kind of exactly like his.
Yeah, it's 8 in the morning. I've been up all night.
Yeah, bro, trust me, if you have a think about this, you'll understand that he hasn't missed your point of what you're saying. You're totally missing his, because he's come in here and said what old mate was trying to say to begin with, and then I was trying to say, I was getting a bit heated before he came in, but bro, you've got a belief, you know?
So if I'm an anti-vaxxer, then I don't like
I don't have a
vaccines,
belief.
right? Okay, good. So then you are conclusive. There is no God, right?
No, I simply do not believe, but I'm not making any truth statements, because I'm not saying.
Well, hold on.
No,
That's fine that you
God
don't.
doesn't exist.
That's fine that you probably don't think that there is. But is it possible that there is?
That's a completely separate issue.
Yeah,
whole
see,
issue, Ed.
I think you know that you are possibly an atheist or possibly agnostic at the point of this question. So I'm just going to leave it at that. You're not willing to play the game, so that's fine.
No, I'm not playing the red herring game.
It's not a
right.
red herring game. You just don't know.
Yeah, it is, because that has nothing to do with anything. I do not believe in God, but at the same time, I'm not saying that no God exists.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, he's still trying to
So
figure
you're
out what he's
agnostic. You know what that means? It means you don't have enough information.
I'm also
There you go.
atheist, because I
You're
don't
not
believe.
atheist.
Yes, I am.
You're not atheist.
No, you can't be
Yes,
both, man.
I
You got to be one or the other, eh? Can't you? Can you be
No,
both?
you get both at
No,
the same time.
what you say is you are not theist, but you're not atheist. You are agnostic.
I am atheist.
Welcome
There's
to
a-
agnosticism. You're not a total loss. You still have hope. Enjoy.
I'm still an atheist, though.
Yeah, well, you're not.
All right, so you're an atheist. All right.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
So you've got a belief then.
Yeah, and I'm a woman.
No, atheists do not have a belief. It's not a belief. Don't be dumb. I just said it.
Yeah, I know.
It means
I know
Why are you an
atheists
atheist?
don't have a belief.
Why are
I know
you an
they
atheist?
don't.
do not believe.
They know
That's not a
that
belief.
there's no God. Atheists know that
No,
there's no God.
no.
Oh,
Because
so you don't know.
if you know there's no God, that has to do with Gnosticism.
So would you say that
As
you believe that you're not 100% atheist at least? You're 99 maybe even, but you're a little bit something else.
I am 100% atheist. Don't try to say what
Okay.
I
Then
know
you're
what I am.
atheist.
So how can there be the other one? then?
Right, and I'm not saying there is no God, and I am an atheist.
Great. So how did you determine that there is no evidence for God?
Yeah, where's your substance of proof?
That's not what I said.
Well,
Do you
he said
believe
he
in
said
God,
he showed
sir?
you a tree. He showed you a tree, man. That was substance of proof right there. You've given us
Every
nothing.
single
No,
thing.
that's proof for a tree.
How come this
Yeah, well-
whole room says you're wrong? What's going on?
Because you're all religious and have no arguments.
I'm not religious.
I'll take religious. What is religion first, but what's your definition? Because if religion to me is just knowledge, what science is supposed to be as well, maybe a different way of applying the science in a sense to get the best result however you can. I mean, you can't exactly set up a system, and take some measurements of what religion's trying to get in its essence with God. Yeah, I don't think you can measure God in a sense, but
Right. So
I'm
basically,
religious
you're
in that
not
sense, but I'm not
dictionary
religious. I'm not religious.
on your words.
Yeah, I'm not like specifically Christian, specifically Muslim, Judaism, whatever, tree of life stuff. But I'll take bits out of all of them at least, and I'll absorb all of them as well, and put them wherever I can. Pieces that
Just
I can't put anywhere,
the
I'll
good,
just put
true
aside.
parts, not the extra stuff,
Well,
right?
yeah, you put stuff aside, because these things were made by people. Remember, we know that. I'm sure nobody's stupid in this room to think that religions over time can't have been tainted. Surely nobody could have tainted the religions at any point and
I
made a
don't know, man.
mockery of them.
Don't make a broad stroke like that. I hear people, oh, the Bible is 100% true. It doesn't contradict at any point, and I'm like, yikes! I haven't gotten past page 1 without a contradiction. Like, I don't know about
But,
that one, dude.
but I'm gonna go with the interpretations themselves. Let's say the Bibles are 100% true. Obviously, the interpretation is not 100% correct. It can't be. But nobody's religious, man. If that's what you're saying, that's the only reason we're saying God's true, right?
Yeah,
Being
that's
flat earthers and
theist.
such. Yeah, being flat
That's
earthers and
just
such. We're
theist.
about researching shit and testing shit as best we can, man. It's natural to adhere to something of a creator in an essence when you're a flat earther too, because the world is pretty fucking mysterious and magical in a sense, seemingly. Not from God's perspective, I'm sure. I'm sure it can just do it at will, whatever it's doing. But yeah, no, I don't think anyone in this room's a nutter that's going to think you're going to burn in hell, rain, fire and brimstone and whatever.
Right. So you're a deist. So why do you care about atheist if you're deist and not
No, we care
theist?
about your beliefs, man. We're asking about your beliefs, and you're saying you don't have any
No, look,
beliefs.
if you're not religious, then you're deist, which
Bro,
means you shouldn't care about atheist.
it's hypocritical to say what you are saying.
No,
Now,
it's hypocritical what you are
I will
doing.
do hypocritical things, right? I'm aware of that. I'm probably just living as a hypocrite right now in some way, right? But you're not understanding that. You're being hypocritical by
Yeah,
saying you don't have a
I
belief.
think what happened is that when he looked up the definition of atheism, it used the word belief instead of claim, because when they wrote it, they didn't think that they'd have to be that specific. It's
If it
literally
would,
like
it
this
would say
error
that
is this
it's
is not
not
your
the
fault,
same
actually. This is the
definition.
fault of the people who wrote the definition, because
Right.
they didn't know that they'd have someone like you who would take it out of context.
Of course. There's only one of me, right? There's only
Like, if you
person
don't
in the
believe in
world.
God, like, why would they have to go out of the way to say, by the way, not only do they not believe in God, but there is also no God? Yeah, that doesn't make any sense, right? So they
Yeah, that
wouldn't
has to
put
do
that
with
extra part
agnosticism
in the
versus not.
definition.
Listen,
Yeah,
Riggs, you're making
it's
a
like
mistake
you
again.
totally can't. They're
Person.
saying you
You're
totally
mixing
can't park
claims
here.
with
Oh,
beliefs.
but by the way, guys, there's another sign here. Just you can't park
Yeah,
here.
your knowledge claims with beliefs. That's different. Don't mix them.
Yeah,
It's dumb.
see, this is you taking definition out of context, and it's not
No,
our
that's what
fault.
you're doing. Literally, you're saying the
Yeah,
definition in the
we are literal.
dictionary is
Yeah,
wrong.
we're
Are
very
you listening
literal
to
with
yourself?
definitions, man. 100% literal.
Are you listening, Riggs? You're saying the definition of the dictionary is wrong.
No, I'm saying that how you interpreted it is wrong.
No, what? I'm taking it as it says. You're adding shit to it.
How come when
You're
I
saying
gave you
the people who wrote it were wrong.
Look, the people who wrote it, they said, hey, there's a turn up ahead. You get up ahead, and then it has to tell you also to turn right. No, you turn when the road turns. They shouldn't have to tell you twice. So when you read the definition in English, it says you don't believe in a God, then you're making the personal claim of there's no God for yourself.
Correct.
It's obvious,
As
man.
I
It is
already
absolutely
gave you
obvious.
an example multiple times, I'll say it for the last time. Religions of the past we do not believe in doesn't mean we're saying they are wrong. Get it correct, Riggs.
Oh, hang on. I think I've actually got it. Are you saying, right, that religions of the past, whether right or wrong, right, whatever, you're doing what the fuck you're doing, and it's all good? Like, you'll believe in a God if you want to at any point, right? But you don't have to if you don't want to. Is this sort of what it is?
Yeah, he's an anti-theist. That's what he is.
Yeah, it just sounds
He's
like
not agnostic, he's not atheist, and he's not theist. He's an anti-theist because he's protesting against the possibility of God, whether or not he exists. That's what he's doing.
Incorrect.
It did sound smug. Yeah, totally. Well,
He thinks he's being coy with the whole idea of God because he's an anti-theist. Now I know who you are. Okay, thank you. You're an
That's a nice.
anti-theist.
That's
I don't see
I
what the
didn't know
problem is.
exactly what that meant before this
that's a
conversation.
beautiful
Now I do
drama
know what it is.
created there. Beautiful.
I don't see the issue with God, right? Because you know what God does, from my understanding? It gives absolute freedom. You know, you can do what you want, man. Don't think God's going to be doing anything to you. I'm pretty sure we're already harmed ourselves and we're already harming ourselves in some way. I don't put that on God. What I put on my God, the thing I adhere to, is something that's always here, always was, and always will be. Something that I'll find and forget, you know. Everything, everyone and everything is one and the same. We're all family here. It's a family of us, whatever us truly is. And that's my God. And it's given absolute freedom for everyone and everything to be whatever they want, do whatever they want, whenever they want, however they want, whatever you want to do, man. Because we'll always realize that we need to judge ourselves. And we're going to do that. We'll do that because we don't do it enough here. We don't look at ourselves and do that enough. And I'm not getting on your case preaching and shit. Like, that's just what I've realized, man. And it'd be better if we all sort of helped each other realize that more often, you know, so we don't have to be or feel emotional in any way for making the mistakes or being in the wrongs and doing all this shit, right?
Yeah, what are you worried about? That there, let's say that like there is a God. What are you worried about? Why would you deny?
Well, look, the things that one of us just described, I can do all of that without believing in any God. In fact, I do most of those things without believing in any God. So
Well,
what's your
what
problem?
would be different if you did?
Oh, no. So what? I'm responding to what's just been said to me. So please do not interrupt that. And do you?
Well, you are lagging, and you do sound worse than curved right now.
Right. So what?
And
what's your problem?
Could I just say, I could never do such a thing. But could you ever forgive the worst person you can imagine? Could you ever forgive
Can you
that?
hold on? Jesus Christ! Can you let me finish one sentence? So what's you guys' problem?
Who's Jesus Christ?
Might not be a God, and I do most things that one of us just described without believing in one. What's your problem with that?
But because you're not doing it on a certain level that I'm speaking, man. You couldn't comprehend. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying I'm the fucking standard, man. I'm saying God's the standard, right? God's the standard, right? And I'm not saying I'm anywhere near it. I'm saying we're in this together, yeah. But you're not even really caring about doing it. You're so smug. You're thinking you're.
Oh, you're so smug. You think you got it all. I'm
No,
saying I'm doing.
I'm speaking the words that are saying that I don't, man. That I realize that I haven't, and that I need to.
God. So what's your problem with
You're
me
not even
doing
accepting the fact that you
without
need to.
believing in any God?
Okay, you think you're doing
What's
it.
your argument against that? Do you even listen or just talk?
Not when I'm. So this is how I get when I'm like triggered.
All right, well then get untriggered. It's annoying.
All right, let's try and go. You say something to me, I'll respond to you, right? But make it something that's going to end this topic, right? You want to get it done. You want to speak something that's specific. Get your point out that you're saying you don't have any beliefs at all, man. Because that's ridiculous to us, man. I don't think you understand what you're saying.
I didn't say I have no beliefs at all.
He doesn't understand what he's saying. It's okay though. He doesn't have guidance.
Yeah, you can't do that to yourself.
No,
can
the
you?
arrogance, the religious arrogance.
Can you guide yourself without some form of inspiration?
Yeah, you guys need to get over yourself before you can have this discussion.
We do. I'm trying to help you, man. This is what helps me. I don't mind people.
Yeah, but you can't help anyone unless you've helped yourself.
Yeah, well, no, other people help me. Yeah, people got blunt with me, but if that doesn't work for you, I don't know somebody else will come in and do whatever they're doing in a more whatever tone.
No.
What'll work for you?
You guys need to get help in getting over yourself and this whole notion that you're correct
Right.
about everything.
We're very literal about definitions and such, man. You made us this way, because we have to be. We can't be.
Yeah, because words mean things.
Exactly,
Yeah.
man.
Right.
Exactly.
You're acting like an anti-theist right
Who
now.
wrote the dictionary got it wrong. Get over yourself.
Mhm. Why? Do you not think you have to
Stop
get over
sharpening
yourself?
my blade.
Do you not think you have to get over
You
yourself?
don't even have a blade.
I believe you do. Do you believe I have to get over myself?
Yes.
Well, you got a belief then, don't you?
Yeah, I never said I don't have any beliefs.
Wouldn't for something that you don't need to believe in, like, be something that just simply is? I mean, you'd
Keep
have to
arguing
believe,
against
you'd
straw
have
man,
to
so
believe how
enjoy that.
long or where did it come from, rah rah. But something that just is, right? You're eating it, you're being it, it is. Would you have to believe in that?
Yeah, keep arguing against a straw man. That's fine.
The answer
Go
is
ahead.
yes.
He's very upset.
I'm
I'm just kind of smiling.
Really, this is really funny.
It is,
Ed,
yes. Belief is choice, isn't it?
I
Belief is
actually
choice.
could just kind of feel bad because I don't
Well,
want
you
you to
should
be in the
made
position
a
that
lot of
you're
mistakes today,
in.
Riggs. A lot.
What's up?
You made a lot of mistakes. You should feel bad.
About what? What did I make a mistake about?
A lot.
We'll move on to a different topic or something. Eh? We're all going to try and trap you into saying, or, you know, make you always do these things that we know you believe that, but you're not actually going to use the word belief. You're going to like circle around that word as best you can.
Yeah, you're gonna
Belief,
circle around the word
man.
knowing.
Belief.
Because you pretend the only way you can have this fake argument is when you pretend that my claim is that no God exists. And I simply don't believe in any of them. I don't
Is it
believe that
specifically God? Is it specifically God? Because I thought
You're
it was
mixing
belief.
two things.
I'm sorry. Yeah. I thought it was belief itself. So it's just specifically God related, is it? Atheism.
Yes, that's what it implies. Yes. Do I need to add that each and every time?
Yeah. Why is that?
Yeah.
Why is
Well,
it specifically? Why? But why is it
just for you,
specifically about
I'll
God?
say it every time.
Ed, is anything impossible?
Sure.
What makes anything impossible?
Reality.
Is reality one thing or is it many things?
Reality is reality.
Yes, that's a tautology. Is it an abstract concept made of several discrete things or is it one thing itself?
Reality is just reality. What do you mean? What do you ask?
Reality is reality. Well, then God is God. How does that sound?
Yeah. Okay, that doesn't make him real.
Well, you're saying reality is reality. I could just say that doesn't make
And Harry Potter is Harry Potter. Doesn't make him real, buddy.
I could say reality is reality, and that doesn't make your reality real.
Jerry,
but it does make reality real, though.
He's clearly like confused on the definitions, but also his name is like Flat Earth is 2D. So I mean, no fucking wonder.
That's not even my name. What are you talking about? Are you that scared to say my name? Come on, Rix, you can do it. Say it correctly. Come on, Rix.
Anti-theist. I'm right. You're an anti-theist. You're not atheist. You're not agnostic, and you're not a theist. You just hate God. You're a hater.
Right.
You are.
That's the only.
I
only
think
way you
God
can
touched you.
Pretending that that's true.
I think you were really young at the church, and a priest touched you, and now you hate God. Oh, this is the first time you've laughed. I'm not saying it's
No,
funny. I'm saying that what you think is right and wrong is inverted because of the trauma you went
no,
through.
but nobody ever told me that. So it's yeah, it's
Well, you may not remember.
Well, you said reality, but reality is an abstract collection of different things.
Oh, really? Is it?
Well, how do you mean it? Is it one thing or is it many things?
No, no, you just made a claim. Elaborate.
Reality is what people is a word people use to describe things because there is no.
Yeah, they describe existence. Yeah.
I think existence is something different.
So is it one thing or is it many things?
Well, you just said it's many things, so elaborate on that, please.
No, I'm asking you a question, Ed.
No, you just made a claim, so elaborate, please.
Look up the word reality.
Yeah, look up the word what you just said. It's many things. So what do you mean by that?
I asked you a question.
But you made a claim before that, so please elaborate on your claim that reality
It's a
is many.
label. It's a label people use.
But you said it's many things.
I said it's a label people use to
Yeah, and you
describe
said
many
it's
things.
abstract and it's many things in one or something. So what do you mean?
I'm asking you. You said
No,
that.
you weren't asking me anything. You made a claim. Can you elaborate on your claim?
Look up the word reality.
How is
Yeah,
it
look up the
not?
word abstract and many things because that's the words you use to make your claim. Can you elaborate on it?
Look, man, dude, you've been through some trauma and you don't like religion because of it. That's all this is. Nobody
No,
in
I
this
don't like.
room deserves to waste their time when over your like nuances. Okay, you're going through whatever you're going through. Just leave it be.
I don't like empty claims
But
that can't be
how
backed.
is it not many things, man? If he's saying it is many things, are you saying it's not many things? Are you saying there's no?
No, I'm asking him to elaborate on what that means. I'm
Well,
not sure what it means.
it's similar to the word forest or the number 2. A forest is a group of trees.
Okay.
Okay.
And now
Okay.
explain that with the universe or reality or whatever.
You said reality makes certain things impossible, and I want you to explain what you mean by that.
No. You said reality is abstract and many things.
Yeah,
You need an explanation.
I just gave it to you.
No, you didn't. You gave some fake analogy with a forest. I still don't know what you mean.
Yeah, a forest is an abstraction. The trees exist. Okay, the forest is the group of trees. It's an abstract, grouping.
Yeah, he
Right.
doesn't
So how
believe
does
in
this
trees,
how
but
does
he's
this
not
relate to
making a
reality?
knowledge claim about the forest.
Right.
How does this relate to reality?
What's that?
How does your forest analogy relate to reality?
Well,
Can
you won't
finish
tell
the
me
analogy?
what you mean by it.
No, you need to finish the analogy. What do you mean? Relate
I
it back
told
to.
you. I told you when people refer to reality, they are they are grouping everything into this abstract concept of reality. Okay.
They're not. No, they're just making.
Well, tell me what you mean
We're
by it.
talking about reality. That's not grouping things. That's simply reality.
Well, what is that?
You do realize the
What
start
do
of
you mean? What is
reality.
that? You told me to look up what reality means, and now you don't know what it means. Are you serious?
No, you said that reality makes things impossible, and I told you what the word reality means, and it's an abstraction.
I think that's what he's
Okay,
forgetting.
but it still has a definition, though.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
So how does that make anything impossible? You said reality makes things impossible. What does that even mean?
Because they can't happen in reality.
Why can't they happen?
because it's impossible to happen in reality. What the fuck do you mean, dude? Are you
What?
serious?
Yeah, I'm serious. What makes anything impossible?
Just questions, bro.
Well, I already answered that.
Yeah, you said reality, and we're right back.
Right. So you got it.
And I told you what reality is defined as. It's just a group. It's like saying, you know, the reason why nothing is possible is because of two. It's like, what is two? It's like, I don't know. So what makes anything impossible?
Well, it says it right here. Definition: the quality or state of being actual or true. So if it's not true, then there you go.
I don't see how it could be possible. Like, how is reality possible? That's what I,
What did you just define?
The word reality.
Yeah, you said quality. Quality of what?
The quality or state of being actual or true.
The quality of what being actual or true? What?
You're asking a nonsensical question. You asked for
No,
the definition.
yeah, and you're saying that makes things impossible. You're saying that a quality of I don't know what makes things
Right. So if it has the quality of not being true, then it's not possible in reality. What
the
part
quality
don't
of
you
what?
understand?
Quality of what not being true?
Well, you asked for if things are impossible if things are impossible, what makes things impossible? So what do you mean by things? Because that's the thing that I'm referring to then with this definition. So that question is answered. What else do you got?
What makes anything impossible? You can't say
Yeah, we just
reality.
if it's not true, yeah, if that's the
Ed,
quality of not
you're
being
committing a
true,
fallacy. The
it's
subject
impossible.
doesn't
Just
precede the
an
object
answer.
of negation. Sorry. Did you hear what I said?
No.
I said the
No, you
subject.
interrupted me.
Yeah, sorry. The subject does not precede the object of negation. Fallacy. Just committed that.
Uh-huh.
I don't think that matters much with this one. He doesn't care about those things. You're just going to keep moving on, aren't you?
Are you projecting?
No, I think there's just a lot of Globers that came here to shit on flat Earth people, and then they got stuck in a philosophical argument. They're perturbed.
When did I ever shit on flat Earth people?
Exactly.
The God argument's simple. It's like
exactly. Good game.
if somebody tells you there is a God, you say, "How do you know that?" And they'll show you how they know that. But you're going to say, "Well, I don't believe that's enough evidence, right?" That's your belief about that. But if you say there is no God, they'll say, "How do you know that?" And you can only show them what you got, whatever that is. It doesn't make it true, man.
I'm not saying that there is no God, dumbass. Which is what I've been saying.
We know that. We got that.
Which means there's always more evidence that you're not listening and arguing against the straw man.
But that evidence that you're leaving open, you're not saying that there is a God, right? No, those old religion gods or anything like that, right? That's not your thing. But you're not saying there isn't a God either. Yeah.
Enjoy arguing against your
So
straw
both
man.
both things. But you're saying
he's
both sides of it,
just an
man.
anti-theist. He doesn't care if there is or isn't. He can do his life without it.
That's an apatheist, dumbass.
Okay,
That's
I got it.
apatheist.
An apatheist? No, you are not somebody with. No, man, that's not it at all.
That means you don't care.
No,
That's literally
you,
what it.
you do care. That's the thing. You're an
You just told me I
anti-theist.
don't care. You just said I don't care. You absolute dumbass.
Man, you're like a
It
few
doesn't
fences
matter
over,
either
right?
way, man. I'm getting more articulate then. Thank you for sharpening my blade. I did say that you don't care, but clearly I misspoke. You care a lot that you are an anti-theist.
Oh yeah, keep struggling, buddy.
I thought you said Antifa
Sharpen my
something
blade, dude.
when you first
You
said
don't have a blade.
Anything you
blade is
anti-theists say, man.
Yeah. So what keeps you from stealing and killing and gaining, right? Outside of being caught, like outside the law, Ed?
There's no need to do any of that, or you don't have to care about that.
Well, the thing is, if you didn't believe in God, then there would be nothing there for you to gain, right? Without recourse. So, like, if you could gain something without being caught, right? There would be no other mechanism there to prevent you from doing that. And if you don't do that,
well, that's
and you
capitalism.
don't act upon that, then by definition, you believe in a higher source.
Yeah, definitely.
So unless you're like literally out robbing, killing, stealing, raping, fucking just living this, this life of self gain, then by definition you're either A, believe in God, or you're not being true to yourself. I don't know which one it is, but
Just seen one of those good movies, those superhero movies, and thought that's the one I'm going to be. I'm going to be
He's
that.
angry. He's angry at religion. That's all it is.
You can't really blame him too much though if he's saying that religion is the ridiculous shit that you see and are told about,
He is in protest. Internal protest.
are you struggling, Ed, and are you conflicted?
If God reached out his hand to you, you would smack it away because you're so angry at him.
But he would forgive you, man. He would forgive you.
Exactly.
But you got to forgive yourself, man. You'll feel guilty. You won't be able to walk to God after smacking his hand like that. You big bully.
I just love these straw man arguments you guys keep arguing against.
I don't think God would forgive Ed, because I don't think Ed would ever concede to the fact that God was there to begin with.
No.
Yeah, that would be a bit bloody yeah.
God still has some work to do on this dude.
It's all right, man. I'll be around for a while too, bro. I'll be here.
So what Ed did was he actually rendered himself into a bot, and he's no longer human.
Ed, you can redeem yourself and you can be our bro again. We can all be bros. We're all bros. But what shape is the Earth? What's going on? God, what shape is it?
Well, let me ask him. So every surface equals 2D. Can you explain why that's important to you? The phrase, every surface equals 2D.
Did the cat get your tongue, Ed, or just the cat's eye in the avatar?
I think he's still lagging or something. I don't know.
Not computing.
Undefined.
Technical malfunction.
Undefined? You don't know why you picked that name?
Oh, you asked about my name. I didn't.
Yeah. Like why every surface equals 2D? Yeah, what's up? What's up with that name?
It seems to a lot of flat earthers, and I think that's funny. And at the same time, it's true. So yeah, that's 2 in 1.
Well,
Wait,
there's more
wait, what?
globers.
Is he only lagging for me? Because I didn't hear what he said. I don't know if you guys are getting the same lag.
I got the first part. He said he finds flat earthers funny or something.
Is this better?
No, you know how curved sounds, right? We hear the popping and crackling in his voice, and then it speeds up and slows down. Like you have the exact same problem that Curved has right now.
This is due to the Glover disconnect.
I guess. Like I have only heard Glovers have it.
You see, they don't use the Ethernet like we do.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they use the material net.
They're all on their
Protocol interaction.
Wi-Fi's. Yeah, I'm on Ethernet. Ethernet. Yeah, I wish I knew what that problem was. Seems a lot of people are having it. Feel bad. For people.
Magnetic field disturbance.
No. I don't know. Another thing is that a lot of flat earthers are like mostly on their cell phones. They don't even have computers. So they're going to have less of that issue anyway.
There's a great disturbance in the forest. Yep, yep, he just went deafened.
Is this any better?
No.
A little bit. Still a little fuzzy, but I can hear you.
It's the same. I mean, we can hear you, man. It's just not great. You might have to repeat yourself a few times.
Yeah, Discord has been fucking the settings for a while.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. But anyways, yeah, so the name, just real quick. So yeah, a lot of flat earthers, what?
A lot of flat earthers get angry at me about it, and at the same time, the name is true. So that's 2 in 1.
Okay. So you just want people to be angry at you?
Well, yeah, sort of. It's funny. So why not?
Or it doesn't.
Can I just ask, at
Yeah, go
what
for it.
distance does every surface equal 2D? Like, what's the distance of that surface?
No. Don't get started
What
with.
do you mean?
Okay.
No, you go
We're
again.
going down
Yeah,
a different road now.
I've already destroyed Ed on this a long time ago, bro.
No, you haven't.
Oh
See, the
yeah,
thing
I
is,
already
Ed-
destroyed you. To have any type of surface, you have to have depth. Therefore, you
There
have
we go.
3 dimension. 2 dimension is
No,
only
you don't need to have depth.
Uh-oh.
two dimension.
Ooh.
It only exists in concept. The second you render 2D into manifestation, it always comes into the 3rd dimension. It's
The surface is still 2D.
It is a consequence.
the surface. The surface. If you want to quote mine, right, what it is you're trying to depict. Sure, like you can point out one particular aspect of a surface and say this part is 2-dimensional, but the totality of the surface in general, if it's in 3-dimensional rendering, i.e., reality, will always have depth to it. Hence XYZ.
As soon as you talk about depth, you're talking about volume and not just the surface. So you're wrong.
Well,
That's why I told
these
you.
are 2 different things, guys. You can't. If he's saying that every surface in a computer is 2D, well, I guess that could be possible.
No,
but in
that's
reality,
not even possible. That's not even possible.
No,
in a computer, you can do it. You can make a sprite.
Sorry. The second that image manifests onto the screen, it's no longer 2-dimensional due to the fact that rendering of that image is consistent of what? Light. And is light 2-dimensional?
No, man. Well, I'm not talking about the render. That now you're getting to reality. Look, if it's in a computer, yes, that is possible. If it's in real life, no, it is not possible.
Yeah, if it's in a computer
you're not
system,
listening.
sure. But the second it hits that
Yeah,
screen, it's rendered in 3D.
Look, guys, hold on. You're making a huge mistake here. I'm not saying that in reality you can only have a surface without depth. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. In reality, everything is 3D. But at the same time, everything has a surface. And if you only take the surface, that part is still 2D.
All right.
In reality.
No.
Yeah.
In mathematics, it is only 2D because you got to say
Uh-oh.
surface.
Yeah, only conceptually, Ed. Never in reality.
No, that's reality,
There's-
Dyslow.
You can have a surface without the object. You can just have like the face of
What?
it. It's the definition of the face, right?
Like, look at writing on eggshells. Like, you can have the shell of the egg, but that shell still has a depth to it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be into material fruition. It would only be rendered in a concept.
Right, but then it's the volume. As soon as you depth with the surface, you have
Correct.
a volume.
Everything in reality
Right.
has volume. Correct.
Oh, but at the same time, everything has a surface, because if you touch something, you're touching the surface. If you're looking at something, you're looking at the surface.
So we
And
have a
all
container.
surface
This is
is
why Ed will.
two-dimensional.
All right, so you're saying the Earth's reality has a container? Is that what you're admitting right now?
Oh.
What?
Everything has a surface. You just said it yourself. You just gave me the confines of the container. Thank you.
No, it's a surface.
Yeah,
dumbass.
that's what you just admitted to, bud. Thank you. Firmament.
Earth is a surface, you idiot. You're so dumb.
We're talking. We're not talking about the surface of the Earth. We're talking about the extremities of reality that we live in, which is the Earth's atmosphere, i.e., your two-dimensional shell, firmament.
Yeah, you're grasping for straws, buddy.
You just said it.
sounds to
It's
me-
applicable.
He's going on about surfaces, and this argument has come up with the Globers, I think, because it's just another thing that they're trying to use against the measurements and like the measuring and observing as flat, basically.
The surface is just the furthest proximity of something, right? It's the outer extremities of something. So when we apply that to any sort of model, what he's telling you is there's always this surface within any sort of extremity of anything. So when we're applying this to the model of, his globe model, even that means that sure, the surface of Earth has a surface, but outside of that, the confines of reality on Earth.
Are you
has an
trying to
outer
say that
extremity.
objects don't end?
No.
Yeah,
That's
is
what
that
I'm
what you're trying to
exactly
say?
saying the opposite to. Saying the opposite of that.
Right. Well, then if they end, there's a point where they are and a point where they're not. And the point
Yeah,
where they begin,
exactly.
the fucking surface. Absolute
Exactly.
dumbass.
Exactly. The firmament.
Yeah.
Right. So that's dimensional.
It's where the atmosphere ends, right? You said things have an end, and this is where the atmosphere ends.
No, I said objects have an end.
Yeah, atmosphere is an object.
What?
Oh, you didn't know that? You think objects fit within a set scalable size, or are we speaking in the totality of what it is we're speaking upon?
Yeah.
When we talk about the
reality, Ed.
atmosphere has an endpoint, does it not, Ed? Or does it stretch on to the ever expanse of space, Ed? Where's the end to your atmosphere?
I don't know.
Yeah, that part.
I didn't look at. I have no idea where it ends. I don't
Yeah, snap, crackle, pop some more, bro.
know. What?
You believe you're on a ball, Ed? Do you believe you're on one? Or do you know you're on one?
I know I'm what?
Do you know you're on a rotating? Right now, you're apparently on a rotating
Where are
pressurized
you,
waterfall,
Ed?
man. Yeah,
Where are
that's
you
what you
right
should ask
now?
yourself. Where are you, man? Yeah,
I'm
that's
at
a good
home.
question. That's a good answer, man. You don't know. You don't know.
Are you stuck in
What?
some JavaScript program? He's like Johnny Depp in fucking Transcendence. He's like stuck in the machine.
Dude, he's like Lawnmower Man. Stuck in the VR.
Take my hand, Ed. I'll pull you out. No, it's only 2D. It's not real. How's
Wait,
the
that's what you
escort
said.
prices in Amsterdam these days?
The what prices?
How's the escort service prices in Amsterdam? Are they getting any cheaper?
I don't know. Never used it.
Oh, come on.
What did God ever do to you, Ed? What are you mad about?
Apparently.
God put flat earthers on the earth, and it's
Well, wait a second. Then he also put the clovers on the earth, right?
certainly
Yep.
did.
Got a funny sense of humor.
You got to pay that, Ed. That was a good one.
No, he put you guys here for our amusement. You guys are like balls for us to kind of kick around.
Why are you guys always so angry and we're laughing?
Who said that just then?
Have you been to gyms? Have you seen the same conversations that go on year after year? And Chemo just sits there asking the same questions. And everyone gets all worked up. The same thing every day.
Yep, we have evidence. A lot.
You mean like Nate? You mean like Oakley, who asked the same 10 questions for 5 years and still doesn't have an answer to any of them?
Oakley
And the Globers keep on coming back over and over again.
Oakley is a showman. He's putting on a show. You know that, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't know anything. He asks the same 10 questions every fucking day, and he
Whatever
still
you
has no
believe.
answer.
No, you don't have any answers, man. What? He's got some answers.
No, his questions have been answered by Globers many times. They're fucking easy. He doesn't know.
Not to
He doesn't know.
support your not to support your model. They haven't been
Still
answered.
doesn't
No.
know. After all these years, he still doesn't know. And you can
Yeah,
ask him, like,
bro, he doesn't know how to
does
answer the
how
questions
does
to support your
work
model.
on a flat Earth? And his answer will be, I don't know. Why are you
Hey, Ed,
asking me?
does
You
does
doesn't
your
know anything.
does your mom go down, go boom boom?
Seriously, bro, you'd have to hate a group of people or somebody that much to actually. You are so missing. What are you talking about? Nathan doesn't know. How could he know? None of us know, man. Nobody knows how you can have gas pressure without a fucking container, bro. Nobody knows like any of this
We
shit.
do.
Distance to
You
the
just
sun. How do you know?
surface, because in the official equations and formulas related to this, you can see it's the surface, not container. So you're wrong.
Sorry. I'm sorry I missed that. I actually shut off. Were you talking about having gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, you don't need a container. You need a surface.
Yeah. Go on.
Right.
Surface of what?
Shut up, Jerry.
Hey, Ed, is the surface of Uranus?
Is the surface of my anus what?
Is it far?
I think I was
Gotta
over
finish.
the target. I was over the target, wasn't I, Ed?
Which target?
The bullseye in your butthole.
Ed, you're not here to actually laugh at flat earthers, but are you, man? Because even Glavers would be thinking, what's this dude doing? You're not even equipped to answer the way they answer the questions, man. They've got so much like, oh, Xanax just drives it in. Xanax just keeps going, rumpus and shit. You know, like you just haven't got that oomph, man. I'm feeling a bit
just
sorry for
answer
you. Like,
for you,
you're
Ed.
that kid that's getting a bit picked on. Just fucking come on over, man, and just sit back and listen and watch. And
Yeah, I've been on his show
you'll
many
realise,
times. He
yeah,
doesn't
you're on
let
the
anyone.
right side here, bro. You're on the right side, yeah. And then you can get your friends, get them on board. Yeah, look, what's the go? There's cool people every side. There's dickheads every side, right? So it's about the information itself, is it not? The topic, right?
Yes,
So, yeah,
I know.
what are you getting on
Oakley's
the Globe
information
side, bro? What are you
is not
think the fuck
to
about
have
whatever?
information.
What are you getting from the globe?
But he doesn't care about the information, man. He's not
Oh.
making
But
a
he doesn't
knowledge
have
claim.
any.
Okay, all right, that's cool.
Oh, Riggs, are you still triggered over that? Come on.
Dude, I've got the biggest smile on my face.
You sound
How
young.
high are you?
You sound young. You're still partying, aren't you? You sound young, so you're still doing the party thing, I guess. And that's cool, man. Like, but at some point in life, look into shit, eh?
What? Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I was just saying you sound young, so you're probably just partying and stuff still, which is cool as. But at some point in your life, like, yeah, look into shit, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty cool that you already have this assumption that you looked into things and I didn't, which means again more evidence you need to get over yourself, buddy.
It's not about it doesn't have to be about the amount of years you look into something, eh? Like, this isn't researching.
Well, I'm flattered you think I'm young, but to assume that I've not
You
looked
could
into
do
things,
it right now,
you
man.
need to
You could do it.
get over yourself. You need to get over yourself.
No, that's what you need to do right now, because you could do it right now if you did actually get over yourself and say, what else?
No, you need to get over yourself. You're
I'm going to
assuming
actually
things about
give the
people.
information. I'm going to give the information that these
First,
flat earthers are saying the
get over
credit it
yourself.
deserves, and I'm going to really,
Not
truly, actually try and
the
respond to
arrogant
it in a proper way that's
here.
going to prove it wrong. Yeah, I
Yeah,
get a bit
right.
arrogant, man. Yeah.
But you have no arguments. You just keep talking.
Well, that's what I actually told you right now, that you don't have an argument, but you could have one if you do that right now.
Actually, I did have argument. You had nothing to say. Instead,
No, you had an
you got
assertion,
triggered
man.
and told me
An
I didn't look
assertion
into
isn't an argument.
things because you had no arguments.
No, an
Well,
assertion isn't an argument. Somebody
just
mentioned
because
gas
you have an
pressure by
argument
the
doesn't mean it's a
container.
good one.
But it's true, though. It doesn't matter if you think
No, it is
it's
true.
good.
Just because you have an argument doesn't mean it's a good one.
Right, but it doesn't matter if you think it's a good argument. It's still true.
But
What
that
makes
was
it
your
true?
response to the argument. Somebody asked you if you can have gas pressure without a container, and what's that?
Right,
That's
I
your
already
response,
answered
is
that.
it?
What was my
A flat
answer?
surface. Yeah.
Show evidence that
you
you
just need
actually
a
listen
surface.
to what I say and tell me what my answer was.
What does gas do when you drop it on a surface?
So you didn't listen to my answer. You need to get over yourself and listen.
I did listen to your answer. You said you need a surface.
And what was my answer?
That you need a surface.
Good.
Okay, so drop some gas on it. Now, what happens?
You get gas pressure.
Oh, do you think that could be because there's already gas pressure going on? Yeah. So you're gonna have to do it on a scale, I guess. Yeah, you can't just like look at the fucking thing that we're questioning. And it's been brought up because it is gas pressure. It is pressurized,
Right.
but it's not
Right.
contained in your model.
Well, that's the whole problem here. Are you talking about gas pressure, as in
Yeah,
just gas? Or are
atmospheric
you talking
pressure.
about, or I wasn't finished, or are you talking about a pressurized system? Which one?
I'm talking about dropping some gas on something inside a
So
pressurized.
not a pressurized system then.
It's, bro, you said that to have gas pressure.
Just be clear here. Are you talking about a pressurized system? Yes or no?
Are we in a pressurized
What's the
system?
difference,
So I
Ed?
guess I am.
What's the difference between a pressurized system
So
and
you
gas pressure,
are
Ed?
talking about a pressurized system,
Yeah,
and not
it's
just gas.
all a pressurized system. Anytime you have
It's the
gas
difference
pressure, the
between
system's pressure.
belief and a knowledge claim.
Oh, you're still so mad.
No, I just think you're ridiculous with your like quagmire definitional like nonsense that no one else would adhere to.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Like you
right.
overcomplicate your own nonsense. It's actually kind of sad.
And yet you have zero arguments.
Ed, have you
Well,
ever
you
found a
used-
wave of
With
itself?
people like you, I don't need one.
You don't have any.
You're going downhill now, man. You are a bit lost now. I was feeling a bit sorry for you, but I think you're being a little bit childish. You sound a bit younger than 20 even. I thought you were 22 maybe or something, but I don't know.
Spiraled.
Find the wave of
serious?
itself, Ed, and when
Uh-oh.
you find the wave of itself or emptiness, come back and tell me about
Like he is
Oh,
a pure Fibonacci.
Fibonacci.
Like
That's
you
all.
are like textbook Fibonacci. Like you just keep going into yourself fractal, like just spiraling. Insane.
This is great.
Yep, that's my experience too. He's endlessly spiraled.
Ed, are you triggered by the trigger?
Triggered by the what? You're cutting out.
Are you triggered by the
You guys
Yeah,
are
you
both
need to
lagging.
stop.
God damn it.
You're muting yourself too fast.
Oh
Are
God,
you
Ed.
triggered by
I
the?
think you're too slow, Ed.
I think he's triggered by the.
Are you triggered by the trigger?
Oh man, that's so bad.
Oh, it was funnier before I heard you. But
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, like that saying that was just said just before. Are you triggered by the trigger? That's awesome. I'll be using that at work on Monday.
all right, well, this sucked. This actually really sucked. I thought you were more interesting than this. All right, well, what else can we talk about?
About waves of waves.
Waves of
no.
waves.
Oh, please no.
Like at a
Ed
football
loves
match,
waves.
waves. About fields and fields.
What,
Oh yeah, I asked somebody once. I asked somebody once, like, what is light? And he said, it's a wave. I said, a wave of what? And he said, light. So it's a wave of a wave. He said, no. I said, yeah, it's what you said. And it just went, around. Go ahead, Rick.
Got him.
No, I just wondered where everybody is. The fight's over, so I thought more people would come online. And then I guess Geo's gone. I guess not interested.
Oh, he left a long time ago, bro.
Oh, I thought he was
Eggshells is here. Eggshells
Eh,
is always up for
The fight was really
conversation.
good. It ended like such a blast.
I thought I don't know. It seemed there were a few parts that seemed a little rigged, especially the female fight. Nunez definitely seemed like she was. There were many times when she would like throw half a punch, like she'd throw all the force and then pull back halfway through. I was like, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Because whether or not you can see, you'd still throw your arm. So it actually takes like more energy to pull back, like halfway through a swing, and she kept smiling like unnecessarily. I don't know. It just seemed at a few points that she just kind of like put herself in a bad position knowingly. And then I saw how do you pronounce his name? Perrier or whatever the fuck. He did that too. Like a couple times where like he was standing, he's in a good position, got his elbow free, but then what's his name had his hand, and then he flipped over onto the ground. And I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Why would you give yourself why would you give away your good position when you didn't have to? But then you get smacked in the face like, I don't know, 100 times, like for free. I don't know. It didn't make any sense to me. I saw the favored opponent give up their position like for free, basically, like 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, where there's money involved, there will always be or betting at least, gambling. There will always be like something going on at some point with some of them. Dog racing and horse racing, I'd say, would be one of the most
I mean,
cheated on ones.
oh, sorry. I like the fights where it's an upset, where the loser or the underdog pulls it out.
Yeah, I like those ones too. I like good sportsman moments as well, but I also do like they're at it moments, like people getting hurt. Like not hurt. I don't want to see them get hurt, but sports like car racing and stuff, unless they're sort of, I don't know, somebody's crashing somewhere or something's happening, I can't watch them go around the same track like 120 times.
I mean, like even too, like where you've got like an underdog fighter for the champion, and they win by knockout or submission, like quick. It's like it's not even like I don't know. I guess it's good to see like something sort of unexpected. Like if you get a globalist come in here and they don't spiral, like, well, that was interesting.
Yeah, I've met them. Yeah, good ones.
It
Usually
happens.
kids, typically. Like kids tend to be more respectful once you actually get on their side. At least you're cool with them. Like unless they just want to be a dick and then run off and all. But if you get to know them, and yeah, they tend to be easier to deal with than grown up Globers. Kids will actually give you that as long as you don't put it on them. If they don't want to get into it, they won't put it on you. And kids can be smart asses, eh? Like that's what you expect it from kids. It's more annoying when it's coming from people that you think this is like what a grown adult now. It's actually more hateful, in their voice. Kids are just being dicks. You just start up some kind of sport or something like that, and just do some shit talk, and you get like a team, and then the Globers are going to start formulating their teams, because the fucking Flatties are getting some like making a bloody ruckus. Can't have that, so they'll get their team and shit, and we'll get some I don't know, recognition on the topic and all, and use that to spit out some shit and trigger them more on the field. Put off their game. Use the halftime show to do some propaganda. I wouldn't actually show anything flat Earth orientated as such. I'd just show globe stuff, heliocentric stuff, because I'm sure a lot of us realised at some point what we thought we knew about, spinning bullshit. We just thought we knew it was true, right? But when we actually started becoming flat earthers and that, and we're looking at all this stuff and like, fuck, okay, so this is how it was actually, really supposed to be. So the sun's moving this way and the earth's going that way and all around the sun and dragging all that rah rah. All this stuff, it just starts sounding and seeming more and more ridiculous, eh? It's like, I think if a lot of people on that side of the argument actually knew all that stuff without actually getting into it for the flat earth globe debate part of it, because they're getting into it competitively then in some sense. But if they were actually
Okie dokie. Well, it has been a lot of fun, Ed. Thank you very much for teaching me and sharpening my sword.
Uh-huh.
Really appreciate it.
Did you find your sword yet?
It's in your butt.
Pen is mightier than the sword, Ed. He's been swatting you with sword strikes since it started talking. Like lots of sword strikes. It's in the
Yeah,
way.
but my armor is impenetrable. So good luck with that.
Why? What's it made out of?
My armor is made of God.
I see. You've got to be stupid, or you got to resort to like stupidity or just childishness, which is fine. Like I'm an absolute child, eh? But
It's actually what you guys did, because you were only arguing against straw man argument the entire time, which was amazing.
were they? Which one? Which one was the straw man?
All of them, you said
Oh,
things
all
about
of
me the
them.
whole
Fuck, that's
time.
easier, isn't it? But yeah, you don't. That way, you don't have to actually remember any. You just go, oh, all of them.
No, I remember a lot of them. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, name one.
No, that's irrelevant. We're not going in
Oh,
circles.
it's real. Oh, you're shocking, man.
We're not
Seriously.
going in circles. I'm not
Just
gonna
like
play the
that,
circle
he
game.
spirals.
Just because you didn't remember doesn't mean I have to go in a circle.
Ed, don't start getting triggered, Ed.
Dice low. Go read off your script.
I will. You ready to do the wave?
All right, give me a random of your script.
I got some new stuff on the script, bro.
Really? Is it updated?
I got some extra stuff that's been added to it.
From his videos or what?
You know, he just had a free PDF download.
Oh shit, he has a new one. Gotta find it. Need to be up to date.
Got a 2.0 that box.
Is the first one superseded?
No, it's just further in depth, man. I got new words, bro. Okay. Can't handle these words.
It's more than words, isn't it, eh? You'll just hear the words, but you don't actually let those words absorb in and like think the words out and comprehend the words. You know, you just think these are stupid people. I don't need to do any of that shit.
Are you talking to yourself again?
I don't know. Maybe ultimately, you might be one of the NPC characters here. I guess I don't think I'm the only one here though. I'm certainly not that fucking arrogant.
I mean, are you projecting again? Sounds like you're talking about yourself again.
Well, again, I don't know. I could be. Like, you know, you might be an NPC here, and you might be like me, literally me, not your own person. You might not have the freedom to be whoever
sounds
you
like
are.
you're projecting. It sounds like you're projecting. Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth.
Yeah, I could have been.
Right. Well, you were.
I wasn't projecting my freedom though once here. I wasn't saying you can have my freedom too, bro, and you know, and that I'll be the NPC. So no, that wasn't happening. But I might have been projecting, yeah, and every other
Yeah,
way.
you were projecting. You were talking about yourself. That means you're projecting. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. One of the worst parts of myself, I think, after today. So I can't believe how I was. I mean, I knew I was a bit of a shit of a kid, you know, but seriously, man.
You're making shit up again.
Aren't we all? What is true? Isn't it all made up? Alright, man. I, personally, so I won't do that anymore. Just want you to know I don't do it, you know, with any, it's just the way I do things myself, yeah? Don't mean anything by it.
See, when I ask what makes anything impossible, and you say reality, that sounds like a red herring.
Sounds like you have no argument again.
Yeah, you forgot that part, man. You've got no arguments here, so it doesn't matter what you say, what you present, you got no argument.
Well, he didn't present anything. He just attacked me personally.
That's
so
that's another red herring.
So where's this
He
newbie? I
just
can't find.
presented something. He said what he said, and you rebutted what he said by saying, "Oh, you got no argument." You're the one that's supposed to be arguing what he said, presenting some form of an argument to rebut what he said.
No, he just repeated what was said previously, and then he added nothing to it, so it was meaningless. There's nothing to rebut. He just repeated my argument. He wants to go in circles. We've already been over that.
Well, you said reality. Reality of what?
The things you were talking about when you asked me are things impossible.
I said,
and I've already answered that 3 times now, Jerry. Which means if you ask again, you're going in the circle again. Which means you're just dishonest.
I said, is anything impossible? Anything.
Right. Anything. Any
action, any noun, anything.
Right. When I say reality, it's the reality of that being untrue or true, which makes it possible or impossible. That question has been answered 5 times now.
Did he just use both answers, possible and impossible, to answer that one question?
I mentioned 2 things separately, so you're not listening again and arguing against a straw man, or you're just doing it on purpose because you're a liar.
No, I have got you. No, I'm a bit dyslexic in every way, man. And
okay.
Yeah, but I do have what you're saying.
Please keep it to yourself because you've been doing it for over an hour.
All right, don't ride me balls, man. Settle. All right, cool. I said I wasn't going to pick on you no more, but don't keep pushing me, yeah?
You haven't been picking on me at all. You've been trying, but you're failing because you have no arguments.
Okay.
All you do is argue against a straw.
Cool. Yeah, that's cool then.
All you're doing is arguing
myself
against straw man that you made up.
Yeah, all right. I'm glad that you haven't thought that though, because I thought it was obvious. If I was talking to myself that way, I'd be thinking, "Oh, shut the fuck up, bitch!" Like, you know, talk to me like that. And I'd be getting like, "Oh, just shut up," you know. I thought that's why you were getting all like that. It must have been the other guy's thing.
So if I say, why can't I jump to the moon? And you say, because of the reality of jumping to the moon. Is that what you're saying, Ed?
What?
Why can't I jump to the moon, Ed? What makes
because
that?
The reality prevents it.
Reality of what prevents it?
The reality of that situation.
So the act of jumping to the moon prevents me from jumping to the moon. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I said. That's a straw man.
Okay, so what makes it impossible for me to jump to the moon?
Reality.
Reality of what?
Reality of that situation.
The reality of jumping to the moon makes it impossible for me to jump to the moon. Is that what you're saying, Ed?
Let me go back to the definition because I posted it already. Let's see, the quality or state of being actual or true. Right.
Right, and I said jumping to the moon. So the quality
right
of jumping to the moon makes it impossible for me to jump to the moon. Is that what you're saying, Ed?
No, that's not what I said. Try again.
Okay, tell me what makes it impossible for me to jump to the moon.
Reality
The reality of what?
of jumping, the state of jumping to the moon, that situation.
So I will
The reality.
repeat what you said for a fourth time. Tell me that the act of jumping to the moon is what prevents me from being possible to jump to the moon.
No, that's not what I said. You're
You just said
misrepresenting
that
what.
4 times in a
No,
row.
that's not what I said. No, that's not what I said. You're misrepresenting what I said. Try again.
Okay, let's go for a 5th time. Is anyone else getting bored?
No, I'm not in circles with you, Jerry. I've already answered your question.
I'm asking the room a question. Is anyone else getting bored?
All right, ask the room because I've answered it already. Go ahead.
What makes it impossible for me to jump to the moon, Ed?
No, you were asking the room. I've already answered that.
Okay, room. Is anyone else bored?
No, it's good because this shows that there's no spacesuit. No one can go to the moon. You can't jump there. No, can't launch, can't fly.
I rest
Faked
my
it.
case.
Yeah, they faked. That's the reality of the situation.
The reality of the situation of what? Isn't that what you're supposed to be asking now, Jerry?
I asked what makes it impossible for me to jump to the moon. You said
No,
reality.
but no, hold on. Rick just said this is the reality of the situation, so you should be asking him the reality of the situation of what? That's your
No,
game,
Ed, that
right?
would
That's
be
what
your
you said.
spiral. That would be
You ask.
adding your
Please ask
spiral to
of
the
what?
situation. That would
That's
be
what you.
your spiral. That would be your
That's the only
spiral.
game you have. You ask
That would
of
be
what?
your spiral to the situation. That'd be you spiraling and expecting someone else to do what you do. You do you. No one's gonna do you like you can. Only you can do you.
Make sure you wash your hands.
Ed, can you show me waves of waves yet?
I never said anything about that.
Can you show me emptiness?
Yeah, it's in your head.
Oh, got him.
Got it.
Ed, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
If you were going to a party and everyone gets to choose their song at this party and listen to it, right? Everyone's pumped up, having a good time, yeah? But the night's getting on, you can sense that it's getting to the end of it, yeah, and hasn't come up with your turn for your song, right? It's not going to be happening. And you know that. It's sunk in. You let that ruin the party.
No, of course not. I'll listen to it on the way back when I'm wasted.
Yeah. So yeah, it's not a spinning ball, man, in a vacuum. So just relax. If you want to keep thinking it is, that's cool. Whatever. If you can't, if you don't want to, you're not here to have
Did
the
you
debate,
just
obviously.
admit to drinking and driving, Ed?
What if I drink and drive? Is that what you asked?
Sounds like an open admission to it, but anyways, but we'll leave that out.
I don't have my driver's license, so that's not possible.
What? You drive without a license drunk?
Yeah.
Stories, the plot's getting thicker. I picture Ed on a beach cruiser with a basket up front and like a little dog in it.
Interesting.
And a NASA t-shirt on.
A scarf. And a raspberry beret. Do you ride a Vespa, Ed?
No.
You got roller skates, don't you?
His nemesis is Perry the platypus.
So, Ed, when did you figure out that flat Earth is stupid, but you're going to talk to flat Earthers day after day for years on end anyway?
It's
No,
like his
that's
super villain origin story, right here. I just posted it.
You haven't been in this for years, have you, Ed?
Almost 2 years, I think.
2 years. You are on the easy side, man. All you have to do is regurgitate your information. You don't have to back any of it up. You just say it's already been done. Rah, rah, rah. Like, you just, call us idiots, right? What are you doing? Yeah, are you just
Well,
here
I'm
to
not
fill in? Are you
anyone
just here to
an
fill in
idiot.
make the appearance that
Hold
you're in
on,
the debate?
hold on. I'm not calling anyone an idiot just because they're a flat earther. That's ridiculous. I'm calling someone an idiot if they present idiotic arguments.
Yeah, like gas pressure without a container, and you present your surface. We'll drop some gas pressure on your surface.
Which you had no argument against, because I asked you
Yeah.
specifically if you were talking about a pressurized system, which is not just gas pressure, and you said yes, so your argument is done.
Ed, you know the argument. We don't need to play the technicality.
Yeah, I know your argument. No, it's done because you have
so
nothing
why do you play stupid?
to say.
Why are you
You do
playing
is at
stupid?
me.
Yeah. So why are you playing stupid, bro? Acting like it's
I'm
something
not playing
wrong.
stupid. I just demolished your argument, and you have
Then
nothing
why
to
would you say a surface?
all you could do was say Ed. Hey Ed. That's all you got.
Yeah. Why would you say that all you need is a surface? Show me a surface other than a flat one.
Because
that
that's
goes
what
on
gas
as
pressure
far as it
needs.
needs to go.
It's a surface and gas.
Yeah, show me a surface other than a flat one, right? Because it's not flat in any of your models. You can believe in any other model but a flat one. Show me a surface such as that retaining gas. Because I can understand an infinitely extending flat surface, holding gas. Whatever's above it, I don't fucking know. But yeah, I guess that's where the gas is. But yeah, that's not your model. Show me a surface of any other kind.
Do you want a pressurized system or just gas pressure?
You know what we're talking about, man. And atmospheric
No,
pressure.
you have to be specific.
Atmospheric pressure is gas. It is
you
gas.
Need to be specific.
Yeah,
Please be specific.
Can I just chip in to ask a question? Were you saying an infinite plane? One of us.
No, I was just using that as an example. That's the only like a flat surface even. That's the only surface I could understand retaining gas, because otherwise I'd think it would seep over the edges at some point or some shit like. So
I mean, you'd
Yeah.
get the same problem with if it was infinite, right? If it's infinite, you need infinite gas to fill it.
It's
and then you
always going to. That's right. Eggshells. See, eggshells knows it's always going to fill the space wherever that space is, right? Always.
No,
Yeah.
no. What I'm describing is the problem with infinity. What you would end up with is infinite gas, which would mean infinite pressure at the same time as being zero pressure.
Well, it would also end up with infinite. Whatever that is below the surface would have to be infinitely extending, and also, yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, everything's infinite. Yeah.
It's a bit silly.
But it's the only one I can comprehend retaining gas in some way. If he's talking about it seeping downwards for whatever reason, he thinks.
That's why I asked if you're talking about gas pressure or a pressurized system.
Okay, what are you talking about when you say pressurized system? Just
now you asked me a question, so which one do you mean?
I know.
In that question.
Well, I mean a pressurized system of a vacuum.
Right,
The difference between a vacuum, yeah.
So that's very easy to solve your problem then, because I've already done that specifically. A pressurized system is not the same as just simply gas pressure. So your
Yeah,
question
sorry.
is
I should have been more. Yeah. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, that's my bad. So now that we're both up to speed of what we're talking about, can you now? What's your answer? How do you have a pressurized system without a container?
You don't.
I reckon you need a force. Right? When we say it needs containment, like one way you could say is walls, but the walls are just provided.
Yeah,
like we'd accept if there was electrostatics or the gas was in some way magnetic, a force could create pressure, wouldn't we agree?
I would adhere to something like that, eggshells, totally, you know.
I haven't heard you before.
Right, so we're not living in a pressurized system, so no problem.
We're not. Did you say we're not?
Yes, it's a pressure gradient, which means it's not pressurized. Yes.
Oh, okay.
That's how it works.
How do you have a gradient? Do you need gas pressure?
Doesn't matter.
Do you need gas
pressure
pressure to have a gradient?
A pressure gradient is not a pressurized system, so your problem with this container horseshit is solved.
How do you have
problem.
gradient?
Do you understand the difference, Ed?
Next problem.
A gradient is just a positive pressurization to the point where it's exceeded the volume, and now it's got to kind of collapse in upon itself, and it creates this gradient. Whereas a pressurized system.
Oh my god! No, what you're describing is a pressurized system, which is not a gradient.
So what's the difference? Ed?
A pressurized system has the same pressure everywhere, and gradient does not. Therefore, it's a gradient. Since we live in a gradient,
we live in a
it's
dynamic
not
environment, Ed.
It's no container.
It's moving, Ed.
But it's not pressurized. Not equal pressure.
It is fluctuating. Oh, it's not in your model.
Equal pressure, not pressurized.
Yeah, because shit's fluctuating, Ed. There's pressure, bloody hard.
Doesn't matter. It's not pressurized. No container.
Yeah, it's a pressurized system that's moving, Ed. Okay, like shit.
But it's not pressurized. It's a gradient.
Yeah, okay, you can call it gradient if you want. How do you measure the gradient, Ed? How do you measure that?
Irrelevant.
With a gradiometer.
There is a new thing called micromanaging what flat earthers say, I think, going on, and they're micromanaging the shit by addressing particular lengths of what you've said, and then they stop it there. Doesn't matter. Hold that there, and then whatever's said over here. All right, we'll split that up over here. Well, what's going on, Ed?
I'm demolishing your argument, so you have nothing to say. That's why you're attacking me personally.
You're demolishing my argument so that you don't have to say nothing, man. That's what
you have nothing to say. All you're doing is talking about me instead of addressing what I said, which means you have no argument.
I'm addressing what you're doing to get out of responding properly to the argument. The gas pressure without a container, man, it's not fucking hard. Yeah? How do you have that?
You don't.
I've already demolished that by telling you we don't live in a pressurized system. We live in a gradient. No container needed.
Yeah,
Next
that's
problem.
what you say.
You're going in circles. You're going in circles.
Would
Next
you like me to
problem.
show you like pictures of
Next
things
problem. You're
imploding?
going
Yeah,
in
this is my
circles.
next.
Next
This is my next
problem.
thing, Ed. This is my next problem.
Next problem.
It is, Ed. Shut up and I'll tell it to you.
In circles.
Would you like me to show you gas tankers and shit imploding because of the gas pressure that is here pushing in on it when you create a vacuum?
That doesn't matter.
Is that the lighter gas
Relevant.
gradient up the top pushing down on this heavy gas? Is it? Is it really? Oh yeah, take that, you heavy gas. The lighter gas says.
Doesn't matter. We don't live in a pressurized system.
No, that's
matter
what you're
which
saying.
Argument you present. We don't live in a pressurized system.
You're one of these people. How long? 2 years, eh? You must be an up and comer. You came along at some point. You're in the Rumpus crew, aren't you? You were Zanuck and that. You were like RC Mikey. This is your thing, is it? Is this the way you do it?
You're not addressing the argument. You have nothing to say.
I'm talking to I'm going to talk, or somebody else can talk, but otherwise, yeah. If Eggshells wants to talk, because I've noticed Eggshells was in here, and I know he's
that's right. Run away. Run away, buddy. Run.
Eggshells is actually smart than you, man. So he's a better liar, you know. But he's also cooler. I think he's got a bit of personality about him, like. So I think we'll be cool, you know, like when we get to that point where it's like, oh, you know, fuck you, Eggshells. He'll be like, oh, fuck you, whatever my name is here, one of us. Like, but you're just like taking a bad man, like, you know, like.
Have we talked before, one of us? It's funny to hear another Aussie. When I first got into Flat Earth, I was like, there seems an underrepresentation of Australian flat earthers. You been around for a while? Different name or something?
I usually use one of us, but I think we did talk at 24/7 the day you were getting sort of scolded. Yeah, you were getting scolded because of the way you talk to Truth. You know, which I think you even like you were doing it at that time. I think you might have been a bit drunk or so. But I remember you saying you had a YouTube channel. I come over to your channel and here's you fucking like doing little post-it notes and stuff. Write shit down and post it. I'm thinking, who the fuck is this dude, man?
Sounds like me.
Investigator. Yeah. But yeah. I think you're a I don't know what your goal is though, Eggshells. I'll be honest with you. I'm pretty sure you've got a bit invested in, you know, the globe in a sense, because I don't know what it was with your father. I can't remember exactly the details, but I know it had something to do with or the globe had to be involved in some way. I don't know. I can't remember the details.
Yeah, to me, either he lied about things he did in his life, or he lied to me about the shape of the Earth. I don't think he did either.
Was he an astronaut?
He was a crop duster.
He was a crop duster.
What was he, man? What was your father? What did he do?
Oh, what he did for a living, he was a computer programmer, but he's just mad keen into his flying. So he did flew air races and stuff, navigated by sextant, all that good stuff.
Okay. You still see your dad?
No, he's dead. He died like 6 months ago, not long ago.
All right. Do you know any pilots personally?
His friends, yes, but not really aside from that, because he was big in aviation, so he knew loads of pilots.
Yeah. Well, would you be willing, so, you know, just for yourself, I guess, we'll say this, right, you know, but whatever happens, like, because, I don't know, I get a bit like cautious of a lot of people these days, like even on Flat Earth side, you know, like it just becomes like that. Like you don't know what's really the motive behind people and any of this shit. But if you really want to do something for your own interest, you know, nobody else has to know. Maybe ask your pilot about the gyroscopical system on there and the artificial horizon, how that all actually works, the simplicity of it, the mechanics of it, like, right? Don't let the bloody it does this for this reason, like the gravity affects this, whatever with that. Just put that there. Okay, cool. But understand the mechanics of it and how it works, right? And why it works like that, and what it actually does.
Which bit you mean? The gyro that makes the artificial horizon for the instruments?
Yeah, like why it like banks and tilts and pitches and such, as the plane itself does so, right? Because the gyroscopical instrument is telling the artificial horizon this is the basically where you are positioned on the axis, which it maintains stability, rigidity in space with, right? And they'll say, yeah, that's because of gravity and stuff, right? Okay, cool. Yeah, is it? But no, it's not, because gravity is basically easy to overcome in a sense, right? The
Yeah, I guess in a sense.
lightest thing can overcome gravity in a sense, right? And they're trying to say that the gyroscope itself, oh, it's affected by gravity, it's keeping it in that right? Okay, so we're getting up the line on the weight ratio, and so about gyroscope at least they're saying instruments, oh, that's a definite fucking hardcore gravity holding it there hard, right? But the lighter things, yeah, they float around, they do all that really easy, yeah.
Do you not think that kind of comports with what they tell us about gravity, like that light
Yeah, it's
things
just a
should be
convenience,
affected
but
less?
yeah, of
But
course.
I mean,
They are
it's
affected less,
100%
but
consistent with it.
yeah, sorry, but that's the thing, man. They are affected less, yeah? This is the thing. All these
Sure.
things that we think are associated with something, they're all happening already. We just believe in the story about why they're happening in a sense, but never actually thought, could that actually be why they're happening? Or maybe they were always happening like that, not because, well, we haven't been proven to be on a ball, like just that possibility, right? What are those proofs? The gyroscope, man, to me, is an absolute proof. Like anyone that uses it, flies a plane and such, if they really did look at their instruments and understand, well, that should be moving every so often at every so like amount constantly,
I mean, like
right?
15 degrees an hour, kind of like the
Well,
ring
if
laser
you want to
gyro
go,
kind of
if
business.
you want to go on that Excels, yeah, if you want to go on that, man, I can give you the video of the guy that was doing that test. What's his name? From Globebusters, Globebusters, I think.
Bob
If you want,
Nodell.
Bob Nodell, yeah. He'll explain to you the whole story about that situation, man. Like, I won't do that because I don't understand that in itself and what he was doing and what he did properly. Because that wasn't just the only thing he did that one time, right? That one.
Bob Noodle.
Yeah, they did that thing about 3 or 4 times, I think, at different locations and such, right, to get these different readings based upon, and yeah, right. But what the show did was took a cherry pick of a one situation. Look at this, it's moving and such, because we know that's what happens, right? It does do that, yeah.
Sure.
Like
Yeah, I'm
just like
editing right now. I can show you my screen. I'm
yeah,
making the next
yeah.
episode. But I mean, yeah, we
But
cut
what
down stuff to make the story fit better.
But what I'm saying is, why does it do that? And the thing is, it's just instantly put straight onto because they're on a spinning ball, right? There's like 8 billion or so people, I'm sure, 7 billion that probably believe this, right? It's a big thing, yeah. And
yeah.
Are you telling me that you're not going to give the chance to something that might just be too big to you? Oh, that couldn't be possible. You're telling me that you're seriously gonna never look into it, and the artificial horizon thing, man, that shit should always be moving, right? As the plane's going around the curve. Around the world, big round the world trip. That artificial horizon should be fucking, unless it can recorrect itself, unless at some point the gyroscope or whatnot's going to reset and relax back into whatever position again and reset again, then that's got to be constantly moving. But
so what do you reckon then about the people who make or calibrate these? Because I had a super interesting chat one day. It wasn't so much on the ring laser gyros or the plane gyros, but a gyro compass, and he was somebody who used to work in something in merchant shipping, and he since retired because he's like, it's one of those really typical fantastic stories of somebody is like paid some shit wage to do a job, builds up a understanding, and now he's a contractor and just works for himself, where he buys old gyro compasses and refurbishes them so they work again, and then sells them back to basically his old boss, his old company. And he was showing how they work.
Yep. And do they maintain their rigidity in space?
Well, basically. Because that's the way the gyro compass works. So the gyro compass spins super fast, just spins a wheel of weights super fast, and because of the Coriolis force, it's going to be tugged like, you know, at one end of its spin, it's going to be tugged a little bit right, and then at the bottom of its spin, it's going to be a little bit left, and those forces to a little bit left, a little bit right will process around. It waggles a bit. He said, it was a cool chat because he like goes, "Oh, I'll switch on my camera," and then he goes walking out to his garage where he's got like a stack of these like stacked up and with dust on them, and he gets one out and shows how it works, and like opened it up. He wasn't able to turn it on, but opened it up, and he says it will just sort of waggle back and forth for about half an hour until eventually it settles. And what it will settle on is where the net forces left and right or east and west are zeroed out, basically, and that will be due north. And he said this, what is interesting about this compass is it will give you due north, whereas magnetic compasses will give you magnetic north. And that works based on the physical force of the planet, you know, the planet's rotation. Because to me, if what you were saying is right,
hold on now, right? But again, there is a claim about an effect, and the claim about the effect is just simply, as always, just reifying something that's never truly been proven right. That's the point of the flat Earth argument.
So does it need to be proven if you can get something useful out of it? Like, could it be the case that we live on a globe and we haven't proven it, but because the globe is spinning, we can use that spin to make a gyro compass point north?
Well, hang on, man. That's what we just covered, right? That in itself is a claim about something that hasn't been proven to begin with. So we don't even know if that is the case yet. But if there's something positive that comes out of anything, I'm sure, yeah, give it a go. But give me anything heliocentric related that has done anything for the world, anything practical in society.
Anything helio. Well, man.
No, I think that works. Because you can use the Earth without proving it's flat to, like, you know, lay a floor, or, you know, like
yeah,
definitely.
If it's got practical use.
And that's another thing, man. Water in itself also doesn't lie, man. Water is the standard for establishing a horizontal, to the vertical that is straight down, the down. And in the flat Earth's world, these are right angle lines and right angle measurements that are right angle lines and measurements. Like the horizontal, the horizon itself, all lines established by water itself are horizontal and straight lines, you know. They don't bend, but at some points in your model they have to bend, yeah. And I'm all for, okay, fine. If you want to say, oh, we can't see that amount of distance where they do start bending and they do bend, okay, cool. But that just puts it a belief then, doesn't it, for you? And it puts it a belief for us that they don't bend, that they keep going straight, yeah. But well, equity and logic would be on our side, wouldn't it? You know, if you want to do any testing, well, why would something that is straight bend?
But is the globe claim that it's straight and that it bends?
Well, it has to bend. We're talking water. We're talking the straightest thing ever at rest. You know, like that's the standard for straight. You know, that's a line, and at certain distances, that line has to cut. Basically, it can't be straight. It has to bend, right? But also, those lines are constantly changing and intersecting one another as well. Like in our world, right angle lines, they're parallel. They don't intersect. And that's bloody surveying. That's construction. That's pipeline laying. That's everything in practical reality is by those measurements.
It's planar surveying, isn't it? It's like of the two types of surveying, it's planar, but it's not geodetic.
Yeah, that's what's used practically in society. Geodetic is simply something that goes that extra distance to try and assert that they are, taking down measurements of curvature and all, but they're simply just making observations about something, right? And disregarding perspective itself, how perspective works and things, that angular size changes and distances and things like that. Using those things, mixing them with calculations and basing approximations upon the model itself, right? none of it's actually witnessing, viewing, proving in itself actual
I'm not
curvature.
sure that's accurate of geodetic surveyors. I don't think that's
It's
how
accurate.
they'd describe it. But
It
like,
is. They use towers.
would
They observe towers that are a distance away. They use signals to towers. They observe structures a certain distance away. They have these things that they can take signal bloody things from certain towers of proximities, which are accurate in their measurements, right? And then they use their observations and all, but they're still simply observing something in the distance and basing their measurements off the amount this something is or isn't disappearing.
would it? But don't you
using that
think
as
there would be
purpose.
people then that would get into geodetic surveying, and after doing it for a while, go, "This is all just calculation and bullshit," and it doesn't actually like
But
because you would
why would they
expect
do
if the
that?
calculations.
Why would they do that? Flat Earth's stupid, man. Like, who's a flat
Well,
earther?
what do
Is
you?
somebody a
What
flat
do you?
earther?
Well, if you don't obviously don't have to share, but if you're comfortable, what is it you do for a living?
Me, I build like the infrastructure, I guess you could say, of the bloody electrical. I'm not the electrical bit.
Okay.
Internet. You know, the fiber optic bloody pipelines
Oh
we put
yeah.
in the ground. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you give me my internet. That's awesome. So, like, if you found something in your job where you were like, "This is just bunkum. This doesn't actually make. This is not how internet works." You know, we're laying these cables in the street all day, but it's in fact Wi-Fi. You know, a wireless signal that's giving people internet to their homes, and this whole thing I'm doing for a living is a scam.
Whistleblowers.
Would you? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Would
Julian
you
Assange
not
is
get
on
to the
trial
point?
right now.
Right. Would you
Yeah,
not get to the
government
point
isn't
one
working.
of us? Would you not get to the point one of us where you're like, "Hey, as much as I quite like my paycheck, this is a pile of shit, and I think I should let people know that."
Well, that would depend on the level of the situation as well. For one, like saying, "Oh, this
Yeah,
is a
if you were
bit
like,
dodgy." Some company is being dodgy. No, this isn't some company being dodgy. Like this is something that's like, fuck. Oh, hang on, guys.
so would you be more or
Like
less
there's
likely
other
to
people
admit to
around you.
something that's small or large?
When
Like
we're
if it was
talking
like
on this level and all,
NBN level, like NBN, because I mean, I think there have been a few whistleblowers about NBN, haven't there? Whereas like when we first heard we're getting fiber to the premises, like when I thought I was going to get fiber into my house, I was like, "Are you fucking kidding? I will smoke people in my games and be able to upload things at a blink of an eye. This is
apparently that's
amazing."
still happening. Apparently that is still happening.
Right, but it's bullshit, right? You would know this. It's fiber to the node, right? We get fiber to
It
like
is.
down
Yeah,
the
yeah.
street. Now,
Yeah.
if they were telling us you're getting fiber to the premises, and you were like, no, I know that last 100 meters is copper, and I know this for a fact, and that was a big scam where you were like, it's costing the Aussie taxpayers millions and billions, actually, really, of dollars. The bigger, like, because you're saying, I think, which is quite right. Sometimes it might be a small little scam that an employee and a boss pull off, and then sometimes it gets bigger. Would you be more or less likely to dob it in if it was bigger or smaller?
Well, for one, I wouldn't dob it. I wouldn't dob it in if it was I mean, I'd probably dob pretty much them all in. But the one we're talking about here, man, is the way that you just go and dob in. You know, you're going to dob into. You're going to ring up the news stations and go out there in the street with a sign or fucking tell people on the street, "Oh, hey guys, rah rah rah," and they will fucking. That's ridiculous because the subject itself, it's not given any credit. Even most flat earthers, I'd say, if not all of them, when they first were faced with this topic, thought, "What the fuck?" And most of us were already in the conspiracy stuff, right? We're already on board with a lot of stuff. But yeah, flat Earth is just fucking ridiculous to think at first. Nah. And
But
now,
like, don't you think, like, given this proof you're talking about, or like if it came to the gyro compasses to sort of, because I don't want to sort of jump from scattershot
sorry,
from
that's what I was
topic to
going to
topic.
say before,
No,
man.
I'm happy. It was my
People have
fault.
no reason to do that, right? These people have no reason to do that. Why would they? They just do what they're doing. This is how it works. This is what it does. They don't need to make any other links anywhere else about anything. With the flat Earth topic coming out, who knows?
But if ScoMo was saying to us, "Hey, you're getting fiber to the premises," and you were like, "No, we're not," you'd say something, wouldn't you? You would have the ability.
I say that to
you'd have
anyone that
the
asks, "Are they
intimate
getting fiber to the
knowledge.
premise?" I say, "No, you're not." That's what I tell them. Yeah.
Exactly. So you snitch on that, right? You not snitch. It's a horrible
You
word
can
for it.
snitch it if you want.
No, like whistleblowing, I think is a better word for it, because it's moral. It's speaking truth to power. It's an important thing to do. So I think that's great. I think every geodetic surveyor would know that. Like, I think anybody who's built a gyro compass, or refurbished a gyro compass, sold, like maybe even the salespeople, fuck knows if they know about it really. But like, yeah, the people who do the horizon leveling, the people who build ring laser gyroscopes, like all of them, not all of them must have had the thought. It's entirely possible that they just sat there the whole time going, I live on a globe, and they built the thing and it measures movement, and they just never bothered to go, hang on, what about the movement of the planet? It's possible some of them did that. But don't you think that like a couple of them went, but hang on, aren't we rotating about our axis and orbiting around the sun?
Yeah,
You think zero of them have done that?
Every single one of them are doing what they're doing under the impression that what they are doing is all being done on a spinning ball, man, okay? They've got no reason to question it. Otherwise, why would you do such a thing, all right? We've got space stations, companies, we've got fucking, like, all this stuff, man, so much shit. Why would you question such a thing? There's all this other stuff going on in the world, right? What
You
the world's
wouldn't
flat
even
now,
need
guys?
to.
Like,
You wouldn't even need to correct everything.
Why
You don't have to
would
go,
they
oh, we live on a
think
flat
that?
and stationary plane. All you would need to say is, no, that's not what it measures. That's not how it works. Yes, I've built gyro compasses. I've sold them for a living. I am, the CEO and founder of gyrocompass.com Incorporated, whatever. That's not how they work. Like, when it just seems like, maybe let me flip the question and ask it a different way.
I can make it much easier. Don't worry about the plane, man. Don't worry about the plane's gyroscope and all this technical shit, right? Let's go back to the day when the gyroscope was becoming a thing, right? Original, all mechanical gyroscope.
Sure.
Functions of it, right? That gyroscope is what it is. It's not fucking all, oh, it's got little pendulums in it, rah, it's not all that bullshit. It's a fucking gyroscope that does what it does. Why does it do that, okay? Because of the motion, right? What motion? The motion that it's been sped up by, right? You speed these things up, you give them their spin. Why does that cause the gyroscope to do what it does, okay? Now you got to make these links, because of gravity and whatever you got to do, right? But that gyroscope is used, it maintains its rigidity in space. It can like move around on fucking like the most extreme angles on top of little fucking pens even. I've seen people put them on top of pen fucking tips, on extreme angles and shit, moving around, swiveling around. Why do they do it? Why does gravity not actually pull that downwards?
It does. That's why what's keeping it to the top of the pen, right?
Okay, if you want to go there, man, this is a funny thing,
So
right?
can I ask a question I wanted to ask?
Can I say this?
Go for it.
What you just said, I've noticed the thing with a lot of Glovers that think if there was no gravity, shit would just be floating. And this is just a thing that you need to snap out of all of this stuff just for a moment, because if it's all true, man, you're going to realize that it's true when you come back to it, right? You're not scared to do that, are you? Why would you be scared to let
not at all.
So
no,
cool.
I'd want to
So
know. If the Earth was flat, I'd 100% want to know about it.
You would, wouldn't you, man? Yeah. But I don't know what the issue is, right? As you said before with your dad and all, right? That too. But what I think was going on, not that your dad was lying to you, but just that your dad was being lied to, as the rest of us, and confused himself.
That's what I'm saying about him. He's navigated across the planet, choosing his own flight paths, having to make emergency landings places.
Why does that mean anything, man? He can't. He doesn't witness curvature when he's flying, unless he thinks he does, right? But
just the straight up geometry of a ball and a disc are different. So you're heading like
they are.
You just
look.
You look at the straight line on a projection map. You draw a straight line. Okay, what did he have? Like, I forget. I think he had like 800 nautical miles or something. I've got no idea. The distance he can make, and then you've got a point of no return. You've got to sort of fly nearish airfields even if you don't plan on landing at them, in case you run out of fuel or you get engine trouble or something like that. And you just draw the closest line you can using those rough heuristics to get a line to London, which is he flew back and forth prop planes between them a number of times. And you do it on an AE map and you do it on a globe and you get absolutely totally different headings. So
Yeah, you do. Yeah. Have you noticed that? Did you
yeah,
see that heading
absolutely.
that
You
that
should
plane took when it was flying along and it had to make an emergency landing because the lady was pregnant or something on the plane? And you've seen that, yeah? How
I've
close,
seen
how
one.
much more sensical that is on the. I'm not saying I adhere to the map itself. Obviously, it can't be absolute, complete. But yeah, the flat one, all maps are flat, man. They all derive from flat fucking
Sure.
data. They all put down as flat, and then they're turned into a globe. Yeah, they weren't turned flat
Right.
from a globe. Yeah, but you're just told that it's globe
I
data.
mean, I think you'd also agree all maps are 2D, but it sounded like something you were
Oh, no.
talking to
Don't go into this one. We've already covered the
Fibonacci
2D.
Jerry before was about whether things are 2D, right? So we've got
Yeah,
contour
yeah.
lines on maps. So maps are inherently trying to describe something that's 3D in a format that's 2D. Why is it doing that rather than just having mountains on the map?
What do you mean? Why is it doing that?
Well, when you like, if you say you're a flat earther and I say I'm a glober, I don't think that it's a perfect sphere, and I don't think you think that it is perfectly flat. So you would agree there
Obviously
are
not perfectly flat, you know. That's
topology,
why
right?
with yeah, that's why like try more these days
So
to be
the
more
Earth's
technical with things.
yeah. So
Because we've got
so
dips,
then
we've got rises and valleys and shit, yeah.
right,
Because you got to be that,
but
yeah.
maps don't have that, do they? Maps don't have dips and rises and valleys. They're all still 2D.
I get what you're saying with the 2D there. You don't need to worry about getting freaked out like when you that technical with the shit. Because I know you understand why it's not 2D, but we also understand why you can think of it as 2D when you're talking about it in the way you're doing so.
Well,
Like,
I mean,
it's part of
to
it.
me, it's the same thing, right? If you say, well, the reason we like, well, all maps are 2D. It's like, yeah, but the world isn't 2D,
I'd
is
say
it?
they're all
So it
flat.
doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
doesn't like. Yeah, well, they're all flat. Like, sure, the map's
but
flat,
for
but there is a
one,
and the reason I was asking the question is there is a reason they don't. Even if the Earth was flat, they don't punch mountains in your map because they could, right? You could potentially get a
yeah,
sort
you
of
could.
press
I'm
or
sure they do
something.
that if you want them to, a more localized
Yeah,
one or a bigger one, even. But
and there's a
what they don't
reason
do,
why
what they don't ever
that's
do.
not the common form of maps.
Yeah, do you know what's never a used map? But nobody ever uses such a map. Okay, unless computer programs, you know, which are obviously algorithms, or you know, potentially algorithms, whatever. But globes, man, nobody uses globes. Always flat. But gyroscope argument, what standard of waterman level argument? Okay, water is how you establish your horizontal lines. Okay, these are straight lines and all. Sure, they're only in like little areas and whatnot, whatever the distances and such, and we're on this big thing, so whatever. Okay, but that doesn't change the fact that anywhere beyond the straight lines that we can measure and observe is just belief. You know, you can believe in that they're measuring somewhere, you know, somehow, but it is
Well,
belief
something you
that
give me more confidence if of the flat earthers I met, most were pilots, or they were like, I engineer gyro compasses for a living. Or flip it around and go, of the pilots I met,
yeah, you
of the
need to get in
pilots
touch
I
with
met.
more pilots, man. The more pilots I think that truly just thought, have a look at your instruments, right? And if you think you understand them, just think to yourself. You know, you might think, oh, that dumb flat earther idiot, whatever. But I'm pretty sure most of them, if pilots really just presented the information at least, because they either don't know about flat Earth, but I'm pretty sure if they did, they'd be flying along just thinking, yeah, I don't know. Oh, yeah, obviously ridiculous, like flat Earth, crazy, but fuck.
But like,
It's
take the
flat.
pilot from this diverted flight where this woman goes into labor.
Yeah, you look at that one on
he
your
sat
flat map
around.
compared to a
Yeah,
globe.
do you reckon he sat around going, "Why the fuck were we over that airport? Like, how did he know that he was over that? Like, it's those kind of incidents
No,
that
he
would
just
make me
landed
think that."
They buzzed
So
him
let me
down to
ask it a
land at the
different way
closest
then.
airport, right? He landed at the closest airport, yeah. But when you look at it on the globe, you think, wouldn't the closest airport be right there? But when you look at it on the flat one, the way the countries have to sort of conform or contort in that sort of sense. No, the country they just landed in really was the closest country. but it
So
doesn't
how
look
many
like
flat
that on
Earth
the globe.
pilots do you know? Because I think we'd agree.
I don't
Like
know any
something
pilots,
that'd
man.
give me confidence, like make me really look into flat Earth more than I am.
Well, that was just two
Would
things,
be,
right? Now you've got your
as I
gas
said,
pressure. You got your gas pressure without a container. Are you going to go the gravity route, or are you going to go the surface route? Which one do you do on that?
no, but we're talking about pilots at the moment,
Well, no, we just want to nail
paths.
all the arguments, but man, I'm just going to tell you all the arguments. I'm just interested to know
So
what are your
let's-
answers to them. The solid ones.
I reckon let's finish this point. Because
Alright.
I imagine if I were you, I would want more pilots. Like I would feel if I imagine if I were
would.
you,
Yeah,
I would be
yeah.
more confident if you were like within the flat Earth movement, we have literally thousands of pilots who are or have been commercial pilots. Sure, some of them had to retire for fear of losing their jobs or whatever. Just thousands upon thousands of pilots and geodetic surveyors and guys who built gyro compasses. Just
Why would
absolutely wall to
geodetic
wall with the
surveyors
guys.
do it? Like, you know, geodetic,
Oh,
that's their
I mean, cut them
profession.
out. Cut them
If
out
they're
then.
not
But you get
measuring curvature, then why would they have a job?
cut them out then. Like whoever, there are like of the people I would expect to know about the shape of the planet. It wouldn't be me, for example. None of my job intersects with the shape of the planet. So
No.
like,
But would you trust your ability to discern information for yourself? And maybe if you allowed yourself to do so, instead of actually hitting, bashing against the information, just absorb it, discern it, understand it, think of it as ridiculous as you want, if you want to, but first do those things so you truly know this is what the flat earthers are saying. Okay, so they definitely are fucking stupid, right? If you want to, but if you truly do that, man,
I don't think
I know
philosophers are stupid. I think
anyone
they're
would become a
wrong,
flat
but I
earther.
don't think you're stupid.
Yeah.
But to me, it's a little bit like if I started telling you about how fiber optic cables work and the intricacies between lying fiber optic cables in the street, the things that can go wrong with them, and go, oh, it's been really windy today, and wind really affects fiber optics. And I imagine you get this a lot in your job, or just like as a when you go out to a barbecue or something, and you go, no, you fucking retard. Maybe you don't use words like that, but you'd go, we don't put the cables. They've been underground since the 90s. That like wind doesn't affect it, like strong storms or flooding, maybe. I don't know. I'm making all of this stuff up, but because it's your area of knowledge, wouldn't I imagine that when you hear people who don't have anything to do with laying, building the internet infrastructure, when you hear people who are ignorant of your field open their mouth on your field, what you would hear come out, I imagine 70% of it, you go, oh, that's slightly wrong. And about 30% of it, you go, you've got it totally ass backwards.
Yeah, I'd base that all upon what their practicality of what their their substance of what they're saying in practicality, right?
Yeah, I don't mean you just throw it out, but I mean, if you heard me try to speak about laying fiber optic cable, I'm just an idiot at it. I don't get it, and so I wouldn't listen to me on that. I would defer to you on that.
You can learn geodetic information, bro. Okay, you can learn any information in NASA that you're able to learn. Okay, any amount of it that you can learn, right? You can do that, can't you? Anyone can do that, right? But what you're saying is you're never allowed to actually make any kind of decision on the information itself, because the people that are in there that have been working in these fields all this time, if they haven't thought such a thing, then who are you to make such a decision, right?
Yeah,
but this is the
I
thing.
think so. Essentially, yeah.
There is a deception in our world, right, that has obviously been happening, right? I take it back to like kings and queens days and shit, right? I don't know when it started and all. Maybe we've just always sort of been like this. I don't know. From some point, and I don't think there's a big conspiracy thing going on of fucking like Lord Anubis and his fucking minions or whatnot, who all this crazy shit, right? Just a bunch of people that are maintaining a position that they have, right? But what they're also doing to me is they have somebody's hidden something throughout the past, right? They've abolished like true religion and given people fucking this bullshit fucking religion that's turned into this like evangelist fucking money, all about money, popularity, attention fucking shit religion. All right, that's one aspect of it. Then they've abolished like the science, right? The real standard of science, the testing part of it, the independently verifying part of it, the actual witnessing part of knowledge itself, right? I've abolished that. I've got rid of it. Here we are today. We're all caught up in and growing up in a society, and everyone, who knows how many fucking people, man? There's probably only like, I don't know, 50,000, 100,000 people that are running shit, right? Truly, like at the very tippity top or whatnot, and all these other fucking people are just from that point, their point, they would have a group of people constantly fucking protecting them. Fucking awesome, like people on, not awesome, but you know, the best of people that protecting them. That's their protectors, right? And their protectors have their little fucking section of people doing their thing, all the compartmentalized fucking hierarchy from the top, right? And then it goes the other way as it gets more to the middle point. The actual ones that are down the bottom, well, they're protecting the ones at the top, but then in the middle it's a bit of a grey area. They're like, who are we protecting? And then it sort of gets down a bit, oh, we're protecting the people. It's like, no, they're not. Because everyone's fucking controlled by these people at that point, which that's what I go with, yeah? It's not hard for me to fathom.
It requires that those people under you be totally ignorant, though. Like
Religion
it's a
itself
like me.
has been painted, man, okay, and it's presented in society, in the world, by these fucking people as fucking like, you know, this is how it is. Fucking go to your church and learn some truth. That's apparently what religion is, right? And of course, it makes a mockery of it. That's what they're doing. They make a mockery of something that is actually true. And that thing is something that nobody's ever fucking like really taught to give any time to, unless you're religious, I guess. But if they're religious,
so let me go back to the example then of, like, let's say all internet actually is wireless, and the government is just rolling out fiber optics and copper cable and all of this shit as a money spinner.
Government's just above us.
Let me finish. Please let me finish the thought. One of us. The suggestion is, like, then you would be in that imagined scenario a like unwitting co-conspirator. You would be sort of part of this machine, but compartmentalized away from knowing it. Do you reckon you wouldn't notice something like that, where you'd go, oh, I've noticed that when I accidentally snip the wrong thing, the internet stops for those people?
Yeah.
Or no, or sorry, to be the other way around, wouldn't it? I snipped off the internet, and I should have had people coming out of their houses going, what have you done to my internet? I was in the middle of a fucking Zoom call. And instead, you snip it and nobody comes out. And you're like, and then you check your phone, you're like, all the Wi-Fi's are still on, and I can still see that, you know, this data reading is still going, even though I know that there should be no data. So this data reading is obviously a lie. Like, you'd figure it out, which is what I think of the people who are pilots, the people who build gyro compasses. They're the ones who should know, and they seem to all say
Why
it's a
should they
globe.
know? What is it that they do know, and how is it that they know what they know? What was
okay,
their...
so what should you know about where my internet comes from, and how much do you know
they
about where
they
my
obviously
internet comes
know
from?
what they know because they were taught to know such a thing, right, by those who taught them. But this information itself, right, you can know information, and you can apply the known information, okay, and you can practically apply it in the world under the impression that what you're doing is for a thing or reason that isn't actually that thing. That is possible, man. That's very plausible, yeah? You saying that's impossible? Just because they do,
no, I'm
just
not
'cause
saying it's
people build
impossible.
satellites,
No,
man.
I'm
Just 'cause
not saying
people
it's
build
impossible.
satellites and make satellites, and I did this part on satellite, they did that part, and I watched the rocket go up and it launched the satellite, and now look at this. This is happening because of my satellite, right? That does not mean that that all happened like that. You're saying that if we're talking about a deception here, yeah, it's not far from fetched from these people who maintain their deception by convincing people at a certain point down the line, because only the people, as you get more and more to the top, need to know what they need to know, right? But then as you get to a certain point, not everyone can know the same stuff. We need to fucking, like, you know, a lot of people need to be confused so they can live as free as you can fucking live, man, because it's just human ego, right? It's the kings and queen days. I'm pretty sure they really had shit down tight, right? So why at any point would they have let the system in which they rule, in which these people get their new rulers or new one comes up into their position, why would they change that and go, yeah, no, we're going now, guys, you take care of it yourself, sort it out, eh? You might do a better job than us. You know, you think the people that are here today in these positions, and we think we know all the fucking positions that there are. We think the president's the highest. Most people think the presidents of countries the highest and shit. I don't. I think money rules the day, and I think power is what rules the day. Ultimately, you know, it's all about fucking the ego, and the ego just isn't about us, yeah. And I'm not hacking on anyone for anything about what they do, okay? Because I understand. Just because I'm at this point, this is my life, does not make me any better or worse than anyone else, you know. And that's how it is.
No,
But
I don't. I don't think it makes anybody better or worse. But I would say you're better placed. Like if you told me something about like my internet, for example,
fuck
for
me, actually.
fucking weeks, like months, sorry, was cutting out. Would just cut out for 20 minutes of a day, and I was going through all sorts of things. If you told me, here's what's going on, right? Even if you told me it was some sort of conspiracy where you said, actually, Telstra's throttling and doing dropouts for third-party suppliers because they want to push people back onto their own Telstra NBN, and it's actually a scam. And what you'll notice is Telstra don't get as many drops. I would be like, oh wow, that's kind of creepy and like that's a conspiracy. But I'd probably be more likely to believe it, and I'd be like, oh okay, I'll check that out. But like, if my cab driver told me exactly the same story, like if I'm driving along with Uber and he's like, you know what I've noticed, I'm on Aussie broadband when my neighbours are on Telstra and something, I'd be like, I'm just not going to give this his time of day. He's a cab driver. What the fuck does he know? Unless he also shared with me, actually, I have a hand in building the thing. So it's
actually,
like
yeah, no,
the
I'm with you.
simple
I'm
heuristic is
with you,
like,
man.
I will listen to people who should know those things because the world today is, for
Yep.
better or worse, super complex, right? I
But
don't
that's what
have the
that's what I'm
opportunity.
saying.
If
I'm
I
with
get
you on that.
diagnosed with
Excel.
cancer, I'm not an oncologist. So if
If I
some
say
bloke in a
anything to you,
white
man,
suit
if I
says you've
say
got
anything to
cancer,
you,
he's probably right.
yeah, eggshells. If I say anything to you, then man, I'm with you on that. I shouldn't be speaking about things I'm not qualified to know and don't have experience to know yet. So anything that
No.
I say, and no, anything I can make an opinion and such, but I can't say that's how it is because I'm saying so, right? But anything I do say, that's how it is because I'm saying so. They will be things that I'm 100% that you won't be finding any evidence to the contrary other than assumptions, insinuations, and such, and base those assumptions and insinuations upon other people and what you believe they know, right? And that's fine. It might be true. Who knows, right? But you don't know. That's the point. You don't know, okay? And if you want to know truth, then you're going to have to find that for yourself. And I guarantee you, you're going to be here, man. You're going to be on our side. I don't know how long that will take, but if you want to do that, you'll be here.
Yeah, I just obviously we disagree on that. I think that
Well, for
like,
now we do, yeah.
of the things I've like, there are some things that are interesting to me about flat Earth that we see too far according to the geometric horizon. That is interesting, but of like the things that I think that are material or meaningful, like I'm not going to take. Just the same as like if I said to you, hey, I want you to know about this conspiracy about the internet, you know, go with my internet conspiracy. And I gave you one bit of information about it where I said, actually, when fiber optic gets cut off, I keep having internet for another 3 seconds. And you'd go, huh, that shouldn't be the case. But you'd also be like, well, that could be the last bit, you know, your computer doing the last bit of the processing locally. So that might not be the best evidence. And then you look for other bits of evidence. That might swing me. But every bit of evidence I've seen from flat
I'm going to
Earth
be honest with you.
we see too far. And of the other bits, like the first question I asked flat Earthers
Hang
in the
on.
24/7 room was, what about the South Celestial Pole? And what I hear coming out of people's mouth when I ask that question is no offense to people who say it, utter fucking gibberish. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It is this weird special pleading. Oh,
Can you
maybe there's this magic
tell me the
dome that I
answer?
can't measure, or you know,
The answer.
because
Like, what's the answer that flat earthers say that you've heard?
say again.
What's the answer that you've heard the flat earthers say that you're saying you've
About the South Celestial Pole? Oh shit!
Yeah.
Let me list them. I mean, the funniest, the funniest is QE, who in between shouting "fuck you" at me, will say, essentially, is there a Polaris? Is there a star at the center? Well, how can there be a center? Essentially, he goes, well, is there a center? Is there a center? I'm like, yes, there's a center point. It revolves around a center point. But he seems fixated on like, if there's not a center, and because he can find a quote somewhere that says this imaginary center, therefore there is no South Celestial Pole. which is among the dumbest I've heard. Other people get stuck in this weird
Well, there's no
mind-bending
exact sense
misunderstanding
in a
of
sense, but there is a movement around a point, isn't there? It's not like
yeah.
he's trying to, yeah. I don't know why he would have gone that route, but yeah, you and QE, I don't think would ever be able to have a proper discussion. I don't think, because
Oh, no,
QE, he fires up like
he's an aggressive fucking idiot, and he doesn't go anywhere. He
he
can't
is.
mute people. There's just no point trying to have a conversation with him. But his is among the dumbest of the answers I've heard. The next one I've heard
all I
is
say to
like,
that, all I say to that, man, is one, which way the stars move. Okay, I'm not saying this to get engaged in a debate, right? But this is what I've heard. This is what flat earthers that I've come across mostly go with as well. One, which way the stars move. They all go east to west, and two,
okay,
prospectively.
so just pause on that, because that's absolutely true. Nobody argues that. How can you get riddle me this one? I would encourage you to do. How can you get clockwise in one place and counterclockwise in another place while it is always east to west? We all agree it's always east to west. What we also should all agree, unless we are devoid of our departed of our senses, is that in one place we get clockwise, in another place we get anti-clockwise. Because if you just try and do that on the small scale, try and figure it in your head, look at a ceiling fan, do it, whatever you want to do.
Changing? What do you think's changing?
We're looking up in the north and up in the south. And if you look up in the north, you get counterclockwise. And if you look up in the south,
yeah, if we turn around, if you're on the side of a road and the car's coming from your right to your left, and you cross the road and turn around,
this is QE's thing. I can draw it for you if you want, man. I can draw it for you if you want, but you're just like, is this your answer to the South Pole problem? Because this is like, I'm putting this in the category of the dumbest responses.
All I'm saying is, man, why would it not be? Well, because it's all going. All the stars are moving east to west. Yeah. When we're talking counterclockwise, when we're talking counterclockwise, you got something moving clockwise up here, but it's moving counterclockwise down there, as though it's all moving in the same direction. And the stars are moving in the same direction. What's the only thing that does actually change? The viewer, the one observing the thing itself, that's the only thing that actually really changes, because everything else is moving in the same direction, right? The stars, the sun, moon, stars, all of that's moving in. We know that's moving in the same direction.
Clockwise and counterclockwise are not subjective, are they? Like, as screws screw in clockwise and unscrew.
They're not moving counterclockwise. They're not moving. We're saying clockwise, counterclockwise, because we're only speaking that from one point of it. Well, look, we're looking clockwise.
Can you show me a clockwise North Pole? If it's just perspective, you should have found the perspective.
If you look north, the stars now appear to be moving like clockwise, right? But if you turn around and look south,
wrong way. They're counterclockwise in the north.
Oh yeah, I always get that. You know what I'm saying? But man, they appear to be moving different directions. But why would that not be? Because we have turned around and we're mixing up the fucking car coming from left to right, right to left. We're thinking that the car is coming left to right, and then coming back the other way or something somehow.
No, I can draw it for you. It's the same. I've heard the whole roundabout argument from QE before, and you can draw it on a roundabout if you want.
Right?
But it's wrong. I mean, it's
in there, right?
Okay, hang on. Let me show you. I'll do the thing with the sticky notes again that you love. Just a second. I'll share my screen.
If GA was here, he'd be able to present something to you as well, which I only just heard today as well, which I thought, fuck, that's for me, that's actually sensible on my side. Because I'm all about the magnetism, right, the electromagnetism and the rotating field, basically.
So his is, I was going to get to his, because his is a comprehensible answer. I think that it has stacks of problems with it. Geo's answer has stacks of problems with it, but it is at least a comprehensible answer as opposed to the non-answers I constantly get from other people.
Yeah, I'm not the one that actually really formulates these, especially the more technical ones and such answers. I just absorb as a get around kind of thing. Like, I'm not that guy. But Geo, he's really good to listen to, man. Geo's cool.
So.
Hey, Charles, don't you have a YouTube video that where you sit in the chair and you
Yeah,
point
yeah,
out.
I've got that as well. Yeah, I
How
made
many
that for
socks was that,
24/7.
dude?
Huh?
Like your Google account, you had like 20 different sock accounts?
Socks. I love you immediately think in terms of
You
conspiracy.
would, eh? Yeah, you'd have
Chris.
shitloads of sock accounts, eh?
No, I don't have any. I've got Riding on Eggshells. I've got my own one, and then there's my girlfriend's one. Then there was my old PAs because I wanted to give her access to my Google Diary. Then there is my I've got my own domain, so my domain needs a Google login for like all of the web shit you need to do with Google.
That's because you've got a girlfriend, eh? If you didn't have a girlfriend, you'd have so many sock accounts. You'd be such a troll.
No, I hate trolling. I think trolls are fuckwits.
So yeah, I don't actually think troll. I don't think most trolls are typically kids. I think like a lot of them anyway. And I just think, oh, okay, kids
No, I
being
think there's a
dicks.
few about these servers.
But some forms of trolling can actually be good, man. I think like some form of antagonism and whatnot. They can have their benefits.
So let me duplicate this, and then we'll do a roundabout because I think you're right. And then we'll get this little guy can be red dot can be the observer, and we'll do red arrow is where they're looking from. And what you are right about is that that's as small as that gets. So he's looking south, if you will, from there. And the cars are
Yeah, can I just mention, man? I think I know what you're going to be doing and all. Keep going, but I think I should put in there. I'm also not one to say that what the sky is, like what's truly going on up there, what the geometry of the sky is, and all. So I can't make any.
I feel Mitchell Nathan, and QE have killed that argument though by starting to talk about the sextant. Like, if the sextant does help you navigate, then what's happening up there does matter because there is a GP for every celestial body at any given moment.
Is that the thing that establishes angles? Is that the sextant, or is that the bloody? It is. How do you get an angle with the sextant on a globe?
A bunch of different ways if you want. I mean, the easiest one to do if you want to deal with the whole horizon thing is take it from plumb. So that car's going that way. And
where's the other straight line?
Vertical is a straight line, and then the other line is to the line to the celestial body.
What?
The line to the celestial body. So, like, I can show you it if you want. That whole thing, like, you're curved adjacent. It's just like devoid of 2 seconds of Googling to me. Yeah, this is a DIY sextant that requires plumb.
Yeah.
It's a straw, piece of paper, and a plumb line.
Why is it plumb though? Like,
it's going towards the center of mass of the Earth.
Yeah, and that's a straight line, is it? Absolutely straight, or does it? Does that plumb line ever deviate, or is it straight?
I mean, it should be straight. I mean, if it's a perfect plumb line, it's perfectly straight, pointing perfectly down.
Why would it not be a perfect plumb line? What prevents it ever from not being a perfect plumb line?
Oh, just because I don't think perfection exists in reality. So that's going to be his right, and this is going to be his left. Right? Because he's looking down, he's looking opposite to the way from us. So for him, it's going left to right. And for them, it's going, whereas if he was here and that was his right and that was his left and he was looking the other way around, sure, yeah, then you'd have a problem that left to right is subjective because it depends on where I am. But if I make these cars go around this in a clockwise direction, short of going underground, you tell me where to put this little red dot and this man, where he's going to experience that to be clockwise. And I say short of going underground for a reason, because underground is the only way to do it. So I'll put that dot wherever you ask me to, except underground. So above ground anywhere. and you tell me where I'll find that thing to be going. Because this is why clockwise is objective. It is not subjective. Left to right is subjective. It depends which way I'm facing. If I turn around, if I stand on my head, left and right switches. But clockwise and
It is
counterclockwise
going.
doesn't, because otherwise
It
bolts
is
can't
going
screw and unscrew in a car.
east. Yeah, it is going east to west. That
Yeah,
is
absolutely.
absolutely objective. Yep, absolutely. That's 100%. You can put 100% on. Put me down for
Yes.
100% on that. Yep.
Which makes it even stronger,
Now,
right? Because if the stars rotated in a different direction, if they went west to east somewhere, then you would expect a counter rotation. You could get all sorts of funky stuff on a flat Earth that way. But if they're always going east to west, but in one place that's clockwise and in another place that's counterclockwise, that's a super big problem. Because there's no way to do that. The only way to get that is for this little red dot man to cross the plane of rotation. So if he's up in the sky up here and he's looking down on that, it will always be clockwise.
okay.
The
Yeah.
only way to flip the plane of rotation is he goes underground and then looks up at it through a glass earth or something, then it will swap.
Yeah.
And so
Okay.
that's exactly what you get when you have a globe. Those are the stars.
Okay.
The only way to get it is to be
Show
looking
me.
south
Show
at them
me.
rather than north.
Show me a position. Show me a position where you're viewing clockwise rotation. Just put whatever you need to put there, and show me that
Sure.
position where you are viewing clockwise rotation.
So so he's above ground and he can look at it from the left over here. He sees it as clockwise. But similarly, if I put him there, anywhere besides below ground, he's going to see that as clockwise. Right, doesn't matter, so I'll delete those.
Yeah, look, what I'm saying is it's the viewer, man. Okay, you've seen those videos where the camera actually like rotates around throughout the night even and just gets those shots, and it shows like this rotation thing when the camera's veering around and it gets its center point before where it's not north, not south, it's right on some other fucking line, you know. The effect that goes through the stars, even just in that moment, clearly shows that it's the observation of them, the changing of that is causing something to happen, right?
Yeah,
Because
up
we know
from
the stars
south or
aren't
up
going
from north.
in different directions. They are going in the same direction. We know that, right? So why would
They're
it be?
all going east to west. So look at, I've
I'm
posted
not
another
saying
thing,
if it was
which
a
is
globe,
still
that would be the
assuming.
best argument for the globe. If the globe was true, to me, it's like that star argument would have been the only thing that you could have had to even hold on to. It, you know, it wouldn't have won out. I don't think in the end. I don't think it's still just assumption about something, about an effect, and making a claim upon it. You know, it's still not proof of anything. It's still a belief system. But
but just so I've posted a GIF in the chat, and it's sort of waiting to load on the Jamboard. That you can do away with it. You can still be stationary, so you can still fit with like 90% of what the Bible says, and go the stars move in a celestial sphere, and that shows east to west. You're getting clockwise and counterclockwise. There is one way you can make that GIF go the wrong way around, and that is by reversing the footage. Even if you flip the GIF upside down, you still get clockwise and counterclockwise. The text's all upside down, but you still get clockwise and counterclockwise.
But writing, are you open to
you
this?
can
Are you open
try
to
this.
the general?
Are
you
Geo
open?
now, man?
Yeah.
Hey guys. Hey, I was just going to ask, like, are you open to the idea that, like, if the Earth is actually a plane, that there is some kind of a celestial sphere situation, like, with the sky, like either surrounding us, whether that's hemispherical or however that works, and that's why there are some of these overlaps?
Sure. It's just that where do we view? So if the stars or whatever lights in the sky are that celestial sphere, sure. Where are we viewing the south of that moving celestial sphere from? So that's like exactly what that GIF demonstrates. It just to me rules out flat where we're on the one side, because we all agree Polaris in the middle of the north one. What's in the middle of the south one, and where is the middle of the south one? So you could still have a stationary Earth. You could still have a geocentric Earth. You could still have NASA's fake, moon landings are fake. You could have all of that stuff, but it would just do away with a flat object on which we're all on one face of it. Like, and of the other examples, I was saying this before, geos is an answer to it. So the one I've heard is QE going, well, there's no center. Other people, like we are now, getting confused between left to right and clockwise and counterclockwise. And then Geo's model, which is quite similar to the personal dome thing, which is like that the stars are refracting and bending in that way. But it's,
yeah,
most of them seem like special pleading.
Well, if it's a quadrupole system, like I think it is, you would have all the stars moving. Like, let's say it's for the moment, let's just say a hemispherical thing above a flat plane. Let's just for the moment say that. So you've got this hemispherical thing, you've got the flat plane, although the stars would still more or less be on a plane. I mean, the amount of curve. But anyways, let's just say it's a dome for a second. If that whole thing was like plasma and it's got these star fields, whatever it may be, if that is then basically, if the stars are moving in alignment with the flux lines of a quadrupole magnet, then we would get exactly those, like the idea of the four corners of the earth. Like we'd have those actually 4 celestial poles, like I've said, and whenever you're in the southern region of the earth, you're only going to be able to see one of them at a time. So if you're in South America, you're going to see that one. If you're in South Africa, you're going to see that one, etc. And I know we've talked about this before, but if that's the case, then you've just got a hemispherical magnetic field that is it's like charged in a quadrupole magnet system. Therefore, the stars move along those lines.
Sure. I still think there might be challenges to that, like the sort of the lines of latitude. Like your 40 degrees south is a line of equal altitude to the south celestial pole, and the line to the south celestial pole will be 40 degrees to everybody along that line. And what that creates is these sort of downward curves, if you want, or like humpy lines in the middle of Australia and South America and things like that. And they curve in such a way that like even Polynesian islands see that same thing. So the challenge would be to lay out this quadrupole in such a way that every populated area and every area that anybody's driven a boat through sees the same thing in different places, because in yours it could be at 4 places, but like the where's the AE map? Like in the standard AE map, we're at places we're at orientations on the globe that wouldn't match a quadrupole if the quadrupole were laid out like a sort of with the poles equidistant from one another.
Well,
you can do it.
That's what I'm saying. Like, where has that been made to not be the case yet? That's what I would say, because.
But that sounds like I've come up with a theory. It's your job to disprove it.
Oh no, I don't care about anybody proving anything. You can do whatever you'd like. No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that, I was just saying that I've yet to see any disproving of that concept. I'm just saying that, in terms of anything, as of yet coming up, because the thing is, like, I agree with, in terms of the South Celestial Pole, like, I notice a lot of globe earthers bring it up. They often bring it up as their number one globe earth proof. In fact, today on the debate with Whitsitt and Kai on Modern Day Debates tonight, or earlier tonight, I watched parts of it. I kind of skimmed through it, but that was basically the guy's number one. That was it. He was just like South Celestial Pole, boom, boom, Earth's globe. And he even took a little, like a ball, and he spun it, and he tried to show how the North and South stars. And then he took a flat disc, and then he spun it, and he was trying to say, see, you would just see the same stars, which is not in any conception, but that was what he tried to do. But either way, I mean, it was kind of like his number one go-to. And what I will say is that amongst the community of, planar, stationary, flat Earth, whatever word we want to use, community, I guess I've never heard an explanation that was satisfying to me. I'll put it that way.
For the globe?
No, for a flat Earth, how it can be working that fits all of the things other than the quadrupole that I
that's why I say I think the quadrupole answers many of them. It doesn't answer them all. It doesn't explain this sort of the lines of equal altitude and why latitudes appear to be shrinking as they get towards the poles rather than expanding as they get towards the ice wall. But it does somewhat answer the question of how do you see the same phenomena at why won't they fucking post the AE map in such different places?
Well, Dyslow actually, I hear what you're saying. Dyslow actually posted this video, which is from Ken Wheeler's channel, but I'm going to post it. Maybe I'll do a timestamp because he actually does a quadrupole with a ferrocell.
Yeah, I've seen the thing. It looks like peppercorns or something floating around in a thingy. It's just, to me, does the quadrupole also, is that present in the north for Polaris?
No, here, check this out. You should be able to, if you click on it, it should take you to 15 minutes, 32 seconds. And he basically creates a quadrupole with a ferrocell. So it shows how you have like the pole in the middle. Now, this is not exactly showing necessarily the star trails, but it is showing a quadrupole in general. And you see as he spins it, he moves it, you can see all of the flux lines. I'm not saying the Earth is rotating like that. I'm just saying it's interesting. But in general, like a quadrupole, you've got, if you see even at like 15 minutes and 56 seconds, when he's spinning it, you'll see how in the middle, there's 4 cardinal directions. It almost looks like a flower in the middle. And then the outer ones are correlating with those. So that's what I think is going on. I think there's the 4 rivers and the 4 islands at the North Pole, which is these 4 cardinal directions. And then in line with those, you've got the 4 corners of the Earth, which are these 4 polar star, regions. And there's 4 of them. They all look similar. Like they all are like, just like on this, like these all look similar. They're not really mirrors of each other. They're just the same stars as the 4 corners. But anyways, it's just interesting how it shows on that one, like, how you have that kind of cross in the center and then the larger sort of 4 corners that are going out from that. So, I mean, I hear what you're saying. There'd be a lot more to validate as to how the stars are moving and, I like to map it all, like to, but this would describe how we're getting the effect on an AE type map.
I do love hearing stuff related back to the Bible and stuff like that, because, as I said, I'm not, I don't adhere with any particular religion, but I definitely adhere to people talking about relating things to the words, and yeah, you can definitely see sense in that, what you were saying about the 4 corners and all that, because they knew a lot of this stuff, They knew a lot of this stuff about magnetism and stuff like that.
I'm trying to do it now. I've finally found an A that'll go into my Jamboard where we can get this. And like, if I try to match it up for where the corners of this square trying to be those quadrupoles, you can kind of get it, but you can see where some of my challenge seeps in, where like there I could get it. So it's south for South America, south for South Africa. And then it's kind of like south for Perth. But I would be looking from Sydney, I would be looking like west-southwest. And for New Zealand, they just wouldn't get a pole at all. There'd be one over there and they'd be equidistant from 2 different poles. So if I try to fix it for New Zealand, so they get a pole, Sydney loses its pole, Perth's got the equidistant problem, South Africa's got the equidistant problem, as does South America. So you end up like going, well, where do I orient the 4 poles?
Are you basing this all upon your expensive knowledge upon where everything truly is and is supposed to be? This is just the bloody.
But if things aren't where they're supposed to be,
no, that's the thing. If they were where they were supposed to be, and this is what was going on with this thing, then yeah, it would make sense that could be happening. But they're not. Yeah, in your world, they're not.
Dude, no, I think he makes a good point. Just real quick, because like it's saying that the AE map is not being claimed to be the map. However, this is fucking cool that you're doing this. You just put the quadrupole thing on there, dude. If you could like line that up and then like snap me a shot of it, that would be cool. Or I could maybe take a screenshot, but that looks cool. You're putting it on there. That's awesome. I mean, I don't think the stars.
That's what I thought. I thought, where's he coming up with this shit? He's fucking made up. He's coming out with all this shit, and I was thinking, fuck, this dude's a fucking like Terminator with this shit. Eh? He's just like always on point. You got to watch this one.
He's quick. He's quick on his feet.
Well, that's why I love this Jamboard thing. That's why I keep. It's like a shill for it. I'm like, this thing's so good. It's cheap. Just go to jamboard.google.com and you can use it. But I use it for work as well, so I get pretty quick with it. But if the continents aren't laid out as they are, then you need to sort of relay them out. Now I've flown that. I've flown. Where's London? God, it gets confusing on this thing. So I've flown to there, and then to there. And I've flown from to there, and then to there, and I've flown to. Oh, hang on. Where's Middle East? Oops. Under that last one, I've flown from there to there. I've also done a motorbike trip from there to. Oops. Motorbike trip to there. Where's India now? I've done a motorbike trip. I bought a motorbike there, and I've done it up to there. Now, and I'm one person.
Yeah. What does that mean, man? What does all that mean that you just said? You've been here everywhere, man.
So if the continents aren't laid out, like
Yeah,
if the argument has to be that the continents aren't.
Push those diplopoles out farther.
Okay.
And then they become south again.
Yeah, because I mean, it depends. I hear what you're saying. Like riding, like there is some, but the thing is, we don't know the exact layout of the continents. That's the bottom line. The thing about the quadrupole thing, though, what I would say is going on in my perspective, which of course I haven't traveled every inch of the earth to verify this, but it would be the kind of thing where you're only going to see like the size that the earth is and the way the continents are laid out. You're only going to see one of those poles because of like just the sheer size of it. I'm trying to make an example. I guess it would be like, let's say you had like a football, end zone, and you had 4 of them across the earth. Like you're only going to see the end zone that you're in range to see. So like if you're in range to see the one that's south of South America, boom, you're going to see that end zone, whatever, and that's like the South Celestial Pole or whatever. But if you're traveling to another part, like, and that's what would be interesting to travel in the south, like at the 60-degree parallel. I mean, that's kind of like the golden, what's it called? It's just like the ultimate thing to be able to do that.
I'd want to do that too.
But that would reveal, because I know what you're saying is that if you have these 4 poles and you're traveling, you should there should be like a transition. Like, can you see both of them at once? Well, I would say no. I'd say the Earth's too big to see both at once, but you should see some kind of like a transition, or because I don't know, you would leave one of them and then what would you see until you get to the other one? That's the that's the thing about it that's interesting.
Book that trip up, Eggshells. We should all go on that trip.
I would love to do that. I'm getting looked at from my girlfriend. I haven't finished the subtitling. But the other point I was making about it, because I would love to go on the south. If anybody's doing a thing south, I will try and I'll scrounge up some money to go with it. But the other thing I was making the point here is, see these lines of latitude are curved outwards. What you should be finding from about this one, I got to undo that last one so it doesn't make it cancerous. Actually, I'll do it as a circle here so it's can move it later. From this equator, those lines, which you can test from the South Celestial Pole, start to go the other way, right? They should start to curve downwards, and they curve downwards everywhere you go. Polynesia, they're curving downwards. And this is what the sextant shows, right? The sextant shows you can find a line of equal altitude to the south. And that's confusing. You see how like all of this confusion with this map just disappears if you connect those bits together. The bottom. I turn it into a globe.
Well, I mean, it seems to me like ultimately the stars follow their paths. Like they seem to be like they're little race cars in their little racetracks, and they seem to just do their thing. They just cruise where they cruise, and they look the way they look, from the ground. So whatever it is, I mean, it does. None of it makes the Earth the globe. I understand the globe explanation, and I understand why they make it, and it's fine. It actually makes some sense, and I don't even really doubt that maybe the stars would look like that if we were on a globe, at least somewhat. So I'm not even like against that idea, but in terms of what they're doing, like in my viewpoint on a stationary Earth, like they're just in their little race car tracks, and the race car tracks are, I would say, the magnetic field. I would say plasma, the ether. I mean, there's a bunch of reasons I think it is, but I'm just saying in general, they're making their paths. So I mean, that's why I never quite get when people say, "Oh, it can't work on a stationary Earth." It's like, why not? They're just cars moving in tracks, so they could be doing whatever they are doing, without a problem. Like there doesn't have to be any way that it's working. Like they're just doing exactly what they're doing, just like the sun does or the moon or whatever. They move in their tracks. But I do think there's a rhyme and reason. Like I do think there is an electric field, and I mean I don't think they're just moving randomly. They are moving, but
Yeah, I just watched John Levi's latest little video. He had something in there that reminded me of something I'd forgotten, which was the international date line between Alaska and Russia. There's two islands right there, and they're about 20 miles apart, but they have about 3 to 4 hours difference in sunrise. Now that's a strange anomaly, isn't it?
Hey, look at that blue line that goes right past New Zealand. That would be their south direction.
Yeah, the day and night ratio on Earth it definitely doesn't fit the model either, does it? Because half the globe should always be lit up all the time in that model.
Sure. I would say all of the flat Earth should be lit up all the time.
Well,
yeah,
why is that?
Half of
you can't tweak the ratio limit of a light basically on a flat Earth and make it more localized, but certain size as well. Just right, I guess. Not like life ever does that, right? Always gets shit wrong. Couldn't possibly be just right for what it is. So if it works that way as well, which it does, if you want to make models, then why would you disregard such a thing as ridiculous and just simply adhere to stick with the story of a sun that's 93 million miles away, big burning, whatever it is? I won't call it gas. I won't go straw man in their shit. But yeah, why would you just take that and then just think anything else presented, which is also just as credible, if you want to make it into models, we can show our model even on bigger scales if you want to test that model. Our localized light being a certain size and all compared to the big light at a certain distance away. Start getting into the laws of that light, inverse square law type thing. That's a scientific type thing, isn't it? It's a bloody thing. I'm sure that those sciencey people do at their top. They use that, don't they? Was that law?
Inverse square law, yeah. Like sort of the further it gets away, the dimmer it gets, yeah. But it sort of it doesn't look to me that it gets dimmer. It looks to me that it disappears behind a horizon. It looks like it's set as a big old circle.
Any light at all, man. Like let's say you're using the moon as a use the sun as a bloody reference frame, right? That they say is 93 million miles away. They say it takes 6 minutes for the sunlight to get to Earth. But if that sun is 93 million miles away and you put it twice that distance, what size is it going to appear to be? Like half the size? Yeah, roughly. Go with that?
I don't know.
Well, it just squares, doesn't it? Like doubles.
Yeah.
I don't know what. Yeah.
Yeah, I just haven't done the maths in my head, but yeah, it sounds right.
Yeah.
Is anyone
don't worry about trying to add up.
I just want to ask quickly: is anyone talking about what Trinity Four said about the was it the curve calculator?
No.
Has anyone heard that?
No, I haven't heard that.
Okay, so he's saying that the 8 inches per mile squared doesn't work.
Yeah. I mean, it's
Um,
obviously got to stop at a certain point. That's a parabolic function.
At
yeah,
all,
yeah. So
or
if you're
after a
going
certain
in,
distance.
if you're going in a linear path, and what he did on his video, he showed that from 10 miles, and he had segments of 1 mile each, and he went from and he lettered them A to J. He went from A to G. It ended up being a certain distance, and the remaining distance to J, from G to J, was more than the previous. So if you interject a second observer in the middle, the 8 inches per mile squared doesn't work. I don't know if that made any sense. You probably have to watch his video.
8 inches per mile squared is from one spot. Once you move, that kind of parabol will turn with you because it's based on where you are. And if it's not accurate, then why do surveyors use that? Why is that their baseline?
Yeah, we're talking about the ocean. So if you're going from the 7 mile mark, it's a certain amount accumulating 8 inches per mile squared. It equals a certain amount, but then the remaining 3 miles, if you stop at the 7 mile mark and you start again, the remaining 3 miles is more than the 7 miles in drop, and that can't work.
So Jerry, what's this deal with the poles and pole stars
What do you mean
and
deal?
rotation?
What do you mean deal?
What's the argument there?
I don't have an argument.
Okay, so you don't have an argument. That's exactly
No.
what I was trying to point out earlier.
Right.
Well, maybe you guys were saying something in text, but are you asking for Jerry's thoughts on the way the stars are moving, or like the southern areas, or?
Yeah, I think he was piping into because you guys were talking about it with eggshells. I think he was saying that that's easy to debunk. So I was maybe.
I didn't say debunk. I said counter.
Oh, sure. Yep. No problem with you correcting me on that.
But yeah, I think that arguing these arguments back and forth are pointless. So if you just stick to the facts, everything will pretty much clear up.
Sure.
Yeah, I really want someone who thinks they know what they're talking about to explain the 8 inches per mile squared and how that actually works, because I think Brian Staveley has a really good point, which came from Trinity 4, and it's just supposing that it could be wrong.
Yeah, it was definitely wrong after certain distances. I won't make any conjecture about what that distance is, but yeah, I thought it was good
Well,
up
does
to
it?
like I don't know, 50 or 100 miles or something. But I don't know, but that's what I've heard.
So the curve calculator sort of really should stop working at maybe what how many miles? Because just over a 10,
Curve
just
calculator, I
over
reckon,
10
wouldn't work at any miles. I'd say no. It would just say that it's calculating curve. Like, what does that mean?
No, I mean,
Let's
even
use curve calculator, see what it says. We'll base it
I
off
mean,
the knowledge that we already know about the environment and perspective and how that works with shit. We'll base it all off all the stuff that we already know, and and we'll just make a
no,
model
like
of it all.
even if you believed that it was a ball, it still wouldn't work. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like it's all wrong, and like with the international dateline point that I just said before, between Alaska and Russia, and your two islands 20 miles apart, and they have a sunrise difference of 3 to 4 hours. There's something wrong with the maps, man.
Okay, all right. Yeah, because I just thought they based when it came to the time, the day and night and all that, and distance. I thought they based it off the sun or something. I thought that's how they got a distance thing of at a certain point to get that the distance from the north down to the south. I can still say down, but to the south.
Yeah,
obviously I can't have it all mapped out like properly and all, but
yeah. Well, it just reminded me because I mean I just watched John Levi's latest video, which is really short, and if you go to the end of the video, you can see really quickly that he explains. Oh, he's just pointing out that international dateline issue, and it's clear that there are two islands there. There are 2 hours apart. I mean, 20 miles apart, and 3 to 4 hours difference in sunrise. And how can that possibly be?
yeah, okay. I definitely know there's something going on with the light ratio of the Earth and all. Definitely doesn't fit their model. It makes much more sense of a localized, smaller light source that obviously isn't going to be able to illuminate with the intensity of such a helio sun. So therefore, there's going to be these sort of weird anomalies throughout the cycles of the year and whatnot around the world that don't sort of fit that model. That are never really looked at or addressed, are they?
Well, I'm kind of looking at it in a point of view that if everything isn't trillions of miles away and everything is local, then what the fuck is the sun and the moon? And, you know, how they interact with us and how we view them and how we measure the distance and how we get our GP and everything is like it could be possible that we're on a loop. It could be. I mean, anything could be possible if these things are that close, then they can't be fucking gas giants floating in the sky. They could be anything, and
Yeah.
they could have, you know.
Yeah, I think they're. I mean, my viewpoint is that they're luminaries, like they're actually luminous celestial objects, ultimately actually holographic in nature. That doesn't mean that I'm saying the moon is a hologram, but there's a holographic nature, I think, to light and to the celestial field. But yeah, I think they're luminary.
Just like rather than their linear path or whatever going from one point to another, it doesn't mean that we can explain everything in our way of trigonometry and maths and everything. There could be another explanation. There could be more of a divine sort of a way that they are appearing to us and going from one side to the other and just in a loop or something like that. It's like, I mean, if they're really not that far away, they really could be having like some really mystical movements.
Yeah, with the trigonometry and math though, that doesn't explain anything. Just describes it. Yeah.
I think the heavenly bodies are ultimately metaphysical objects at the end of the day. I don't think they're physical. I don't think any human can go up there. We can't get a sample. We can't touch them. We can't. They're literally just like an optical phenomenon, essentially, that we experience on Earth. And I think they're like even metaphysical or even spiritual in nature, ultimately.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Or the Erewhon's latest video is quite good. It's talking about that.
It's just so sensical, isn't it? It can be recreated, so much of this stuff, to produce the effects, you know, that we're seeing.
Yeah, I gotta go anyway, but I mean, if you have the time, check out Erewhon's latest video. It's pretty good.
Well, since Lori asked you, Jerry, like, what are your thoughts on the Southern Star field? Like, when globe earthers think that it proves a globe, like, what are your thoughts as to if they ask like how it's working on a stationary planar type Earth?
Well, if someone really wanted my opinion, I would give them it. But if they use that as a point to say, oh, see, look, this can't happen on a flat Earth. First thing I would ask them is if any of the points that they're picking, like say Polaris or the octans or anything, any point there, I'll ask them if Polaris is the Earth, and they'll say no. And then I'll say I rest my case, and then they'll say, well, that couldn't work on a flat Earth, and I'll say, well, that assumes a flat Earth model that doesn't have an explanation for that. Do you have a flat Earth model? And they'll say no. And I'll say, well, I rest my case again. And if they say, yeah, I do have a flat Earth model, and I'll say, well, what are models? Models are concepts. That's it.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Oh, you were still talking. Go ahead.
No, I was done.
Okay, yeah. So when you say, I rest my case, are you making an argument?
No, I'm establishing a fact.
Okay, but To establish a fact, you have to make an argument.
So
unless you're like saying that stars are like, for example, the sun rises. That's a fact.
So you're saying I have to make an argument for you to believe that the Earth is not Polaris?
Yes.
No.
No, not for the
I,
yeah, not for that. I think I wasn't listening carefully enough. That is a fact. Yes. But aren't you suggesting something beyond that, or are you just resting on that the Earth isn't Polaris? No other ideas there. There is no implication. There is just the fact that the Earth isn't Polaris.
Right. If I say that I'm a flat earther, and you point at something that is not the Earth to prove that the Earth is something, I'm going to say that you're out of your mind. Use the thing itself.
Then, so if there are no implications there, it's just the fact that the Earth isn't Polaris, then we can actually use Polaris as an argument, and we can use the rotation of the stars as an argument, right?
You could
because
use
there was
whatever
no
you want.
implication there.
Right. You could use whatever
I
you
rest
want.
I rest my case.
Good. Go ahead.
So in other words, when you say that it's easy, what was the word? To dismiss. You didn't say debunk. You didn't say dismiss, but something else.
Counter.
Yeah.
Well, Laurie, what's coming to my mind is that, okay, if someone's saying because the stars move this way, Earth is a globe, that's that's a type of a positive claim, like that's proof of the globe. However, if someone's saying the Earth is planar and stationary and the stars are still working, like they're not using the stars to prove that the Earth is something. They're just saying, yes, it can work on a stationary plane because the stars are above us, whatever people might say, whatever their reason. But you see how it is like a little bit different, because it's almost like on what you're saying is like, hey, this proves it's a globe. Whereas it seems like people on like the more like planar stationary Earth side are just saying, no, we're not saying the stars prove anything, but it just simply clearly is something we observe.
Well, I could stand with that, but Cherry isn't exactly doing that. He's saying that you cannot refer to the stars because the stars, or it seems that way, that he's saying that you cannot refer to the stars because the stars aren't Earth. But then when he's pressed about it, he says that there's no implication that we cannot use them. He just says that the point is dismissed, or I keep using the bloody word, forgetting the bloody word that he uses. But he cannot say that. He cannot say that he's debunked or dismissed, or I will have to find the bloody comment so I can use the exact word. But he can say that if he doesn't have an implication to the Polaris isn't the Earth. If there's no implication there, then we can use whatever bloody arguments we want.
Exactly. That's my whole point.
So you're resting a case that's not a case.
Well, if I say I'm a flat earther, I'm going to refer to the Earth. I'm not going to refer to things that aren't the Earth.
That's your choice. But again, there's no case there that we cannot use other things.
You can. Anybody could believe anything they want for whatever reasons they want. That's my point.
So it's just a personal choice. It's not your arguments about Polaris and the other stars and, whatever you can bring to the table. Your point isn't those are invalid. It's just I choose because of, I don't know, philosophical, religious, whatever reasons to not do that.
No, I choose to use the Earth because that's the thing in question. If
why do you choose to use the Earth and not? Sorry, why do you choose to use the Earth and nothing else?
Why? Or what do I? What did you say?
Why do you choose to use the Earth and nothing else?
Because that's the thing in question.
Yes, that's the thing in question. But why do you choose to use it? The Earth only.
Because that's the thing in question, sir.
Yes, that's the thing in question. See, now I'm sort of having to do this sort of dancing game because you seem to be saying things that there is no implication behind. So, for example, you say that the Polaris isn't the Earth, but then there's no implication. Like one would draw implications behind them that, but then those implications don't exist. So now I'm having to do the same thing when you say that the Earth, the question that we're talking about is the Earth. I'm having to assume that that's just a fact that you state, and there's no implication behind that we shouldn't be taking anything else. So yes, I agree that we are talking about the Earth, but I don't go with the implication that you didn't make that we cannot use anything else because you didn't make the implication. So if you want to make the implication that we cannot use anything else, please go ahead and make the implication.
No, I'm not going to do that. I wouldn't do that.
Thank you.
Because I can't, I can't force you to say, well, I can't, have you pick what things to use as your own evidence. You have to do that.
Sure. From my standpoint, I would actually appreciate a discussion, and I'm not saying I'm not denigrating this discussion because this is sort of on the verge of being silly, but it's not too silly to be a discussion worth having. But I would appreciate also a discussion where we go to, okay, can we use Polaris or not? Can we actually talk about it? Why couldn't we use it? Why could we use it? Because that's actually a deep question. What counts as evidence? Instead of just stating your case that, okay, for personal reasons, I won't go with that. How about we talk about it? Can we use it or not?
We can, but I mean, like we said, it's a deep, philosophical question as to what counts for evidence. It's subjective to each person what they choose to pick as, okay, this indicates that. Like I brought it up with Ed before. He said, well, give me evidence of God. I said, a tree, anything, a box. And he said, no, that's not evidence. I said, well, yes, it is. But get what I'm saying?
Yeah. To me, it's more than, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm adding to it. It's more than just personal. It's also social. It has a social, dimension to it. So, for example, someone would say that, for example, go with the scientific method and use that. That counts to me as evidence, but then it's not just personal. It has a social element because they are, for example, in the scientific community. Someone would maybe go with the Bible because they are in the religious community. So I think it's a good question that doesn't have a clear single answer, but it has many dimensions.
Absolutely.
Here's my thought on it, even though my thought on it, because this is sort of a thing that's still forming. Sometimes you're sort of talking about things that are on the verge of your understanding, and you don't know if you actually have the answer you're going for yet. But I would also count what has been shown to work in the past. So I would sort of take an evolutionary approach that, okay, humankind has been on this earth doing things for like several millennia. Maybe that which works in history is also maybe the best possible approach that we currently have.
I'm going to need an example if you want to keep on going down this road.
Yeah, I can give an example, even though I feel that the discussion is sort of veering towards a close because I don't personally think that I'm ready for a conversation about this because I need my thoughts clear on it.
Well, this is where I would like to go with most people. is just understand where I'm coming from, and just forget
Sure.
about all the insults and all the blur bullshit. Just understand me personally, and not some kind of, quote unquote flat earther. Just, just hear me out, and that's it.
Sure. Yeah, sure. Discussions like these are obviously better than the typical shit show. And I at least view myself as a person who goes for discussions like this, even though I'm not sure how true that always is. But I can sort of go in the direction of what I was talking about earlier. I'm sort of relying on Jordan Peterson, and that actually he makes the case that whatever works in history, maybe there's a lot of truth in history. So he sort of goes, for example, or one could go with that to the scientific method and say that, for example, that genetic method that many flat earthers go for, okay, sure, that's an approach that you can try, but sort of my claim would then be that the scientific method has been tried historically and it has given us good results so far. Then again, it's quite young in terms of the actual history of the world. But the genetic method hasn't been really tested in that manner. So it doesn't have a good track record yet. But interestingly, there's more to it than that. For example, what Peterson actually does is he takes the Bible and starts looking at it. Okay, well, see, these are stories that we used to believe in for several millennia. Why was that? We threw them away, but they were very central to our culture for so long. Why? There has to be something there. What's that something? And I think that's a bloody good question to ask.
Morning. Got
Morning,
a question. Jerry, am I right in thinking if Laurie didn't bring up Polaris and went with an Earth proof, you wouldn't be able to say start with Earth? Or I rest my case, you'd have to talk about the Earth.
Yes.
Yes, it's basically, it's just a way of telling people stop jumping straight to the space while trying to discuss Earth.
Right.
Because Globers might not understand this. They might think Polaris, the moon, space, angles, parallax, all of this stuff is perfect evidence for a globe shape. So you have to try and explain to them how we feel like we might have been lied to about space, and it's too far off and optical. Try and explain that in a way where they understand, okay, I need to provide something closer to home.
Yeah, so that's where I come from. Is it's impossible for me to come up with a better explanation than all the things that you've heard about science since, like Laurie said, since the scientific method. I'm not going to be able to uproot that with some argument. there's no way. So
what's the key component of the scientific method? Like, what's the key aspect of it? A must do. Even though all of it is a must do, but what's the part that separates knowledge from the belief part of it, the trust part of it, the faith part of it? Not to say that there's no substance to the faith and all, but until you get to the knowledge, you don't actually know the knowledge, do you? What separates that in the scientific method is called the independent verification part of it, yeah? Because that's the only way any truth is ever known.
I disagree a little bit. I think you believe something enough and you decide yourself you've got enough evidence.
I'll take that.
That evidence becomes proof, and then you can decide it's knowledge. But I would agree, if you want to know your knowledge is tested and verified, then you have to do the science method on it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like elephants in the world, eh? Because I'm that certain there are elephants and I've never seen one. But yeah,
Yeah.
based on that, yeah, definitely.
But
But
you
if you can
wouldn't be
say that same
certain.
thing about space and everything heliocentric, if you can really say that same thing on that same kind of level, I couldn't do that. No way.
Well, I can say I believe there is a solid moon. You know what I mean, I've never touched it or done science on it. I just believe, and that's a strong belief. Like I know it.
All right, you're right up there. All right. I mean, it does look solid, doesn't it? Like it's why would you think it's ridiculous to think, oh, they do look like craters and shit, you know? And they are craters because that's what it is, But yeah, it's why would you think
Looks
that?
solid, and they say it's solid. That seems like enough for me to believe.
But I'm pretty sure like people can recreate certain things like these, you know, not to say that they could do it perfectly in a sense, but even to be able to do it on a scale, any scale at all, how much stuff can the heliocentric model actually do on actually scales and show without you know, without like an ounce of denial. It's like, oh, okay, that actually works like that. And if it does work like that, if everything's correct as the scale goes up, you know, all the things are proportional, then it'll work. That's the thing of science, yeah. Scaling, yeah.
They've got
Can the
digital models to scale.
I know you got lots of models and you got lots of digital.
So, okay, if you were going to explain to a glober why they shouldn't use space to verify Earth's shape and size, how would you explain it? Why isn't space good to know Earth?
What do they know about? What do they know about space as it is? Like truly.
Well, one of my arguments is because I know there's two celestial poles, and the stars rotate around 2 points in the sky. That sort of suggests the globe model to me. Like we're between them,
Oh, it is the
spinning on an
strongest
axis.
argument. Yeah, I'll take that. That is a strong argument for the globe.
But Jerry would say, you know, I'm not starting with Earth, so I'm jumping straight into concepts and then applying them back to my Earth. Right.
Exactly. Yeah.
So you think that is a good proof for globe, but would you don't want me to come down to Earth and look at the horizons instead, or something like that, or mountains or whatever?
Yeah, I would think that would be. I know it's more local, isn't it? More direct. You know, it's more hands-on and all. You can actually, I know, experience a lot more of what you're doing. But
yeah, you can be there. You can be on the mountain. You can be standing and looking at the horizon, like you're on the same surface.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about the flat Earth arguments. Joey's argument. He'd say to me, maybe, how do you know that what you see in the sky relates to what's happening with Earth?
Maybe it does. Maybe it's moving, and the Earth isn't. And that's how it relates.
Yeah, it could be sky above a flat Earth, and it just tricks us into thinking we're on an axis spinning, or it's completely natural and weird, and we don't really know, and we had to come up with the idea of us being on an axis spinning to make it seem understandable.
Yeah. Yeah. Even early on in the Flat Earth, like I was like on board, but I realized at some point, don't try and fathom a flat Earth. You know, I mean, we don't realize how ridiculous the globe one is, the spinning ball shit. You know, but that seemed normal to us at that time, right? But the flat Earth thing, it's like trying to fathom that, and even still, you can't. Flat Earth. Shit, there's something going on here in this reality, eh? Like, what is going on? You know, what is reality, right? That's what we should all realize. Yeah.
It makes sense that it's a bit of a mystery. You've just stumbled out of one massive Earth illusion, you're not supposed to fully understand the new Earth yet.
Yeah.
Real Earth or whatever.
Like, it makes shit more exciting too, doesn't it? Like, if it doesn't seem exciting on the globe side, they're like, that's just normal for them or something. But on flat Earth side, it's like, yeah, what the fuck is going on here? And we want to know as much as we can when we can.
Yeah, it does add an extra layer of mystery. On the globe thing, I'm a little bit confused about the deeper, wider scale of cosmology. I'm a bit confused about if man can go there or if they ever will, or if they do and if they have. And I'm also very excited about the new age, I guess, is the easiest way to say it. The changes on Earth and humanity. But flat Earth adds a whole new mystery on top of all of that, yeah. It is exciting.
Definitely, yeah. And it's unifying, like, for me too, because flat Earth has no bias for anything. Like, flat Earth is everyone's like, we're all on the Earth.
Well, we're all on the Earth in the globe model, but
Yeah, but globe model's bullshit. I'm saying we should get on board with the flat Earth thing. You know, everyone should, even if you don't believe it, even if you think it's the most ridiculous shit ever, right? We'll use the flat Earth, and that's where we'll make let's deal with this shit. What's that shit? And who the fuck are you? And rah rah rah. Like, we'll work the
I
shit
think
out.
there's something to that, yeah. It's an excuse to join the Great Awakening.
Yeah, that's it.
And it can be unifying because suddenly you realize other people have got questions too. Not everyone is a sleeping normie.
Yeah, I'd say most people, even still today, I'd say most people just aren't even aware that the debate even exists. I reckon it could be possible like that.
Hey, Don. Don, I have a question. If you say you only like believe in the globe, right? And you admit that you believe it, why believe in the globe rather than a plane or stationary Earth? Like, why go with the globe if it's just a belief, if it's not based on knowing for sure?
Well, I feel like it is very nearly sure. It's a justified belief. So I do know it's knowledge, but I like to call it belief because it's mostly a belief. It's so far out from my everyday experience that it's not like a full knowledge, similar to God. I don't say I fully know. I just say I'm working it out and I've got a relationship or whatever. But I guess it comes. Yeah, I think there's more evidence. But I'm slightly convinced, and I believe a tiny bit we could have been lied to about Earth. And I believe there's a tiny chance it might be planar. But right now, there's more evidence in my head for globe Earth. I believe that much more.
Yeah, okay. I got you. I was just saying it was just interesting why would you prefer one over the other? But I guess you explained why, so yeah, that makes sense.
I think some of my evidence for the globe is obviously still half biased to my original belief. What I need is other things that equal it in convincingness. You know, say if you're a
I
Christian.
think you need to believe in yourself more, Dawn. Like, you seem like a pretty rational dude, eh? You need to believe in your own ability to and authority to discern things for yourself.
I hate authority. But I can't get over the fact my mind still tells me, however much you hate authority, they were still correct about this.
I think we need some form, when we're talking a population, pretty much, you know, we've always got authority, right, in our lives, and God's the ultimate, yeah? But
yeah, well, I agree. I think me, God bit of me is my authority.
yeah,
I
what I'm
agree, it's
saying is,
God.
like, you know, no matter who's saying, well, I'm sure even God wouldn't want you to be like, yeah, and this, rah, rah, that, and that's how it is, like, rah, rah. No, just go do it, be it, you know, like.
No, God doesn't want me to be dogmatic and repeat someone else's belief. God wants me to
Yeah.
believe what I believe and think about it myself.
Exactly, yeah.
Come to my actual understanding, my own understanding.
And that's the kind of ones we need as our authority, eh? Because you know, we definitely need them in our society, I'd say, because just too many people. I think I'm not saying that in a bloody like what do you call it? I don't know,
Well,
fucking do
that's
the bloody mass, you know, kill off bloody people thing. I'm just saying that that's how it is. There's too many people, and this is what we do when the numbers grow. Yeah,
Well,
when the
let me
group gets
quickly
bigger and bigger.
ask you, what's the best way to deal with too many numbers? Do you think some people have to stop having kids, right?
I'd say it like that, yeah, because that way
Yeah.
it's taking responsibility for a situation, and nobody's
Yes.
actually dying or having to die. Yep.
Then we can move on. We agree on that.
Yeah, definitely.
We need to curb our enthusiasm. It's not just the numbers, it's the way they've pushed all of these people into small areas, right?
Oh yeah, dude, it's out of control. I mean, they have people convinced of so many lies and deceptions. And it's really, in my viewpoint, nothing short of a demonic possession state in a way. Or it's like partial demonic possession. But because the demon energies are wanting to do what they're doing with like the jabs and everything else, like they're everything that's going on, but they have people possessed enough to where they will not only be okay with it, but actually support it and support them.
Yeah.
It's intense. Like they're getting us to make us bring about the new world order through them. It's like insane.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
definitely,
think
man.
demon possession's a very strong term. It could be that. I think it's more like they're under a spell. And if you were really
Yeah.
Christian and you wanted to relate being under a spell to being under the influence of demons, it's probably similar.
Yeah, spells just like the spellmaster, yeah, like the bloody showman and shit like that. There's also
Yeah.
advertisements and symbols and just all the ideas and concepts and all these things. Yeah, they're all spells in a way.
It could be a sorcery propaganda from people rather than an actual demon, if you want to be atheist.
Yeah, it's just a way of describing the things that everyone battles with. Yeah, circumstances can change people.
You'd say the globe is one of these demonic narratives, right?
Oh, I
Well,
would say for
it's
sure.
a deception, isn't it? And that is the side of the demons, is to deceive. You know, the other side wants you to come towards knowledge, yeah, overcome the confusion. They want to keep you confused.
I see it
And
like
that's
this.
what the ego does, Dawn. That's what the ego does, man. The ego wants to keep us confused, man. Not to say that it's something that we should hate or get rid of or anything, just something that we need to know.
Yeah.
We need to understand it. Yeah.
The ego loves concepts, getting obsessed with concepts. That's the ego, you have to try and keep it under control, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and I think what they've done with this like heliocentric thing, they made the Earth a ball, and of course, like they prayed to Baal, you know, Baal,
right,
and all that stuff. So there's that whole connection. They made the Earth a ball, and they put it in a vacuum that only they control. So they're trying to get us to believe that outer space is this infinite vacuum and all these balls and everything, and they are the ones that are probing it, they're penetrating it, they're telling us what's out there, they're telling us there might be an asteroid, well, all this shit, you know what I mean? They're literally just telling us whatever they want about it. And it's all linked with the heliocentric model, because if our minds actually think that infinite space exists, I think it makes the demons, it's a little bit easier for them to convince people of everything else that goes along with it. And it's like literally like the vacuum is the demon. Like it's
for sure,
the vacuum of outer space. Like it's embodied within that entire concept. And as it's a vacuum, it's like coming from the void. And then the fact that it's a deception is even that much more. Like,
I totally agree. Even though I believe in it, I can explain it like that. They've kind of inverted the idea of the garden, right? So instead of heaven above you as a beautiful thing, you're now surrounded by it, and it's threatening. And you're not even.
They really removed it. They removed it. Like, where is heaven in the heliocentric model? You know what I mean?
That's what I mean. Heaven is now a terrifying void, right, with a few pretty things in it.
Or it's like maybe a black hole or something. I don't know. Well,
it's them that show you the pretty things now, and they get to paint over it, all of that. But yeah, I totally agree. They've inverted the garden. I just happen to think it might be true.
It's awesome, eh? I've never heard that concept said like that, like what you two just said. That was fucking awesome, eh?
Yeah, Don, that was amazing, dude. Like the inverting the garden, because see, that's how I think the Earth is a stationary plane. It's surrounded by a celestial sphere of sorts, a plasma sphere, but that also extends out. It's not necessarily the edge, but it's just one of the layers. And so in that way, like it's like we're on a stationary plane within a toroidal field, and that thing is pulsating, but it's like we're inside of a crystal ball, and we're on this like in the garden, and it's just stationary. It's Earth, it's Mother Earth.
Yeah.
In that sense, but I love how you said like inverting the garden, because yeah, they would have taken that, and then because I think there is a spherical nature to the cosmos that has to do with the toroidal field and all of that. But if there is a spherical nature and it's spinning, the sun, moon, and stars, like that thing is actually vortexing, then there is a spinning sphere component to the universe. It's just not that we're on the outside of one with all the rocks and water sticking to one going through a vacuum. It's that we're surrounded by one on a stationary plane. Is how I see it.
Yeah, that's my sort of flat Earth. Maybe
And
the
that's another
celestial
way of
sphere goes
inverting it.
under the underworld, or it's reflected in the toroid. Yeah.
Yeah, and you've got the upper world, the heavens, the lower world underneath, and then the middle
Yeah,
earth.
that's what I was going to speak on. So the above and below bit is now gets messed up on the globe because below is more people, just upside down people, right?
Exactly, or the
they're through
core.
hell, below hell, they're on another upside down earth.
Yeah.
I was also going to speak on, even though I believe the globe, I think the idea of the terrifying void is partly how I relate demon spirits and principalities and where God and Satan are sometimes. Yeah, maybe my globe belief does influence my spirituality. Yeah.
Do you think that between like knowledge and belief or something like that, whereas God is on the position of knowledge, knowing like eternity in a sense, or being eternity, let's say, the devil, whatever you want to call it, is on the side of actual like the bringer of knowledge, right? In which the Jesus like deity or whatever you want to call that is the what is it, the basically the interpretation of that knowledge, you know, the truth of that knowledge. Like the devil's knowledge isn't the truth, but it's knowledge, and which leads to truth. Yeah, as to what's used as the catalyst. To know one, you have to know the other. Like you can't know truth if you don't know lies. If all that is truth.
You need the devil to fill you full of all information, and then you need someone good like Jesus to interpret it. So I quite like that.
I'm just saying, conceptually, right? However you want to think about how the dramatics plays out, I don't know, no idea. But conceptually, trying to fathom or understand eternity and something that is eternal and how that works, you know, like something like that.
Recently, I heard Terence McKenna read a book from Hermetics, and it said if you want to know God's eternity, you have to know eternity. So you can meditate on what it would feel like for you to be eternal, and you'll get somewhere close to feeling what God feels.
Yeah, man, definitely.
If I tried hard enough, Gio, I could come up with it the other way around and explain how flat Earth has inverted the beautiful truth into like a fish tank prison of
that's cool. That's great. I like it. That's funny. Yeah, I mean, you could say like, you could say that conception is. Let's even take it to a weirder level. Okay, how about all of the ancients who? And I don't think this for a second, but it's just funny to say.
Yeah.
Just okay, all because it's just like opposite day. Okay, how about all of the ancients was just implanted fake history to tell us that they all thought that the Earth was stationary, you know, surrounded by this sort of, sphere, the celestial sphere, all of that, and all that's made up, and the whole thing is a CIA psyop in order to take the beautiful globe Earth, the beautiful globe, and turn it into like a terrarium, like prison world or something.
You know what?
I don't know.
This is what Christians would say. You know, the really passionate globe Christians. They would argue that this whole flat Earth meme has been a satanic deception throughout history, right? They basically say that.
Yeah, well, Timmy Osmond thinks it's a whole psyop, and he really does. Yeah, he thinks it's a psyop.
I used to think it was a psyop, but knowing the history of the globe, I now think that it just has some psyop elements to the relaunch of Flat Earth, as in not like a dark CIA basement of guys saying let's do a psychological operation on humans because of conspiracy. More like Discordians or Freemasons saying, you know, that flat Earth idea, that might really sell right now. Let's try it. And that's all it was. Just one little exciting thought.
Well,
imagine.
Go ahead.
Or could I just say, like, imagine if a group or a certain group or whatnot of people, actually, and this is all fantasy shit as well, like had the ability though to, through knowledge, through knowing knowledge, true knowledge, that would be more closer to this God thing, God's knowledge, like of eternal knowledge, maybe by convincing or in some way tricking or somehow a bunch of others, whatnot, lost more knowledge themselves, because those ones also, if they're not, you know, basically God's eternal, so unless you're always with God in a sense like that, that ultimate knowledge is a constant, then you're moving away from that. That's lesser knowledge, which is I think that works and can work in increments, that kind of stuff. Imagine that if it was that fucking far out, like. But I don't.
The idea that knowledge is put on us and it might not be true. We go through a phase of thinking it's knowledge and deciding if it's true or something like that.
I'm pretty sure, like, yeah, like we're only relating the knowledge in itself in a very linear or narrow sort of view, if we want to talk about it in regards to eternity.
Yeah, like Don, what if I said this? What if I said that all humans since the beginning birth of humanity, however old one thinks that is, that every human before this globe earth thing have, you know, that the earth was a stationary plane, kind of like you were saying, you have the heavens above, you have the like middle earth, or like, you know, the plane of existence, the physical corporeal world, and then you have the underworld, whatever that is. And there's clearly like the star field above us, you know, and if they've always thought that, and then only now is NASA with Globe.
Yeah.
It's kind of wild to think about that. That it's really.
I do think about this, and I think it could be true. This time round could be the first time. And that's kind of scary. When I see that meme, and there's about 13 ancient civilizations that stretch back like 20,000 years, and there's only the globe on the last one, and it's a painting. Well, obviously they're all paintings, so I don't care. It's a painting. But yeah, it's a weird thought. But I think my truth about, or my understanding of this is, over the last 5,000 years, so even back to Egyptians, Mayans, and these people, I think some priests worked out it was a globe, but most people just had a simple concept that they're on the ground, there's worms and fire down beneath, and there's unknown holy spirits
How did
above.
How did those priests work out it was a globe but door?
My idea is that they had telescopes, tubes with lenses in, and they had time on their hands and the right drugs to be able to devote their life to studying the sky. And I know Jerry would say to them, "Well, start with Earth. You've been dreaming on drugs, looking at heaven this whole time. How are you going to tell me about Earth?" Which is a fair argument, but I think that's how they worked it out.
Do you think you would need to be on drugs right now, right, to truly say to yourself, I really do think that I'm moving at this speed wherever you are in this direction, right? Yeah.
I actually think
really?
if you
I
take the
reckon if
right
you're on
drugs,
drugs, you wouldn't think that. You'd be more like, oh, I don't know, hey.
no, the correct drugs at the correct time help you think through big, deep 3D concepts as you're part of them.
Yeah. The globe wasn't a like big concept at that time though when they took those drugs, but now you're riddled with the globe, right? You're all globe, yeah. So take some drugs or something, see what happens. You might be thinking, nah, this shit ain't fucking moving, man.
I actually do this. I smoke cannabis, and then I sit down, relax, meditate, and think about balls in a vacuum sometimes.
Balls in a vacuum.
I
That's
imagine,
great.
I imagine
That's great.
myself standing on the bottom corner, half upside down, half sideways, slowly turning, looking at heaven. I imagine it, and it can be a thing. You know, it works physically. It's not just a dream. You can actually conceptualize it.
Yeah.
I had another thought quickly when you were talking about knowledge. Maybe this is nature's way of saying, as we progress and learn tools and get more ego, and science becomes a thing, nature punishes us by having nature be completely different to what we thought before science. So when we get science and we look out into it, we realize we're totally wrong. For all of those years, all the ancients were wrong because they've been conceptualized. They've been conceptualizing instead of studying. So nature's like, now you think you're clever. Now you think you've got science. I'm going to baffle you with reality. So we look inside tables and all the atoms are moving, stuff like this. And we get completely
Was water
baffled what we
always
first thought.
level? Was water always horizontal and straight, like level, and parallel, the lines to one another at equal elevation on the Earth? Is that still the case today? Like, pretty sure it always was.
I disagree with
It always is.
statement.
You disagree? Okay. You can show us water lines intersecting or something? Can you?
No,
So
I
then
can
that's
show
straight.
you the
That's straight,
normal
aren't they?
stuff. Things obstructed behind water that I believe is a hump.
That's how lines are established, but to build shit and do shit on the Earth, like everything practical.
Yeah,
building
short distance.
Well, you can call it shorter distance, but I'm talking about how the line itself is established. It's established from the water. That's the standard. That's nature. Yeah, nature's always been like that.
No, I believe nature curves the surface of water
Yeah,
all the time.
but that's why you're cool, Dawn, because I know you're cool like that. With the you'll go to the belief area. You don't know that, do you? You don't know that.
I call it knowing. If you challenge me, I don't mind calling it knowledge. I know water makes many shapes on its surface under different forces.
Yeah. All right.
You know, you can ripple the bath, and your surface of the bath will curve under a force. So that proves it happens.
What?
It can happen. Water surfaces can hump and curve from a force.
Yeah, obviously. But you do understand the areas that you're talking about where the water is doing things like that, and where it does curve and stuff. You do understand, though, you don't experientially know that kind of stuff. That's a belief that you have in the information.
Well,
You believe that it's strong enough. That's all it is.
I've had experience of seeing stuff behind the hump, and I've had experience of seeing a soundly drone go up and down, and it almost shows a hump appear and disappear in the footage. I've had experiences of the sun, appearing to go behind Earth every night.
I know that one, yeah. But explain the hump one to me, could you?
What?
Explain the hump one to me that you're talking about. Like, what's this hump? What are we talking here?
You know, when you see out to wind turbines or a boat or a mountain in the distance across a lake or across a port.
Yeah.
And the bottom's gone. You can't see the bottom.
Yeah.
So that shows me something's in the way of the bottom, or appearing to be in the way of the bottom.
Okay.
A good explanation for that is that water curves, like the model claims.
Yeah, that's where the curvature is, like dropping away at that distance. Like if you were like 6 foot at least
Yeah,
on the beach,
we don't
be
have to
about roughly 5 miles.
how balls curve. I trust you that you understand how balls curve.
Yeah.
Well, Don, do you think that people will be thinking that balls are curving that they're living on for, like, what is your, like, if you had to be Nostradamus into the future, like, do you really think this globe thing is going to be going on for hundreds, thousands of years?
I think it will last well into the middle of Aquarius, so another 1,000 years, yeah. I think.
Painted globe and CGI for the next 1,000 years.
Yeah, they're gonna
such torture.
They're going to pretend to land on Mars and that.
Oh man, we got 1,000 years of fucking Mars CGI. They're gonna give us a whole CGI Truman Show over there.
I might be wrong, but what about Christianity? Do you think that will last through Aquarius, or is that going to die? If that's been going 2,000 years, and I would give that another good 1,000, 2,000 years, maybe.
You know what's funny when people say, like, when Christians call things New Age that are actually Old Age, like ancient things, ancient practices and things, but actually their religion is actually New Age.
Right.
Yeah.
New
Astrology
Age
and things like that, eh?
New Age is just their age ending. Right?
Well, I mean, literally, like, I mean, okay, the whole, like, even the whole 2,000-year calendar, like, and I'm not saying that all Christians are the same or whatever, but it's literally all based on that.
Yeah, Catholics are based on the cardinal signs and things like that, and the bishops and things like that. That's all astrological stuff, references. The tree of life, Judaism is like the tree of life, from the flower of life, about geometry, the understanding of geometry, mathematics, and where you find gods in geometry as well. It's in there, the patterns, the symmetry, it's all there.
Science and math has got another good 1,000 years, so I wouldn't be surprised if the globe struggles on that far as well. Maybe science and math will carry on a lot longer. But that also, dear, that means the flat Earth will carry on for 1,000 years.
Well, I mean, you don't think that us knowing this now is not significant? Like what we know now, like we're not. It's not just like like random that we're where we are in terms of everything that's going on. So I think this is it. This is the lifetime that this is going down, and we're here. So I like Issa's song, like "Welcome to the show."
No, I hope it is, and I do. No, I think it's going down now. I think it's a long process. So I think we're one of the butterflies in the effect. You know what I mean?
Hopefully not too long. I've only got about 30 years or so they should speed it up.
It's all about explaining this to the kids so that they carry on the idea. I know that's what Globers hate, but that's what you have to do with any truth.
Yeah, that's what they do, yeah. And they think it's like child abuse or something if you do it to your own. I'd simply teach my kids, what to question shit and all. But let them grow up and be a kid for a while, I guess. But yeah, definitely just teach your kids to always question shit. Leave that little bit of skepticism, always in a sense. But,
I like saying, when kids say a fact and it's to do with science that I'm not sure, I say, well, this is how they think they know this. And like put a bit of doubt into their method of how they knew it was a fact.
Yeah. You just can't let them become teenagers. If they're too old as teenagers, like being absorbed a bit too much in the programming, like you need to get them as kids and just like sort of always keep them aware, like the bullshit that we're surrounded by and engulfed in.
Isn't it strange that everyone believes we've gone to space, the Earth's a globe, or the Earth looks like this, and show them a picture, when only 50 people have been out of 8 billion.
Yeah, dude, it's in my view, it's just a complete propaganda, statist, Jesuit, fabricated cosmology designed to control humanity.
I'm well aware it could be, so yeah.
I'd say it's a definite, man. At some point, something got out of control, I reckon, and the ego just went wild. It's no biggie to understand, yeah. That's what's happened.
How does it work so well then with the math? How did they manage to model it so differently but so perfectly?
Because they used a lot. Well, they hijacked and usurped a lot of ancient knowledge is one part of it, but in terms of the globe model, all they did with that is just inverted it, like so. Like on the actual Earth, let's say that the Earth is a stationary plane surrounded by a plasma sphere. Let's just say for the moment. So there's a radius to that sphere still. So there's still a radius.
Yeah.
It's just not the radius of a ball, with everything stuck to the outside. It's the radius from the plane to the dome, if you want to call it that, or the heavens.
Yeah.
And then the sun is linked in with that. So the whole 3959, I mean, that's an interesting question. Is the sun 3959 above us? But so what I'm saying is that there are actual physical constituents to the universe, like the way things work. They use those from the ancients, like they use a lot of those like calculations and all those understandings, but just inverted it into a globe model to try to claim that they're proving the globe model with it.
I think it's possible to back engineer other knowledge, get a radius and circumference from what you think is the sky, the edge of the sky, or that. And that's sort of my explanation for if the ancients were flat earthers. That's how they put these globe math into their temples, because they were measuring the same math but from a plane, just measuring the sky the best they could. But I still wonder, when normies and nobodies do checks, like when Sean Hawkins does a measurement and a check, how does it come out so perfect every time? Why isn't it falling apart already if it's totally inverted and back engineered? And I guess my hypothesis is, if that's possible, loads of different nuanced models of reality could be possible, and we could be believing loads of wrong things.
Yeah, philosophically, you can like model or make a model that will work. Like the globe one definitely seemed to just answer. I guess if the question of why do the stars do this there and that there came up back in the day and all, it was really a big thing, then I guess the globe model definitely would have answered that thing very well. But it really does fall. It does fall on quite a few things that are just dismissed.
I think it speaks to the
Star
possibility.
movement's such a big thing.
Yeah, the possibility that someone can back engineer reality into a working model that isn't even right, but it works perfectly.
Well, but it doesn't really work perfectly. But yeah, they do steal some of the mathematical equations and like some of the gravity calculation stuff, because there is an effect that you could call gravity if you want, like things fall. That does exist, but they've taken that actual real ratio and then have applied that ratio to an entire assumptive model of outer space and vacuums and balls and all that. So it kind of checks out, but it isn't actually isolating that thing is proving what they're saying it is. And then what they're saying it is just a big, massive assumption backed by a bunch of propaganda. And, it's the same Jesuit. It's the same dudes. It's, to me, it's so clear.
I don't mean it works perfectly. I mean, stays convincing. Maybe that's what I mean.
Yeah, it checks out enough to stay convincing to probably most laymen who maybe haven't looked into it. And then you just have the hardcore Globers and then some people on the fence. And
yeah, I think it's your adherence to this like God dawn that makes you more, I don't know, able to not just throw shit at the flat earth thing. You seem pretty cool with it and all. You go in your globe for now, I guess, but yeah, you can see that it's possible, at least, I guess, this flat earth thing, because it would be pretty fucking, it's definitely a far out thing, but it's definitely possible with God, yeah.
Okay, one more. Yeah. Do you think if the Jesuits have managed to do this so well, and actually Earth's a plane and there's like a barrier and an infinite ice thing with like an edge of Earth puddle and loads of truth, does that mean the Jesuits managed to contact demons or something? how did they get the power to convince the whole world that they're in a
Power?
different physical reality?
It's lies.
Yeah, but how did they get the power to lie so well when all the ancients had a similar idea of the flat Earth and knew the truth? What gave the Jesuits so much
What
strength and
happened
power?
throughout history? Why were all these wars that apparently, I don't know what truth is with the wars and all. Yeah, it's plausible to me that there really were wars, like genocides even and shit, eh? Like just real kill-offs and move-arounds and all of that kind of stuff, yeah? That could have been going on, yeah? We're just so split up, separated from all of that. That's gone. But not for them. Maybe they keep that information within their group.
So
I don't
just
know.
like the Roman Empire, after slowly wiping a lot of people out, they just managed to insert
Yep.
their truth.
Wiping out religion itself as well, man, right? Doing that first, getting rid of religion, tainting that, taking control of that,
Stealing
bloody wiping
Christianity,
that
yeah.
shit out. Yep. And that's what they're doing with science. They don't want truth. They don't want anything that does that shit. I don't know why flat Earth shit's coming out, because I'm all with like flat Earth is coming out. And seriously,
see,
if people took
This
time
would be a
to
good
think,
part. Research. Yeah,
well,
if we can
that's what I was about
search,
to say. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that was going on, eh?
if we can search for links here that link the Jesuits to the globe model and get a more of a detailed picture of that, then we've got them on. They created Christianity and Roman Catholicism, but no, they stole Christianity and created Roman Catholicism, and stole Catholicism too and changed it again into New Age satanic paganism. If
Oh yeah, exactly, dude.
We've got them on creating a religion before, so if we can get a detailed picture on them doing it again, we'll have a pattern.
Yeah, exactly. And they co-opt. They just co-opt everything. That's what they do. They're not very inventive or creative at all themselves, but they're very wicked, and they just hijack other things and then co-opt them.
Oh, that's made me thought. Do you think there was some legitimate people that thought it was a globe, and the Jesuits thought that's a great idea? I'm not sure if it's true. We're just going to use that, and they just took it off some other legitimate people. Like, we've got flat earthers now. Not many people believe them. Maybe there was some globers back then, and everyone thought they were crazy. But the Jesuits managed to stumble across the idea and thought, "This is it. This is the new religion."
You mean that they found like a little cult or something of people that were thinking of something like, the original OGs, original Globers. OG, that's funny. But yeah, I see what you're saying there.
It would solve them having to like come up with it in the first place as a ghastly inverted plan.
Well, that's a deep question. Like, where did it first come from? Yeah, that's just like, yeah, that's deep in and of itself. Well, that actually links me back to something you were talking about before. So, I actually think that whoever these controllers are, I don't think they're human at the highest level, but they do have a lot of humans doing their dirty work for them.
That's what I was asking. I think, yeah.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, so before, yeah, so like in terms of that, in terms of the dark energy or demonic type energy, yes, I think that the beings that are not human, that are actually at the center or the top, whatever you want to call it, of that system are not human, and they have a particular direct connection to a very particular demonic entity, like a demonic spirit world energy, and it's specifically the main one that's doing all this right now. It's the main like archetypal entity, and it comes through those other beings to where like it's a direct connection for them to that demonic energy. So then that demonic like spirit and energy literally tells them what to do. Like it instructs things just like out of a movie, and it's like
I think I agree.
Yeah.
Even on a more different explanation of it is that the high priests that want to lie and enslave humanity, they have magicians and witches that are talking to ideas of demons from the Bible all day, every day. Even if the actual connection isn't real, the truth could be very close to that anyway. It could be deluded into thinking getting all this information from demons through a black mirror or whatever.
Well, that's why they do the type of like.
I agree. Yeah.
Rituals.
Rituals, yeah, but yeah, exactly.
So yeah, I agree. A lot of ideas have not come from humans, but come from humans interacting with something else.
Yeah. Yeah.
But Don, I mean, okay, here's like I think that like you were saying the globe Earth is going to go on for another 1,000 years, and I know you were saying that we were laughing about it, but like because I was laughing saying we're going to get Mars CGI for the next 1,000 years, but from the perspective of a whole nother perspective, which is that the globe is on its way out in the next, let's say 10 years, 10 to 15 years.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, then yeah, we would be like the globe will be over soon.
Yeah,
and then we'll be able to actually like recover and start figuring out, what the Earth actually is. See, if these people that are in power right now, if somehow they get dissolved of their power, hopefully non-violently, but if that happens, we will get access to everything that they previously stole from us, which I think is free energy, infinite, like tons of resources, so many trillions of dollars that nobody would ever need to use money again. Like there would be enough just abundance for everybody. It would be the biggest breakthrough for humanity.
Yeah, I do think there could be.
There's plenty of money, yeah. You just keep printing it. Money should always be just printed, I reckon, at the quantity that it needs to be printed, so everyone gets fucking fed and all that kind of stuff. Everyone's entitled to do so, yeah, if they have to live in this society type thing, but also do a job, yeah.
There is an idea of this, yeah. If I compare it to Christianity again, the idea that Christianity is still kind of exists. You can point to a Christian, you can point to a church, and the word is still a thing, the Bible. But even 2,000 years later, it's mostly dead. It's not. It's like a memory, a distant memory for a lot of people.
Yeah.
So maybe I'm talking about the globe in the same way. You'll still be able to point at a globe, point at teachers who teach the globe, point at loads of globe believers, point at science centers that believe in the globe. But it won't be the main belief or the main thing anymore. It will slowly die from the beginning of Aquarius, which could be now or could be 10 years. It could have been 100 years ago.
Well, what I mean, if in the next 10 to 15 years, all humanity figures out through direct measurement and other methods that the Earth indeed doesn't have curvature and so on, then that I would think that would be it for the globe. I wouldn't think anyone else on the Earth would even, like, who knows how that transition is going to happen, like how quickly, but the world would have to change so dramatically, of course, that these people that are in power that are pushing the globe, obviously, but I mean, it could be over very quickly, actually.
Imagine a church where there's only 2 old ladies and 1 drunk man with a dog, and they're the only 3 in there listening to the guy on a Sunday. The building's falling apart, there's holes in the roof.
You've only got to reach one person in life, Dawn. I reckon you can feel good about yourself, I reckon, if you do that.
I mean, so when the flat earth becomes a thing in 10 years, we're not going to like cast out all globers, are we? We'll still let them have a science center if they want to go. We just won't fund them as much.
Yeah. Reptilian shapeshifter bloody people can have their science centre too if they want to, yeah. But unless they can do anything practical in society to actually help people out and benefit people in some way rather than do shit that's like, yeah, this is what we're doing shit. No, you can't see it or do it with us, but yeah, it's what we're doing.
But then I come to this idea of if we phase out globers, aren't we as bad as the Masons phasing out Christianity? You know, choosing our truth over other people's truth and phasing it out.
Well, but the thing is how much would the globe belief if independently humans from all around the Earth, did measurements and tests, physical measurements and tests, and repeatedly come up with no curvature, along with other, I think, things as well, but that will single-handedly. It would take a while for it to like work its way through. It's sort of like when a new thing happens, like it takes time. So it's not wouldn't be like overnight. And who knows what kind of suppression or whatever is going to be going on. But I think there'll be a tipping point that actually comes fairly quickly where enough people do that and just realize, okay, wow, this thing doesn't have curvature. And at that point, it's just like the globe is like, who else would believe in it when there's an actual physical measurement like that, like to that level? So I think it would be over like more or less in the flash of an eye. Like, wouldn't be that quick as a flash of an eye, but within some period of time.
I think I'm still thinking of it as flat earthers accuse science of being religion. So any science that flat earth does, then like another religion pushing out the first science religion. But obviously, flat earthers would say, yeah, but we've got the truth. This is not religion, it's the truth.
Wouldn't it be more sensible though that the thing that actually shows just what a mystery, you know, like a fucking that is here that we don't know. It's like, oh my god, what's going on here? Reason to actually care about what's going on here and like, who are you? Like, what are you? And all the questions, you know, those questions that would just instantly like recognize. More people go like, oh, what the fuck, you know? That's what they're hiding, I reckon. That kind of thinking from people, because that would be a natural way of thinking or about the situation, because the thing that they're trying to say is eternity or whatever, infinity out there, you know, way out there that they don't know what's going on, could be right here, man, like right close to us in a sense, in some kind of essence.
Yeah, I think it's all exactly as beautifully said. I think it's all coming to a head. I mean, they have their whole Agenda 2030, and we know that they've just put everything out there. So it's pretty obvious that that is a thing that they're aiming for, which would make sense. And it would completely make sense what's been going on the last 2 years, that they're getting whatever ready for that. And it happens to coincide with my general intuitive thought that it's going to be about the next 5 to 15 year period that the shape of the earth is going to completely come out. So we're looking at, which is still quite a ways away. Like starting at 5 years, to the 5 to 10, there's going to be a lot of the measurements and tests, a lot of the things happening. And then more like from 10 to 15 is when it's going to start to really kind of be known by more and more people, and the systems of power will start shifting. But what's interesting about that 5 to 15 is that puts us at about, 2026 up to 2040. So it's kind of right through that whole like 2030 and beyond period. So I know it might sound like almost like a movie, like a plot line in a movie, but it's like we're in a race right now. We're in a race for freedom.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if there's any other truth that quite could do it like this one would. So many others are so hard to prove, like obviously the jabs and all this other stuff. It's so difficult because it's all run through the news and all the rest of it. I mean, there's a lot of things that we can tell are obviously fake and whatnot, but the earth is so foundational and it's so like rooted in all of these different disciplines. So it's just such a big one. And that it can be physically measured and demonstrations can be set up of that measurement. So I think it's the one to do it, because it's the biggest lie that they told was the globe, and that's how they got all this control. It's the demonic Jesuit, like mind trick of like the demonic energy, I think, doing that. So if that's the case, then the unraveling of that will be the unraveling of them.
Yeah, when you say measure, what do you mean? Because if you imagine it to be, I don't know, infinite or whatever, like how would we know when we've gone far enough to say, all right, it's not what they say it was? I mean, would we have to just go along one line of, like one straight line, and see if we pop up back on the other side, or?
Well, I was thinking of like of curvature, measuring it that way, like the lack of curve with like spherical excess and all the different methods that could be used. But I was thinking more of like demonstration sites that are built around the earth in different places on different continents and different areas that would be able to measure the surface and be verifiable, like in that being able to physically go there and verify it as well. And so if those start happening in enough places around the earth, you know, different countries, different people, etc., and once the word's out that it's doable and everything else, like it's going to start to kind of waterfall that way. And yeah, I think that's more what I was saying, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's good.
Well, maybe I went on kind of a different thing. Did that respond to what you had said, or maybe I got a little, or?
Well, I was just about to say that, like people say, well, it's been measured, and then I said, well, yeah, they measured little pieces and then extrapolated and said that the whole thing is a ball, but no one ever went all the way around along one line.
Oh yeah, you were saying that. Well, yes, I think there's a proof with that, but it's darn hard to go in one straight line. But yeah, I mean, definitely like north to south circumnavigation, that would be a big giveaway. Like if you tried to do that and you ended up like either hitting like a barrier or you like went through a portal to another dimension or something like that happened, then
yeah, that's what I would want other people to be doing when shit gets out. It's like, you know, probably wouldn't do it myself unless I had the resources all covered and all. But if other people want to do it, there'd be so many people wanting to do that. Like, why wouldn't you? Hey, see how far that goes. It'd be awesome to know about. Like, I trust that everyday people would be doing it with their phones or whatnot. But yeah, that'd definitely be interesting. So I'd put money on, or whatever's going to happen, they're not going to pop out the other side as though we're on the ball. I'm just so confident in that. Also without knowing it too. So I guess it's a belief, but a strong belief, like a 99% belief. I'd say 9, I reckon.
is that what you were referring to, Jerry, as well? Like, yeah, like circumnavigation or being able to go in a straight line and go around a ball, basically.
Yeah, that's got to be it. I mean, you know.
Well, when I was saying measuring, I was thinking more of measuring curvature or the lack of curvature, like with spherical excess, for example, where you could have 3 points that are, and if there were multiple ways to do that, and then we started doing that all over the earth, like if the spherical excess isn't anywhere, then there's no globe.
I think what Brian Mullins proposed in one of his videos when he was doing them, when he talked about building that thing, yeah, like if it actually engineered an actual structure at a certain distance, and I don't see why there couldn't be anywhere where that distance could actually be covered where you could build the structure, and based on the way you build it, it is straight and level. It's not going to bend or curve because it's all conforming with a certain reference frame, but I don't know what that is to ensure that it's not biased in any way, like, I don't know. But yeah, it sounded relevant and doable.
Because the thing is, let's say that it is flat and it goes on a really long way. Would you want to be the first guy to do that? Be stuck out in the middle of nowhere, like literally nowhere.
That's why I would want the resources. As long as I had the resources, maybe a chain line of people to constantly keep bringing stuff to me, like stoking a fire or something if I need one. But otherwise, no, I'll let someone else do that. Because there'd be plenty of people that would definitely want to do that, and they would have the resources. So it doesn't mean that much to me. But I'd love to be there, yeah. But I'm too much of a bloody princess, I guess. I'd need the resources.
But yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, if we have physical setups like that, like you were saying, where you know people could literally go in person and even verify it. And I mean, a measurement's a measurement. Now I know it's tricky to do, and that's a big project to do it all. But I do think we can get to a place that's definitive, and I think that it'll get to a place where like it won't be able to be denied, is what I'm saying. Like in that sense, like it will be definitive in that sense. So it, and just like how that would change, yeah, just everything on the earth. It's pretty. Well, kind of like I was asking you earlier, Don, like the fact that we're aware of this, we're in these communities, like at least don't you think it's more fun to think that actually there is something magical happening and we are actually on the brink of something transformational in a profound way?
Yeah, it's more fun. And I do agree that I just don't think it's a full flat Earth reveal. I do agree it's a magical thing.
Not a full reveal, eh?
No, I think
Like the flat Earth expose.
awakening of humanity and doubting science and understanding we've been herded like cattle and lied to about space. I think all of that.
Oh yeah.
Mark, I
Today,
just checked
like,
for
who
you
knows
on
how far
Gem's
everything goes
stream.
today.
Yeah,
Sorry,
they're
what was that?
talking about the Rona.
Yeah.
What's
They've
the Rona?
they've split apart.
Who's that?
Oh, Jem's room. It's sort of like Chemo's doing his chemo thing, flat earthing, but half the room split into the camp of vaccines and all that sort of stuff.
Okay. Well, we know all the flat earthers are anti-vaxxers. If you're a flat earther, you're an anti-vaxxer.
Yeah, that seems pretty much 100 to 100, yeah. 1 to 1.
Anti-vaxxers are anti-science.
So Don, would you rather it come out in the next 10, 15 years that, yep, Earth was a plane, a stationary, and and basically it intercepts their Agenda 2030 and all of that? Like, would you prefer that, or would you prefer, like you said earlier, another 1,000 years of the globe?
I'd prefer you guys to be right and all to be revealed and we live in paradise. I'm scared that might incite a war. You know, like a massive civil war over the whole of Earth.
Well, you know what would have to happen is that somebody else would have to get control of the military. That's really at the end of the day. Whoever's in power, the thing is, whoever's in power, they don't run the whole military. They definitely have their tentacles in it, as But I do think that that's a weak spot, even though it seems like that's their strong spot. Like, oh, they've got all these like guns and bombs and like missiles, and they do, and that is unfortunate. But actually, like the people that are actually in power, somehow the military would have to be reacclimated or like reacquired so that they could be taken out of power without being some kind of war thing. Because at this point, there's not going to be war because they already own it all. So it's just basically us against them. Like there's no. I don't think. But yeah, go ahead.
And I'd like that to happen. Yeah.
I think they're going to use technology to basically to make it more safe for themselves, where they don't need to trust on having the people go against themselves in a sense, like with their militaries and whatnot. Because armies from their own countries, from their own communities, people like that, they don't want to go on their own people, right? There's psychopaths are around, but that's not what I'd say the majority of people in the armies are. Otherwise, obviously brainwashed, thinking that what's going on is truly what's going on. Whereas in all countries, everyone's thinking that, because of our leaders and such, because it's all connected, I reckon, in some way. All the countries, I don't know for how long that's been going on, but yeah, definitely, oh, we'll act like we're doing this, you act like you're doing that, rah, that creates this. Oh, boom. Shit's done. It's not a big thing. It's just so easy to convince with these news channels and shit like that. and the standard of actually knowing truth and caring about even what isn't true anyway. Just living our lives. That's what we've got to do. Just put our heads down and get through life. Yeah, don't get your head up and look around.
So, Don, at the end of the day, you are rooting for a cosmological revolution, a real one, not the fake Copernican revolution, but a real one.
Yeah. I think it could happen in coincidentally with everything else. So I want a revolution against government and all tyrannical systems. So obviously science and the globe is one of the guilty parties.
Did you get a bump on the head, mate?
No, I like change. I like people waking up. And if Earth is flat, obviously I want it to be revealed so that the people have truth.
What was Dawn not this cool and chill or something? Because I've never really talked to you a lot, Dawn. But yeah, talking to you now, I think you're definitely cool for an opposing side of an argument.
If you were raising loads of flat Earth arguments, I might be trying to debunk you.
For good reason.
What if I just raised them to stick to a standard that I gave them, in which to basically how to know things, and they'd only be able to do that based on what they can apply themselves, and I wouldn't ever tell them what is and isn't true. Like, I'll try and do that less and less anyway. Like, yeah, I understand that's not the right thing, or at least if I do say such a thing, I have to also say like the things that I deemed relevant or true, and that's how I found them out for myself. But if they want to call me an idiot and say, "No, that's not how you do it. This is how you do it," and those two things conflict, then at that point, people are going to have to agree to disagree. But I don't think it's unfair to say that flat earthers have really do have proper arguments that are based upon things in nature, like things that aren't any human's ability to taint or control. These are just things that are,
No, I was just saying, I believe the globe. Sometimes I argue for the globe and argue against flat Earth. So Mel's just joking that I've been bumped on the head. So now I'm saying I hope the flat Earth gets revealed. But to back that up, I think I'm a little Discordian. So even though I think it is a globe, I would like different movements that help people find freedoms to happen anyway. So even if you're wrong about flat Earth, I would still like it to grow.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, because you can see the potential way for it to be a really unifying thing for everyone, the people that need to unify.
Yeah, I think alternative movements need to happen in reality to keep it all shaken up and varied.
Definitely, man. That's why we've got this thing that people call like the devil and stuff, right? It's gotten to this point where devil is just like really, whatever it is, it can be the nastiest of things, right? But who knows what it truly was in a sense to sort of pave the way. Could have been something quite innocent.
Well, I think it's got a lot of characteristics, the devil. I try and look into it.
It's probably been around a while, I'd say.
Yeah, I just say it's the negative. I mean, the simplest explanation is it's what you call the negative unknown part of God. That doesn't have to be bad or evil, but it's just
ignorance.
the black bit.
Being ignorant of something is not evil, is it? But it is what's been turned into the sin. I think like all sins are referred to all these other things, right? Because look, what's going on, right? But yeah, at that moment, that's the sin. Yeah, what caused that, or why is that so? Like, why is that ignorance happening, or confusion, or whatever it was, right? That's the sin.
I
God
love
is
what you
knowledge.
said earlier about the devil providing knowledge, but then you need to use God or Jesus to align the knowledge to be good and be useful and not harmful.
Yeah. Well, that's how I actually originally heard the story to be. Like, you know, and that just makes a lot of sense to me that these days, just thinking about that conceptually.
I'm about to go to a soul church, which is a modern New Age church run by black people in the UK, for a Christmas Wonder Boom Bazaar, it's called. They're going to sing and stuff, probably merge Saturnalia with Jesus in different ways.
Oh boy.
I wanted to bail, but we'd already arranged it, so now I feel bad and I'm going to go anyway.
Yeah, black churches are, I reckon that'd be fun. As I've never been to one, but they always just look more fun, eh? Everyone's just going off in a black church. Everyone can sing.
Spent a lot of money on a stage, singing lessons, laser lights, and sound systems.
So even though you may even prefer for the Earth not to be a globe and the type of revolution that would bring, you still will debate for the globe.
Yeah, because I think it's true at the minute, and I just find that's my role. That's the one I understand.
I think that's a good thing, though, eh? That's really actually good for us, because there should be more people actually debating the globe. The more people that do debate the globe, the more attention will come to the situation, eh? And I've got faith in people, eh? Just not simply roll over and conform when it gets to bigger abundance of people witnessing and viewing the debate. I reckon people will, at some point, in a large pocket, think, okay, yeah, they're not stupid, though. Flat earthers aren't stupid. They're definitely not. I don't understand. That's what they'd say.
Wow, dude, that was beautiful. What you just said, like turning a negative into a positive. The idea that like the more people, even if they're defending the globe, whatever it may be, that they actually are bringing more like focus and knowledge and information. Because I agree, like even the perspective that, okay, if the globe isn't true, then folks who are debating it are actually helping reveal that it isn't true, because they're putting energy on it and focus, and people are thinking, it keeps the ideas going. So in a way, they're actually helping it to be debunked. They're helping it to be debunked.
I think that's similar with atheism helps God grow a new personality, because God has to overcome the atheist non-believers, and he has to grow past being proven or whatever.
That's what I was when I left
to a faith thing, so
religion
people can
and became
understand.
atheist. Yeah, I became an atheist. Well, I thought I was an atheist because I thought I knew what one was, but when I just like left religion when I was young, and that actually helped me, like really to actually find God in a sense, because currently I already thought I knew what was going on when I went to churches and stuff, but at some point thought I don't know what's going on and all, and that was it for me after that, and I just felt I had a good grasp of, I guess I'll find out. I thought death was, when you'll find out, but yeah, I'm sure it's possible to find shit out in your life as well. I think there's actually a thing with experiences. It's like it's going to happen anyway, no matter what you do. Like no matter what you choose, shit's going to change.
It's weird how the flat Earth lives on the globe and sharpens itself, and also the globe lives on the flat Earth and either sharpens itself, or they both sharpen themselves and destroy themselves against each other. So they're both becoming more real, maybe, or something.
Yeah, but the flat one is a better representation of the actual truth of existence itself. Yeah, wouldn't it be? The globe that's an enclosed shape system. Like that's an image. Like that's not what God is. God is not like, not one that we could ever like truly see. Yeah, in its entirety.
Well, there's a possibility that they're both New Age religions, and some people may rejoice in that, and some people will make them cringe like they haven't cringed before. And both eventually will die.
Yeah, I was just saying this
Both
now before.
paradigms will die. And then the truth will emerge.
Yeah,
But a
because
lot
like,
of flat earthers aren't ready for that yet.
why flat Earth and globe Earth
Yeah, the flat
crumble
Earth's a
each other,
gateway, eh?
and then we
The flat
realise
Earth's
we're in a
a gateway from the
simulation.
globe. Or the simulation, yeah. That's what you should use flat Earth for, is at least a gateway at the very least to get away from the globe for a bit, have a look at what's going on. Even if you want to learn as much as you can about the globe, I'm sure most rational people will realise, oh, shit, this is a bit far out, eh? I didn't know it was all like this. Trying to fathom a lot of stuff about it, and then hearing actual points and arguments from the flat Earth side, I'm sure a lot of them would definitely get on board. It doesn't match reality, eh? It just doesn't match our reality. It's all opposite. It's all concepts and shit. As you say, Dawn, spells and stuff, right? I mean, reality itself, man, that's what we're constantly forgetting. I've got to get up and go to work tomorrow. I've got to go to bed soon. And yeah, I'll go to work and do the thing of me day, like we're always forgetting shit, right? But the moment, Dawn.
Yeah.
Well, how about this idea, like Earth as the foundation, and a foundation, whatever the rest of the Earth is? Yeah, there's certainly so much more to discover, and who knows, other lands, all kinds of possibilities. But if Earth is the foundation, then how could a ball in space be a foundation?
Well, it's quite a shaky foundation, and it's just a ball flying along. It's not the ground of the whole system. It's just one tiny thing falling through a system.
Falling and whooshing and symmetrically too, mind you, eh? Everything.
It's like a ride you can't feel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did White the Hand call it? All tilt-a-well. Tilt-a-ball or tilt-a-well.
That was funny, man.
It's great, that video. You need to see it, Mal, if you're not seen that. I'll put it in the chat. He asks himself if he wants to go on the best ride ever, 1,000 miles an hour.
It'd be a sick roller coaster. Like you get in a sphere and you kind of, go through an orbit. You could have a sun. You could like go on a track, like spin around the sun a few times and then go another
You'll
way.
enjoy this. Well, if you pick this, you'll enjoy it.
You suss it.
He's so great, that guy.
Yeah, let's make this imagination heliocentric model thing into a reality. Let's build that, what you were just talking about, Merlin. Make it real.
Link. Oh, pardon me.
This is the third time I've watched it.
That's what does it. It's that fucking music, man. That's
Girlfriend wants to be 55 minutes early to church. So because I just questioned how early we need to be, now she's annoyed with me.
why do you both have to be there early?
I don't know. It's a family at church at Christmas. We've got to get seats. Apparently, it's busy. Soul Church.
Soul Church. I know when Jews go to temple, like sometimes you got to get a ticket. Is that how that works, or you just got to show up?
We had to get a ticket this time.
Oh, okay.
But she wants to get good seats or whatever.
You have to buy the ticket.
Yeah, I think so.
Sneaky.
This is how Christianity survives. One of the ways they buy up a building in an industrial estate, paint it a nice shade of green, and fit it out with a sound system, lights, a singing team.
Yeah, turned
They're more
into a
like,
business.
yeah, they're more likely to get more modern people go, and they can sneak the message of Jesus in.
Yeah, that's how they get it, eh? Subtle.
That's going to be the most interesting bit for me, obviously, when they mix Christmas with religion.
I love listening to black preachers too, eh? They go off.
Yeah, sometimes they're good.
Can't remember the dude's name, but a guy made he was a DJ type guy. I think Green something, Green Velvet, and he made a song like a backing track to he recorded the preacher's sermon when he was at this church. And it's an awesome sermon, eh? Like, and you think, it's really life lessons that he's saying. It's not really so much God related, but more life lessons. You know, those preachers where they tell those stories, and it's really just a life lesson that you're getting out of it, really, how to do things better. I've noticed black preachers do a lot more of that than I've noticed white preachers doing it. Like white preachers seem to more, in a sense, stick to the story, you know, like the book, and just preaching out the book and whatnot. Yeah.
I think you're right. I think there's a place for both styles.
Yeah, but white people generally can't sing, and so.
Yeah, we're not good at gospel, are we?
No.
You're either in the choir or you can't sing.
Yeah.
I challenged Pete Shea last night, Dawn, and he listened, and then I went to bed, and he was still in Gem, so he was in there for 10 hours solid, maybe longer.
I want to get him back. Yeah, Gio, can we get him back? Sorry, it just made me think I needed to remind Gio I want Pete to come back. What was the challenge?
Maybe just because he's an engineer, and he's very he's got the practical side of him. Well, I just said maybe just ease off on the Dodo land stuff for a bit. You know, be a bit more objective.
Right.
Oh,
And,
that guy, eh?
yeah, he listened because I did it from my heart, not just to have a go at him, just for, not just to have a go just for the sake of having a go at him, just because he's being a dodo. But I think something's going, because to stay in gems for 10 hours,
Yeah.
There must be something going on.
I find him fascinating, even if he's talking about sand being sawdust. If someone engages him on the real science, sometimes he'll come out as an objective person, a science person. But then, if no one keeps him on track, he'll go back to crystalline trees quite quick.
Yeah. Yeah.
I get where he's coming from in a sense, though, where he's saying, yeah, sure, the science is fine and all, yeah, as long as it's the standard that we all agree upon, yeah. Otherwise, and what is that standard? Like, is it really science if it's just peer review type, whatever, oh, it's science, No, it's not science, is it, Dawn? You don't believe in that kind of science, do you?
What sort of science?
If you can't apply any of it and repeat any of it in any kind of way other than hear about it, read about it, watch a video about it.
That's a very loose definition of science. I think you have to observe some stuff and do complex thoughts, and even to make it science.
I just mean the repetition of the experimental stage of the scientific thing, like the witnessing of the thing itself. If you can't ever do that, then as sciencey as it may be for someone else, it's never actually science for you. And science is that which you find knowledge with. Yeah, the method of science is what you apply to.
I think I agree. I don't do any science on the moon, but part of my belief about the moon is based on my trust in other people's science, if you understand that.
Yeah, that they've been to the moon and all that stuff.
No, not that.
Okay.
Just that they think they know how far it is and how it reflects the sun and how it orbits Earth, these sorts of things.
Yeah, oh, well, yeah, that's what I was going to say, man, about, because what old matey, prefers to do is, I didn't actually need to get to the Nathan Oakley show, that's what sort of provided the catalyst to get into the more sciencey aspect of this whole thing, right? But I was already a flat earther by the time I got there, based just off journalism videos, basically it's pointing out there's a deception going on, and it's just so obvious. I'm sure you can see it. There's some kind of deception going on as well. I'm sure you can see it. But
yeah, I see it. They fake the moon landing. They're faking Mars rovers.
Oh, that yeah. But once I
Photos of
got
Earth.
into the NASA thing,
ISS.
watching the videos, and it's just all fake to me, man. It's all fucking not fake. They're making real videos and shit, right? But yeah, just watching it and just absorbing it, it's like from a different point of view. Not watching it thinking this is really happening, what's going on. Watching it from a, I wonder if it's not really happening. I'll just keep watching, all right? And just you absorb it like that, and it's just like, yeah, nah.
I agree on
It's
all
all
this.
fucking bullshit. Yeah.
I've followed the flat Earth for nearly 4 years, and it's made me disbelieve in space travel pretty much, and mostly NASA.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's good. Yeah. Yeah, you seem pretty reasonable, Dawn.
I still think we're on an Earth, faking an Earth, you know what I'm saying? On a globe Earth, faking our authority of it.
Yeah. That's why I like, what's his name? Fucking the Arnold Schwarzenegger guy, bloody Reckoner. That's why I like Reckoner. He's always been like that, cool. He's got his thing going on, and I don't ever try and, I don't ever care about trying to change it, do what you want to do, man, eh? But when you can be reasonable like this, yeah, it's all good, eh?
Could one body or person own the earth? What if Satan was real? Could Satan have gifted it to a human?
Wow. I mean, yeah, conceptually, what the president of US pretty much thinks he owns the earth. Like some of the big dictators probably think that inside. Or I'm going to try and own the earth.
Yeah,
And then
like
they
in their
sign
hand,
deals,
right?
like the globalists. Let's say 100 globalists have been handed it from Satan, but they've decided themselves they've been handed it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No.
Yeah, I think you're right. It could happen.
Because we know Satan, eh? We know that there's something going on that's just like unknown, and that's what Satan is, the unknown. That's what creates the fear and all that kind of stuff, and just builds, and we know that, hey. But and
yeah.
God's saying that, like, knowing God is like just that would heal it all, right? But until then, that's all we got is knowing Satan. Until then.
Like he's the big boss at the end of the game.
Right.
Yeah. Just sitting there, didn't do anything really. Like, we're praising it, we're like, going off and stuff, and it was just, just where I've always been.
This is like neo-Gnosticism. So not only has God left Earth to Satan, but now Satan's left, and he's given it to some sick humans. Neo-Gnosticism. This is great. It's a great idea.
He's playing his God game. Like.
Yeah, I was starting to fret about it, but now I just think it's more of a stage that's a bit Peach-ish too, but I just think it's a level and a stage, but not the be-all and end-all necessarily, Seems like it.
As a dream, man, like a dream within a dream, however far that goes,
Yeah, multi-layered, multifaceted.
Yeah, but always connected and never. When it comes, like, we have dreams, right, and we know everything in our dreams is us. It's our imagination, yeah. But who's to say, like, what could possibly take place and what's being experienced? Like, what is it? What is reality, right? What's going on? Could it be possible that all of this is a dream, right? And some people might freak out. Well, who's one dreaming? Fucking hope it's me, rah rah. But obviously there'd be something that's dreaming, and we all have to deal with that. That's what has to be dealt with. But do we have to choose to give up ourselves in any way at any time, like, or do we just die and, like, that's it, whatever? But is that going to take place, right? That's what we'd have to deal with. But who knows how far that goes? But maybe there's something going on here, like, it's just like unfathomable, but I don't know. I just reckon there's definitely something going. There's something at the end of this that's not to be confused with, I think, with what is truly God, in a sense. But that's what we need to sort of be more prepared with, that kind of thinking.
One last challenge where we have to work out who God is, almost. There's going to be more tricks that could fool us into being wrong about God. I think that's what I got from what you said.
Yeah. I'm sure we'll know God when we're experiencing God.
We're going to have to be discerning too.
Have you ever thought, Don, that perhaps like these controller people, if let's say the Earth not being a globe truly comes out, that they'll then try to flip the script and say that they are the creators, like they are they are God and they are the creators in a twisted way?
Oh yeah, that might happen on the globe as well, I think. They're going to pretend to be the alien makers, or they're going to pretend to speak to people that know of our alien makers. Yeah, we need to expose the globalists and ask them a few questions.
If you were, it's hard to imagine, but if you were at the top of the pyramid and there was some, like, an assorted array of truthers that somehow found headquarters, were outside, like, would you buzz them in or electrocute them at the door?
I don't know. Yeah, I like to think I'd be I would know when to let it out and expose it all.
I'd be thinking I would have got away with it too if it wasn't for those pesky kids.
Yeah.
That's the villain, like the villain, you know, and the villain gets caught up by the kids that don't have knowledge that the villain has, and that villain has a little bit more knowledge, I'd say, than the rest of everyone else. That group of villains, you know, however many that there are.
Because he even Curved, and not maybe was too, like they've been encouraging, like, you know, Jeremy and me to kind of, you know, take the bull by the horns and go through the political system and then change the system from the inside out and overthrow it, and, like, you know, they're encouraging us to do this, and it's like
It's a hard one, but I like to think
weird.
we can only make up opinions about how we think it would be best, you know. But it's easy to say that, but in this day and age with this amount of people, yeah, hard job, I reckon. Whoever wants to do that, you'd be hoping there's some good people out there. We definitely need smart people. They are like fucking, like, you know, not bloody politicians and shit. What are they qualified to do?
Yeah. I mean, the only system I can see being like a plausible one in the future with something that benefits like all, you know, it's got to be fair for every being somehow. That might be a big ask, but I can't see any compromise at this stage. Just the future kids and future people shouldn't have to. I mean, I don't know. That's what I'm really starting to wonder about Earth. Like, is Earth a little bit hostile, a bit of a struggle intentionally? You know, it's almost like in the design, you got to struggle a bit on Earth.
Oh,
You know,
definitely. It's a monopoly system, man. That's what creates it, right? It has to be a system that isn't about growing wealth in a sense, because there should be no need for that. Everything that is needed and even wanted, or if it's a want kind of thing, a luxury kind of thing. I mean, I think we need to give up a lot of this material stuff that we're interested in, with fucking building and stuff, right? And actually, like was on Jem's server earlier where the Venus project came up, and they were calling it like even if it's new age shit where it's like another form of takeover stuff, right?
Yeah.
At least it's like a better way. Like, you know, I reckon go that way.
Yeah.
You know, like build the communities and cities and such to actually have everything within themselves, right? Self-sustainable cities, right? All this kind of stuff that seems like a big job and all, but I'm sure when the right people get on it, look what they can do. They organize shit, they get it going. It could happen. That's the kind of society we should have. On credits and stuff, everyone does a job because, hey, you have to do a job, right? Unless you can't do a job. If you can't do a job, nobody should worry about missing out on money or health or anything like that ever, really, because it should be as simple as saying, why do they have to pay for it? No, I don't mind doing it. I know how to do it. So I'll do it, right? But they reckon if people don't have that competitiveness in them to want to learn